Okay, I think we're live. Let me see. Let me find out.
At Shane Company, we want you to.
Well, there's that. Uh, okay, we're we're going. Pop out chat. Delete that. Uh, where is it? All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you are in the world. Ugh. It's time to watch some top level 40K. Um, so let's go ahead talk about a little bit of what's happened so far. So yesterday we did have the fourth round of groups. So we had 16 different pools going on. Um, we got to see they had some interesting game choices for what they actually showed. I understand like the French and Spanish streams trying to show off their players a little bit more. But pool one, we had a shadow round, Liam VSL versus Jesper Hernander Sharon, where Liam VSL won that one. We had a shadow round in pool two between Nick Nanavati and Dag Samuelson. Nick Nanavati won that one. And pool three, we had a shadow round between Jack Murphy and Robin Philippou. Jack Murphy took that one down. Pool four, we had John Lou Guinin versus Justin Moore, where Jean Lou Guinin took that one. We had Giorgio Castelli and Sean Reynolds in a shadow round in Pool 5, where Giorgio Castelli advanced. In Pool 6, we had John Lennon not only beat Wesley St. Hines in round 4, but also beat Garrett Stacy in the shadow round. Pool 7, Jack Harpster taking down Matt Estrada in a shadow round. Pool 8, Folger Piles beating Petit Aurelien, where Folger Piles won that one. Dan Salmons beating Mej Kutefan in the shadow round of Pool 9. Alexander Yessen beating Luigi Vassallo, Pool 10 shadow round. Pool 11 did not have a shadow round because Bastion Cry had a draw and beat Priushoven, meaning Mark Kertel advanced without a shadow round. Um, Pool 12, we had Travis King beating Matt Schuchman in the shadow round. We did not have a shadow round in Pool 13 because Falco Orden beat Ines Wilson, and Falco was already had a loss before they get to round 4, and then that meant that Leif Westerman just advanced. Pool 14, we had Richard Siegler versus Samuel Pope, and Richard Siegler advanced there. In Pool 15, Gustavo de Sousa beat Ben Sherwin, but Gustavo had already lost to Kyle McCord in Pool 15, so Kyle McCord, when he won his fourth round, just advanced. And then Pool 16, similar thing, Charles Gould from Ireland defeated Drew Salzborn in round 4, meaning that Steve Trimble advanced over Brian Dougherty without a shadow round. Are you early? I don't know. It feels very early for me. It's not as early as it was yesterday. I got an extra like 40 minutes of sleep, but we're still waiting for the games to get going over here. I'm gonna pull up the Epic Pen so I can draw on the screen here. Um, oh yeah, let's go ahead and show the bracket. So when we get to the top cut, we did have 16 players, and it's pool 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, 3 versus 14, etc., etc. So based on what it says so far, their title says Empress Children versus Drukari, meaning I'm expecting to be watching John Lennon versus Steve Trimble. Um, Steve Trimble won the Tacoma Open this year. I lost to him in like the third round. Yeah, and then John Lennon, of course, has gotten second at multiple World Championships of Warhammer in a row. Hey, yesterday I asked about one of the guard lists that only have one loss, two Dorns, and a bunch of infantry. The list runs Cadian Command Squad, Cadians, Castellans, and Ogrim Bodyguards. Do they run them in single units? Yeah, so I'm assuming you're talking about the list that Gustavo de Sousa has been playing, and he's the one. He's got a lot of Dune references in his title, and um, Gustavo runs them all kind of like you said as one big unit. Um, And a couple of reasons he does that. One, he really values the fallback and shoot, as well as the sustained from the Castellan. And basically, he's constantly looking for heroic ingress or heroic interventions. So whenever you get charged, you can countercharge something, and then 27 bodies is a lot of bodies, and especially if you do your heroic intervention in the right circumstances and in the right way, um, your opponent's unit probably doesn't kill your entire unit, and so you're generally able to look for slingshots where you heroic intervention, and then you can fall back and shoot on your turn, so you can like swing the part of the unit with like all the plasma guns in particular in order to get a ton of extra movement that way. And then the other big thing that he likes it for is the something that we would oftentimes do with Scions, where you would rapid ingress them, and then Overwatch, because the Overwatch would give you a ton of lethal sustained plasma. The Scions used to reroll ones, but the Cadian unit just has more plasma guns. And you take the first saves on the bodyguard. If by the Ogren bodyguard, no. You have to take saves on non-character models until the entire bodyguard unit, as in the Cadian shock troops, are dead. At which point you can start taking saves on character models. So what you generally see is you're going to take the first 20 saves, maybe like 19 saves on the Cadian shock troops. Then you can take some saves on the schmucks in the Cadian command squad, so the radio, um, and then like the plasma gun, and then I think that another plasma gun. So you can take those saves on those guys, and then um, after all of the Cadian shock troops are dead, then you can start taking saves on other guys. But the unit is toughness 3 until the activation after the Cadian shock troops are dead. At which point you have like a Russian nesting doll on the Command Squad Ogre Bodyguard, which is a unit that I've done a video about in the past. I might do another video on Gustavo's big ol' cast on brick here in the near future. Unfortunately, I just have not had time to mess around with it at all. And I'm going to be playing Mechanized for my upcoming team event in like a week. So if I end up talking about it and testing games with it, it'll probably be in the week after that. Anyway, so one of the things that was funny to me yesterday is these streams got demonetized after the stream ended because Games Workshop is playing music on them, which is funny because I'm not playing any of my own music. I just have the music coming in from the Games Workshop stream. Anyway, did they zoom in the overhead camera? It does indeed look more zoomed in than it was yesterday. So, we're waiting for Adam to come in and save us. It is top of 1. It does appear to be top of 1. We have Steve Trimble going first, drawing Sabotage and Establish Locus. And the mission here, Hidden Supplies. Oh, you can't see that, but it's Hidden Supplies, as we can see by the extra objectives, and it is Search and Destroy. So, boom, something like that. Also, good morning, Ken. Good morning, Alex. Good to have you guys here. Yeah. So, big thing we've noticed is we've got this unit of Reavers just going zoom right across the field. Hidden Supplies generally is pretty favored for the army going second, just because it only counts no man's land, so you're not building up any primary by holding your home, really. And right now, we do have the Drukhari just putting this line of Reavers just going directly forward. Let me take a look at the lists. Yeah, they zoomed in further, which was a thing that has happened. Oh, I guess it's not 1 versus 16 because this is 6 versus group 6 versus 16. I don't know how they decided it. Wait, 5, then 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Oh, they seeded it based on opponent game win percentage. Sure, I guess. Um, okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the different lists that we have. So starting with Steve Trimble, and they need to turn on Paul's voice. There it is. Steve Trimble is playing Drukhari Spectacle of Spite. I honestly don't know what that is. I honestly just like haven't encountered Drukhari, so we'll get into that a little bit more. But he's playing. I'll go ahead and I'll be reading the rules for his army on stream for y'all. But Spectacle of Spite with Lilith Hesprax, one Succubus with the Morgana's Curse enhancement, another Succubus with the Chrono Shard enhancement, and then a Succubus with no enhancement. He's got 1 unit, 2, 3, 4 units of 10 Witches, 1 unit of Raiders, Venom, 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 Chronos, Hellions, Hellions, Hellions. 10 Hellions, 10 Hellions, 5 Hellions, 1 unit of Mandrakes, 2 units of Reavers, and then Scourgers with Dark Lances, Scourgers with Dark Lances. So, the one thing I know about this detachment and this army is that some kind of bikes can like reactive move, and then you have the really cool stratagem, a challenge met big stratagem. At the end of your opponent's movement phase, one witch cult unit from your army that would be able to declare a charge can select something within 9 and then go for a charge in your opponent's movement phase. So let me see. Let's take a look at Reavers. Can Reavers... What do Reavers do? Codex Drukhari Reavers ability. In your movement phase, when you select this unit to advance, you can spend a pain token. Auto advance 8. Neat. Each time you make a normal or advanced move, you can select one enemy unit that it moved over, excluding monsters and vehicles, and then grenades. So it doesn't look like there's anything for these Reavers to grenade on turn 1, but these are not the ones that reactive move. And they do have the Witch Cult. So this Reavers unit, at the end of John's movement phase, if there is something within 9, you can get out, or you can go for a charge. And do these Reavers shoot the Rhino to death? There's no way, right? Because they probably have like 1 Heat Lance. They all have blasters? War gear options. You can get 1 blaster, 1 Heat Lance, and then no way. Did he kill it? That's crazy if he actually got this Rhino down just from Reaver shooting. Oh man, that's funny. It wow, that Rhino is just gone. Because I don't, there wasn't an angle. Because we see there's one unit of Scourges here. Is there another unit of Scourges? Where's the other one? So I see one Scourge here, and the other unit of Scourges is here. Do they really do that? That's crazy. Trevor Rodell, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. Let's remonetize the stream. Keep up the good work, brother. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, we still have ads running. I had put them on low. In general, what I try and do, for my videos and stuff is I put, I set the ads to like fairly low numbers, right? Like I know like a lot of big channels will have like ads on their videos like every like 4-ish minutes. I try and set it to all of my videos to be pretty standard at every 7 minutes. So about half of what is normal for most channels. Um, and then I set the automatic ads on the stream to too low. I have no idea what that means, but it's like I'm going to forget to hit the run ads button. And yeah, so this makes a couple bucks, and I'm very, very happy. So I really appreciate you, Trevor, and anyone else who takes the time to and has the spare income right now to help out. I really appreciate it. Anyway, let's go and take a look. With all of that said, at John Lennon's list, 'cause he's playing Emperor's Children, and John is. I just read the title of John's list. At least my wife is happy when I finish second. That's pretty funny. Um, he's playing Emperor's Children, Coterie They're Conceded, so that's the one where you make a pledge at the beginning of every battle round. I am assuming that one of these dice is his pledge number. I'm guessing it's the one, because he does know he's going second. But it is Demon Prince with wings with Pledge of Unholy Fortune. I think that's the yeah, that's flip 6, so it's the flip 6 enhancement. Two more Demon Prince with wings. 1/2 Lord Exultant, 1/2 Lord Cacophonist, 1 Infractors, 2 Infractors, Tormentors, Rhino, Mauler Fiend, Noise Marines. That's not a lot of things. That is not a lot of things at all. And already losing the one Rhino here to, it seems like Reavers, is a lot. And so one of the big things here is that both these armies are very fast, right? You have a lot of bikes, you have a lot of transports coming out from the Witch Detachment and Drakari, but all of the Emperor's Children can fall back, advance, shoot, and charge. They just have a couple of restrictions on what they're allowed to advance, fall back, shoot, and charge against. So we will see. You'll see what's going on there. One of the big things, of course, about Emperor's Children is because it has so much freedom to do whatever you want with it. It becomes it is very, very skill expressive because you can kind of get anything done that you want. And of course, the Demon Prince, one of the funny things about playing these Winged Demon Princes is because they move base 14 and fly. I played a game where my opponent started a Demon Prince here. The Demon Prince came over this way and then ended the game on my home objective. Like, it's just so fast. And if you start hitting a couple of big charges, like, this unit is just flying all over the place. Now, I believe witches are mostly damage 1, but it's definitely not the ideal target for witches just because it's like high strength. or relatively high toughness, because witches are strength three and four with their weapons, meaning they're going to be wounding on sixes. They do have anti-infantry 3+, but the demon prince is of course not infantry. Yeah. Other big thing that is notable on this terrain pack that you can't really see, but you do have the edge of the objective here, and the wall does allow you to stand in these objectives safely, as in not getting shot. However, what is pretty typical in my experience on this is that the objective is not more than an inch back, so you can usually charge here. If you want to be on the objective, you usually have to be chargeable. And it looks like there were tormentors on this objective, so I would not be surprised if this is already stickied. But you can't just like assume that you're gonna hold it just because of how quick the witches are. Um, One of the big things though is it doesn't look like there's anything from Steve over here, and I do honestly think that Steve is in a pretty reasonable position, right? Because you have your deployment zone like that or whatever, and John is really just gonna be far back. And does Steve only have one CP? I'm not sure what he would have spent the CP on. I don't know his detachment very well. Let's take another look. Spectacles, spite stratagems, fight phase, no fight phase, no. Your movement phase didn't fall back. Turn 1. Start of your movement or charge phase. Not any damage there. Acrobatic. 5 up invul and your opponent's shooting phase. So that would not have happened. Solo Cacophonist going on a journey over here. I am curious. So let's see. We have Noise Marines. We had another unit of Noise Marines that are out. This, maybe third unit of Noise Marines? Tormentors? It does look like up here, Noise Marines, Noise Marines, Noise Marines in the Rhino. So all the Noise Marines look like they're starting on the board. I see 1 Demon Prince, 2 Demon Prince. I don't see the last one starting on the board, so I'm assuming that one is in reserve as a rapid ingress threat. So, probably looking for a rapid ingress up here at some point, if he gets an opportunity to do so. Steve, if he does only have 1 CP, will not be able to go for the charge and keep these Reavers relatively safe, so they are just going to explode into a red mist. I think 1 unit of Noise Marines got popped out when the Rhino died. Yeah, we can see them. You can kind of see them here. You can see like the guy, and I know they're like spread out like this.
And honestly, those scourges are going to be really pivotal to the perspectives.
Yeah. Then you have. I am really curious what Steve's plan is. In regard to like actually messing with this objective, because he doesn't have anything going out over this way. Like there's nothing in this ruin, there's nothing in this corridor over here. Partly because like the Rhino probably could advance and get guys out to shoot. Another unit of Noise and Cacos in reserve. I see. So there's 1 on the field. If this is correct, there's another one like behind here. And then there's 1 in the Rhino. So I believe all three are on the board if the map that they've shown us is correct.
Steve considering a lot here.
Being lazy not to go looking it up. Sorry, my face is in the way. We're playing Hidden Supplies, Search and Destroy.
Has one of the best strategies.
And Steve is going first.
And I'm a huge fan of what the Drakari, the Spectacle of Spite, brings to the table. I think it's one of the better Drakari detachments, and Steve Trimble's performance at this event would definitely echo that. Technically fighting.
The unit and the Raider can probably reach that objective. I guess that's fair, yeah. They are really fast. We do have the Raider here.
Well, he's
Does the Raider have assault ramp built in?
but have the opposite result. I mentioned the narrative brewing
Let's
around
look.
John Lennon.
Raider, Jakari, abilities.
Calendar year, as has
Start your command phase.
and John would love
Select one of the below.
his two previous top table losses.
Oh, that's
at this
it's so complicated. Okay, pain token gives you reroll weapons with anti. Okay. At the end of your command phase, you can sticky. Disembark 6.
Any reminders about the stats from this round?
One or more racks. There's no racks in the army.
I do have those in my hot little hands.
Well, one or more Jakar units are embarked within this model. You can reroll advances and charges for the Raider. So disembark 6 or move 14, but no assault ramp. Yeah, it's such a complicated thing to read. Alright, looks like the Reavers just got
Juxtapose color schemes, like
picked up
almost
as
color schemes,
we would have expected.
almost aligning narratives with players of almost aligning skill. Like we absolutely really is. What do you make of the top 16 being half Admech and Eldari?
So
four
it
of each
doesn't look like the CP
called it a Devis mechanic as being a
that they listed was
I called it
correct.
yes, same.
One of the things I think John was setting up was that the dudes, the Demon Princes, getting ready for a charge. So even if Steve had spent 2 CP, do Noise Marines have pistols at all? Noise Marines. Weapons.
Exactly right.
They have a couple of pistols. It looks like a pistol, probably on the Sergeant. But I don't think you ever take, you never drop the Sonic Blaster, right? Screamer pistol. Eh, maybe you do. You'd consider it. But also just setting up charge mortals. So the fact that this Noise Marine like has to kind of be in the open is kind of interesting, because naturally Steve is going to score like 1, and then oh no, zoom further out, zoom further out. Games Workshop really hates the bottom board edge. Good morning, Kinkaroos. Thank you for stopping by.
Skill sets, what their favorite units are, how they decide to play aggressively, defensively in different matchups. There's so much information exchanged in this day that, yeah, you tend to know a lot about your opponent at this level, like in the championship bracket, even before you step up to the table.
That is true. You do. You just kind of know people. Now it doesn't look like there was anything on this objective. I don't believe so. I think Steve just got the 1 primary, which is not more. So getting a 5 there. I am very surprised if he was not standing on here, because when you have this like line of dudes, I guess you could maybe take like a Demon Prince and like yeet it over. But I think if Steve only got a 5, I think that's probably a mistake. What other spicy matchups are going on right now? I do have a bracket handy for you guys. So this is round 1 of the top cut. We have Folger Piles versus Dan Simmons, so Eldar versus Admech. We have an Admech mirror between Richard Siegler and Jack Murphy. We have Liam VSL playing Nick Nanavati in a Eldari matchup. Excuse me, we have the one that we're watching right now, Steve Trimble versus John Lennon. We have Travis King's Admech playing against Giorgio Castelli's Death Watch. We have Jack Harpster's Sisters playing up against Mark Hertel's Ultramarines. And I should be forward here that when I say Mark Hertel's Ultramarines, I actually mean 3 Land Raiders with Calgar and Company heroes. Kyle McCord's Dark Angels playing up against Alexander Yessen. And then Jean-Luc Guénin's Sisters versus Leif Westerman's Eldari. Is this spreadsheet public? Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can take a look. It's not my prettiest spreadsheet, but so this is what the bracket looks like, and then winner of these plays, winner of this plays. So winner of Steve Trimble versus John Lennon will play against the winner of Liam VSL or Nick Nanavati, which is very exciting. Um, yeah, so very interesting. Map says there are witches there. That would make sense. They are small enough to just hide underneath that. Underneath that. So yeah, so we do see the 25 come through there. So he gets the primary. Cleanse and secure are very easy. You can just like leave the witches there. You can have probably witches. Could be like mandrakes or whatever. Just standing underneath here to cleanse, cleanse. And then are these Reavers? Yeah, Reaver's gonna come out, get this Cacophonist. So the big thing that I am curious about here, right, is like looking at these. So you have Steve tracking, um, Steve tracking CP here. There's another die over here. Does this Drukari detachment need to track anything? Combat drugs. Oh right. So the +1 weapon skill. I'm assuming that's what this is. I just unfortunately don't know. Okay, so this isn't being updated, but 3 CP, 4 CP. I'm guessing because we see another 3 and another 4 over here. So it's probably a CP tracker. That means the 4? John Lennon pledging 4? That seems very high. This might be combat drugs over here. Pain tokens? Yeah, this might be pain tokens. That's a good point.
confirmation from the opponents. 24 to 26 is the average threat range on some of these units.
Yes, it is very far.
That is due to being able to disembark further, move, advance, and move plus advance. He's going for it.
Oh, here we go, Hellions.
I'm not sure if this is this might be another jail play, as in, and by jail I mean control play is what I should be calling it, where he's going to just try and use this unit of Hellions.
Ooh, Hellions coming on out. This is one of the things that we are seeing right now from Steve, where all of the models just have are massively overhanging their bases. It's one of the main reasons why Drukari is not that interesting to me as an army. Kind of similar to like Admech Bats, where they're just huge. They are so big, and they just are really, really difficult to see. Or like really difficult to like maneuver them effectively. I think John is sending every single unit into deployment zone unless he's fully jailed this turn. I would not be terribly surprised. We see Steve thinking about this and going, maybe no. That seems kind of dumb. Sorry, excuse me. I was not fast enough to mute myself. Yeah, I wouldn't be terribly surprised. I think the Demon Princes are going to be coming out. But as long as Steve is careful with like his positioning, I don't actually think he can lose that much, right? Because so just like we know this is 4, we know this is 6. So if we just kind of use that 6, so like this Noise Marine here is about 10 inches from here, using finger estimations. Meaning that this Noise Marine unit, and then they got like 24-inch range. So if we just double this, yeah. So 24 is about here. So like you can't really shoot this. They don't really have the speed to shoot anything behind here, especially knowing that there's like witches underneath. So I think it's just another turn of John not being able to do a whole lot. So, I mean, you have these Reavers up here. They should kill this dude also screening out any opportunity to rapid ingress here. The big worry for rapid ingress is, of course, down here right now. But even then, like, taking your opponent's home is not the, like, worst thing. And that appears to be why we're gonna take the Hellions that are in here. They're gonna come over here, block out a rapid ingress, and then John's just like, "All right, buddy, we gotta know where these guys are," which is pretty funny.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to be going for these Hellions down in the bottom. Look,
The danger of putting the Hellions down over here
the time to try and
um,
that's really what we're trying to encourage him
is the Rhino here
making sure
can very easily move over here because it can advance the Emperor's Children Rhino. Let me make sure I'm not making stuff up.
once again we do
I believe it can advance and disembark.
away, so exclamation point
Yeah. So, you can take these guys, go over there, pop Noise Marines out, and then shoot these Hellions pretty easily, as long as you don't end up with a 9 and get yourself charged.
always.
And it's not terribly difficult to stay out of 9 there.
Rapid ingress as the player going second, and this is in his opponent's turn. So I do believe that's what he's delineating with right now. Although these players are
Yeah, just not a lot of moves coming through.
understand the table.
I am a little
They actually just don't need to talk that much.
surprised that Steve is letting John have a 10.
Focus too.
They
You
are.
cannot underestimate the moment of this being day 3. They're in the championship bracket. Their wins
I guess
now
he's still moving, so
even more importance than it did before.
there's more time for him to
Ticker, that's just underneath the minimap.
decide what to do.
Standing. So United
But
States
both these
currently in the lead, but
both these armies are
in
not that difficult to kill.
only 1 point behind them, and then Italy's only 2 points behind, 3 points behind them as well. Age of Sigmar, United States leading from the front, and France once again in second place, Canada in third, Sweden in fourth, Germany in fifth, and you'll see that ticker continually going over and updated live as well.
As I like to say, things just
England,
explode into red mist.
Spain in second, United States in third.
One of the other things is I think you can take the scourges like here and like pop out. Like there's probably an angle. Let's see. I'm gonna use this
England, Italy, United States, Poland, and
box. Yeah, there's definitely an angle for the scourges to get. However, it does require them to come out to like here, which means that they won't be able to move, shoot, move back into safety afterwards. Pop in some shots into Noise Marines. Pretty safe.
that's the totals, yeah. That's the in every event combined.
They do sync up, but it's also on the 40K side.
Yeah.
And one Belgium that's going to change here. Well, not
Yeah, one of the things that's always interesting to me about Emperor's Children is because it's relatively short ranged, right? It's only 24-inch guns on the Noise Marines,
these players
and it is just advance and charge. You can
we're going to face.
Here comes the table spread. Now this is a tactic that I thought
you can just pre-measure them
has such a numerical advantage in this matchup. He can
to a degree.
pull John in all directions. If he's
Ooh, is that shootable? That looks very shootable by Noise Marines.
supporting each other and having options, John will really struggle to answer everything. He only has so many units, much more of an elite army comparatively, and so he's just going to struggle to contest all 6 of these objectives. Of course, the middle objectives are the only ones that score you primary, so it is not unusual to see this primary be 5-5, 5-5, 10-0.
Oh, okay. Here come the witches.
How it sometimes goes, and usually one player gets a 10, and then they can possibly broken
Dice
up
going
because
everywhere.
there's too many units that they can't do it again, and then the bottom of turn player can try to be planning for that.
Now, I did play Steve at Tacoma, and Steve's a fascinating guy.
He's got so many options.
He doesn't really talk very much during the game, in terms of like talking to your opponent. And one of the big things that I found, so the chairs at Tacoma were folding chairs, and if you put too much pressure on the back of the chair, they would like collapse. And I had massive bruises on the insides of my thighs because every single time I would do that, I love like putting one knee on a chair, and sometimes I do it on the back of the chair, like as I was like moving models around or whatever. And I fell through the chair once, and that I think that was the only time Steve laughed during our game. Um, However, like we've talked since then on Discord a couple of times, and
Oh,
he's pretty chill
nothing's died yet.
online in that regard. But
Yeah, some comments here in the chat. It's like calling the four
it is. I am really curious
for children's
how it is going to
pretty good,
go
but I feel like that Steve can't
with
help but
this.
give up a few units for him, and his units are fragile.
24 total potential units on the side of Steve Trimble. That is if he splits up the logical 3 units of witches and has them all in a venom, etc., and then keeps one of the 10s together with Lilith Hesbrax. Looks like one of the 10s might be. Looks like the 10 might be getting out now. Looks like he's disembarking from that raider in the middle left of screen.
No, that's a 5. That's a 5 there.
I think we're in for an absolutely superstar game.
Yeah, agreed. See if we can get also a shot. So the judge
Oh.
watching his opponent.
We got Liam versus Nick right there in the background. Oh, dead camera. Nice.
So the leaning into the table now.
Yeah, just deciding on a bit of line of fire here. He's trying to dodge these tormentors at his front screen and getting shot by. Well, sorry, Steve's trying to get a firing solution on
Yeah.
the front screen of tormentors.
I-
of his venoms if he can. Just getting a little bit ahead.
Oh, is it? What is this? This is Infractors. I thought this was Noise Marines before.
A single unit of 5 witches might be able to handle it.
So, okay, so the Noise Marines that got out of the Rhino must have gone back.
Plasma guns.
Then you looks like Noise Marines. It definitely looks like one Noise Marines in here.
He cannot afford to have anybody sacrifice unintentionally.
That's exactly right. John can't afford to lose units for nothing, whereas Steve absolutely can throw away half his army.
Yeah.
He can just throw away 12 of his 24 units and still have a numerical advantage.
Yeah, trying to see if there's an opportunity to move, shoot, move, and I think the answer is no, from what I was looking at before.
Talking too much.
It's all business at this point.
I'm going to
I
run
shouldn't say that. They're going to have a great time, but they're definitely,
while
masters of the game.
they are doing the nuance of the movement phase.
Either way, it's definitely
Table
right, because if you only move, shoot, move 6, knowing again that this is 6, measuring with my fingers here on the screen, you only get the front of your Scourge back to about here, which means that it's closer to this Rhino than I would like it to be, if it was me.
more of the Horde-esque builds that we've seen from Astra Militarum, GSC, things like that. Juxtaposed to him, Liam VSL has got
Ooh,
3
but he's gonna go for it?
Tempest launcher wielding Dark Reapers, which Nick is worried will be the ace in the hole that will
I don't know how I feel about that.
Tempest launcher play with the Dark Reapers because it gives you a little bit of indirect fire. Like that unit is never out of it. You're thinking like, oh, I can't get the right angles here, or my opponent's denying them for me.
Especially because it's
But how about
just
this?
Dark Lances shooting at infantry.
Units of Aspect Warriors.
It doesn't
I'm just going to eat a couple of units away.
make a lot of sense to me. Also, just like these Demon Princes are so fast, and like they're gonna come in. I do not want to give up these Scourges for that.
More aggressive, yeah, correct. Because if he stays back for too long, he just loses too much.
Yep.
Next on table 2, we have Richardson.
I guess they could go this way, but then we run into like this Rhino problem.
Jack Murphy, you say?
Jack Murphy.
No relation, but he's doing really well.
Interesting.
Then on table 3, of course, we have Steve Triple versus John Lennon.
I'm surprised by this play coming out from Steve.
Travis King from the United States versus Giorgio Castelli from Italy. That is Adeptus Mechanicus versus Deathwatch.
We had the opportunity to go and walk around.
Because he's gonna get all of his points.
as they're deploying, and there
He's
are
getting a 10 on primary. He's holding John to
things, which happens to do
a
pretty well
counter
with
5.
and Marine bodies. That's going to be a tough matchup, but obviously the player has gotten this far, so knows how to navigate that.
On table 5, we have Carl McCord versus Alexander Jensen. That is United States versus Denmark. Dark Angels versus Thousand Suns. That was the other game we were likely to try and put on stream, but then we realized the Dark Angels list was
There's also the Flip Prince ready to be rapided somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting. So that's what these Hellions are doing down over here. I'm expecting that the rapid ingress, the natural rapid ingresses place on this board are like here, and then down here behind this ruin. Um, However, the Hellions are blocking out here. The Reavers are blocking out up here. So I don't think there's a real rapid ingress
That is Ultramarines
yet.
against Astartes with 3 Land Raiders.
Yeah, and we've seen both of those players play on stream before, and just
But
know
we'll see.
where they are.
Yep, and then lastly, we have Jean-Luc Genin versus Leif Westermann. That is France versus Germany, and that is Adept Astroidus versus Eldari. And I believe that game is happening over on French.
Yeah, I'm just really curious because I think
Capture that goodness as well.
I I think these demon princes, like I think one of them definitely gets to these scourges, and if you just start removing threats to the demon princes, that seems like an issue.
It's so
And
important.
whether it's worth him trying to put another Venom on this line or not.
This is the time to take advantage of this all the opportunity of the width of the round as far as time wise. If he gives away too many of these things unintentionally, you get there. John's able to get an angle for a firing solution, or even potentially a leapfrog charge. Yeah, correct.
I'm very entertained that they keep calling it firing solution because that always makes me think of like artillery.
Perspective. Looks like we have a rapid ingress happening right now. I'm going to capture it for you. John's just let us know he will be rapid ingressing his 3rd Demon Prince. As dropping, it's making Planetfall right there, emerging from the warp as a response to this unit of Reavers.
Comes down at the end of the opponent's movement phase, so Steve can respond to this in some way if given the opportunity. So this is a calculated risk on John's part.
Exactly right. Now, if these Reavers roll too high and have to circle the wagon, so to speak, on this single Lord
Oh,
Honest,
Paul Clifton back on his melee guard again. See how it goes.
and get one of his pledge counts done in his opponent's turn, which would be massive.
And if he rolls super good on the charge,
Paul Clifton's a interesting guy because he loves playing. He loves playing like weird things. And yeah, he just loves playing things that nobody else is playing. And he was on like full melee guard for most of the index, which never really caught on anywhere else. But because he plays in China, where one, they don't really play 5-round events very often because they're integrating English speakers with Chinese speakers. They like not a lot is known on the outside about what is going on in those events. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. I would also love, I think one of the things that Games Workshop needs to put in more time for next year is swapping these. Just make sure that the person on the left is the same as who is actually on the left side of the board.
kills against Marines.
Confucius say, strength, wounding on 2s is better than
And
force.
that
And
Mauler
yeah.
theme there, we've seen John use those to great effect.
Yeah.
There aren't really anything.
Oh, he's looking at a rapid ingress here. I mean, it seems reasonable. There's not a lot of firepower that can go there.
Yeah, exactly right. Wrong matchup for it, but at least he doesn't have 2 or 3 of them, right?
Well, I mean, if he's able to take out
And as a
that will have some free reign.
what do you call it?
Well, that's what's
As the Emperor's Children player, I do think he needs to take some risks. Does he just have a spare Demon Prince?
Dark Lances are gone. The Demon Princes can kind of take over the game.
Hell yeah, we love spare Demon Princes for measuring things.
So John has, that's not a 4th Demon Prince by John. John has a proxy 4th Demon Prince that he uses to kind of decide where he wants to put things.
That's awesome. I love it when people have like extra models with them to do proxy things.
That is a great way to communicate with your opponent. Like, hey, I can land here. I'm not disrupting the game at all. I can look at different angles, different options.
Yeah, correct. So he's just doing that to plot out his next turn and decide what he wants to do. And also, if
Do you have any details of Wesley's loss? Not a ton. Let me see what he said.
Prince is going back to the rail.
it's a Zinchian Demon Prince. Let's try to find that live.
What did Nemo say? He put a crying emoji. And he said it's a double red, which I'm assuming is a
Dark Lances, I believe.
like a it's talking about teams where he was not expecting it, or as in he's expecting it to be a tough matchup. One of the very few matchups that he thinks is tough for Recon Guard.
Reavers, I mean,
Are both these players still undefeated? Yes, both these players are still undefeated. John is 5-0 because he had to play a shadow round, and I believe Steve Trimble did not have to play a shadow round last night. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I want to tell you guys about a dream that I had last night because it was very funny to me. So there's the meme of the guy in the office who brings in like the really loud mechanical keyboard. Especially as people are like going back from working from home to working at the office. There's a whole meme of like people bringing the super super loud mechanical keyboards. But I had a dream of that in like the worst possible way, where it's like a YouTube video, okay? And the YouTube video is the whole thing, like the intro goes something like, "Is there a guy at the office that has the loudest keyboard you've ever heard?" Well, that's, and then you jump to a guy where it's like clack 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 on the keyboard, and then you go back. It's like, well, that's nothing. In order to make the loudest keyboard ever, we rigged up this keyboard so that every time you press a key, a gunshot goes off. Yeah, then you jump and there's like a cue. You hit the spacebar and just bang. This baby's clocked over 200 decibels. We've got the world's fastest typist here. They just bang, 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 bang. It's just like a Gatling gun going off. So anyway, that was the dream I had last night. It was very funny to me. Nemo's about to take his frustrations out on my buddy Colin. Yeah. What is Colin playing? Because it's Colin Watts, right? I heard that he had some drama recently. I don't really know the details, but I did hear that there was drama involved. Okay, so we do have, sorry, we're back. We got the Demon Prince Rapid Ingress here. Good morning. Look, I know you're part of Get Hammer, but I don't recognize the name from everybody, which is really funny. Oh, Colin Cochran. Okay. Yeah. I have not heard any bad things about Colin Cochran.
You can see all those dice being laid out on the table. That's his threat ranges, that's his average moves with advances. Like, okay, so if I move, I get an average 3 on the advance, I'll end up here if I get a 6.
Okay, so we did, coming back in, Kako died. Maybe like a guy died here. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you hit on 4s. It was drama between Colin Cochran and Colin Watts. That's wild. It's my favorite Git. Oh man, Ragmuck. Evan. What is this roll? Oh, advance. Probably. Overwhelming force, defense stronghold. Although you definitely have plenty of things to shoot. So he ends up getting a 5. And then Steve ended up getting a 10. And then he drew some very good cards here. Oof. I don't know that his Death Guard has a shot against Recon. I don't think he does. Based on my experience playing Recon, Death Guard, the biggest chance for Death Guard is the Death Shroud Terminators, but the Death Shroud Terminators are just like making massive charges because you can't charge 6. You're going to be forced to come in 12 inches away or make a rapid ingress and then get shot. And yeah, they have flamers, but like the flamers are just going to be killing las guns. Unless you like giga high roll the flamer count. Because even if you, let's say you roll max flamers and you get 24 flamer shots, and then, you wounded normal amount of them. So I think they're anti-infantry 2+. So you get 20 wounds, and every save is failed, right? Then we start getting into trouble, but realistically, it's a lot lower than that. Okay, here we go. So Demon Prince comes out. This is kind of why I was a little unsure about this, is because this is definitely possible. He's trying not to get charged. There is... Oops. Ah! Oh, is anti-infantry 4 plus? Then yeah, like the Overwatch is like kind of fake.
John trying to dodge some of the intervention interrupt plays.
Okay, so this here can charge this, turn off the charge mortals, which would be pretty big. I did not see, so a 4 on the advance over here.
One unit of the Dark Lancers, that means, you know, one unit of Scourges does not 3 Demon Princes kill. And this looks like it is.
Yeah, this is a problem, I think. Nice. Let's go, Steve.
Is a bold play. One thing I just want to check. Just going to see if by the power of PTZ I can double check that it is Lilith Hesbrack's unit underneath his overhang.
No, this is not Lilith.
Models, pretty much, because Lilith is.
This is just 5 witches.
I don't see Lilith's giant hair here, so I think this is just a unit of 5. So I think Lilith is still waiting in the wings.
Probably best to deploy her.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
later.
I was going to be shocked if she was on the table right now.
Make sure to get the jump.
Oh, she's your best model in this army, in this matchup. So needs to be used with absolute acumen.
So many attacks.
Okay, here comes the last one. So, oh, it's a Mauler Fiend.
Yeah, throw the Mauler Fiend early is my opinion. Make it Steve's problem, seeing as it doesn't have a great target.
Doesn't have a great target,
Make it Steve's problem.
and it also is like not the easiest thing for Steve's army to kill. I know the Hellions, which are down here, have Lance on the charge, which is pretty good. But we are running into a spot where like I think one of these witch cult units has to like charge one of these things, but then the other demon prince is just getting in.
Well, after this, I mean, especially with this aggressive play from John, he may force Steve to.
I'm kind of expecting to just roll in advance here, or maybe it just comes over there and charges, which is also plausible.
He's doing a move block play, as in to control his Astartes movements, the things that don't fly. Here come Noise Marines.
Noisies.
If we can get a tight shot.
Sorry, that is a Lord Exultant
on a couple of these characters from John. He actually has some.
Oh, little dudes.
On some of their cloaks and things.
And he's put in a lot of work into some of these models, and we want to celebrate that. Just denoting that despite John being one of the best players in the world, he is not shy of the hobby either. Loves to paint, loves to convert. Yeah, Fulgrim Transfer.
I remember one of my friends was making fun of this demon prince here because the wings are like so narrow. Like it looks great, but it's just like, you know, the demon prince wings are normally just like out, and these wings are like up.
Spectacular. And then to the left, those wings are from the Celestine statue.
Ooh.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
The big old owl
I
wings.
forget what it was called with the depth
I still need to go out and prime all these elves.
Such a creepy face. Look
Such
at
a
that.
creepy face.
Imagine answering the door and that says "G'day" to you. You know? You're gonna have a good day.
That's also a very realistic situation.
hobby on really
You know,
both sides.
I think I'd be more concerned about like the giant wings. You know, if you knock on the door and there's just
The violet
guys there.
versus the pink spectrum for these two games, these two armies. Sorry, it's absolutely beautiful.
Oh my gosh, we can kind of hear them.
John has a unit of infractors jumping out of that Rhino. The Noise Marines staying inside. I love the Noise Marines and the Rhino in this matchup, with the two Blastmasters being able to shoot out of the top hatch, and then of course the Havoc launcher and the bolters. It's kind of
Yeah, I am wondering if this rhino just comes over this way and then shoots these guys.
could be detrimental because you get so much more firepower, but it's not needed. It's overkill. Just having Noise Marines inside the Rhino driving around shooting the Blastmasters out of the top hatch is really powerful.
There is a part of me that kind of wonders if there's a reason to take more things with like firing deck, or
Pressing the issue, I think that's a
ways to deal with the like witch cult funny charge thing by taking like vehicles with flamers or vehicles with firing deck, or stuff like that, just to make it so it's like the 2CP, haha, we charge you during your movement phase is just not worth it.
Most of the rest of this is going to be normal moving. Yes, they're in 12. They move 7 base. They're a little faster than normal.
Yeah, there's a little bit of terms and conditions on that advance and charge. Do whatever you want. Not quite do whatever you want. You can't charge something that's already been charged by another unit that's advanced, and you can't fall back and charge back into something that's already been charged. So, and that was a very simplistic way of saying it, not quite exactly it, but just if you think about those as the terms and conditions, you
Yeah.
kind of get your head around it. Because
Yeah, the big way that I've heard it explained is like the Emperor's Children.
quite.
Emperor's Children get bored easily, so you gotta,
Look, it's an
you know, they don't want to play with other people's toys.
Demon Prince jumping over to go into those reavers as we knew it would, and then it's going to stage up in that ruin and be actually like a relatively.
I am expecting Steve is going to have to go for some 2CP charge here.
Demon Prince is being
The only question is like which one he wants to do.
elements. He's going with all the demonic aspects first, the high durability, high toughness, and good save aspects. And so this is quite an interesting tempo play by John. Looks like he wants his Noise Marines and Fractus Tormentors to be the follow-up, the second wave. Once he has killed a couple of the premium assets, the anti-tank assets, it's going to result in Steve having to put witches on the table, and that's going to expose them to the Adeptus Astartes, the Heretic Astartes portions. I think this is quite a good play by John. Shows a lot of understanding of the matchup, and Steve is showing a lot as well. Always putting out some control elements, always trying to take a little bit off the top of what John can do. Of course, John would have the option.
Yeah, Steve has gotten pretty lucky in his secondary draws so far, as you can see, because he's gotten 15 points in 4 cards, which is pretty good.
Looks like we have had our first objective, what we called stickied, as in the Tormentors from John's army.
Such a powerful ability.
Yeah, will plant a flag for the Emperor's Children on an objective if they're on it at the start of the command phase. Look like that's happened in the bottom right. You can see that token down there on that Emperor's Children objective. So that has been claimed for Slanesh evermore, or until the Drukhari says something about it.
Okay, so now we're going to go and see what these guys want to do. Hey man, great to see you. Hope your mental health is doing better. I am doing better. Thanks for asking. Me and my son look forward to your content every week. Continue the great work. You are truly loved in this space, my friend. I appreciate it. I do appreciate hearing that. Yeah, so to be honest, I don't mind talking about it. I've been living with depression for most of my adult life. Honestly, maybe earlier than that, but definitely at least since like college. And my depression tends to be fairly cyclical, so it's about like every like 6 weeks or so I am at risk of having like a depressive episode. And to put it very simply, while I am looking for full-time work right now, as I was reading, or as I was like at risk, I read an entire article about like how Amazon was just like laying off like 30,000 people. And I was like, neat. That's great. I love that for me while I'm trying to find work.
There's nothing that's going to save those scourges, I don't think.
No, I don't believe you can save the scourges.
So, you know, when it's hearing that like all of the you know, job prospects are continuing to get worse, is like, damn, this has already been hard. But anyway, right now I might sound a little bit down, but it's mostly because I'm sleepy. I normally wake up around like 10 a.m. You know, sometime between 10 and 11 a.m. And I woke up today at 5:30 a.m. So, you know, it's like 4.5 hours before I typically wake up. Just to come hang out with y'all and talk about 40K. So, quick note here, there was this reactive move with the Hellions coming out this way. Remember, if you are within 9, you can just go for a charge over here. So I'm gonna guess this is like a 4-inch charge for the Hellions into like these guys. To me, that implies that Steve has already given up, right? Like I was not super keen on moving these Scourgers so that they are within charge range, or like plausible advance in charge range by the Demon Princes. Because I do think that like Demon Prince is now gonna come in, bonk those guys, this one is going to try and make a charge into one of these things, and then it just kind of cascades from there. If you could choose your job, what would you like to do? Um, I would, to be honest, the big thing right now is I just really like being in a position where I can help. I can I can either build resources for other people, or I can help connect people to resources. So things that I would love to do. One of the things that I think I would really enjoy would being like a school like academic counselor of some kind. Um, just kind of help people figure out what they're trying to do, like that. But any kind of like project management is stuff that I've done in the past. I was a project manager and product manager for a couple of years, but this is like 7 years ago that it was last on my resume. And then these days, most of the past decade, I've spent working at Riot Games as a commentator. So if anybody who doesn't know, I spent 7 years working as a color commentator. So I was the one who was supposed to be smart about the game, basically. And so I did mostly League of Legends Academy, so the tier 2, but I did a couple of stints on LCS. I had a couple opportunities to do like other big projects, like I was also doing like I did Twitch Rivals a couple of times. I did a bunch of collegiate stuff. I went to the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. Oh, that is cool. So that's great. Also, other people to point out, we do see Richard Siegler, Nick Nanavati, Liam VSL there. And then don't recognize everybody else along here. I see Jack Harpster and Folger Piles. We could probably figure out who their opponents are, but it's also very easy to figure them out based on their opponents. Yeah, this is nice. That's some cool stuff. But yeah. Oh, he's even got the laugh built in. That's great. Yeah, I know there's the grand narrative going on at the same time. In another room. I know of a couple of people who are there. I don't know if I know anyone personally who's at the event. Or at the grand narrative, but it is very cool because you get the other side of the hobby at the same time. T1 or KT? I mean, I'm a classic T1 fan. For me, it's always been like after the NA teams get knocked out, or you root for a European team, and then after that, I think it's very cool watching the T1 dynasty continue, and the fact that we finally get a Telecom Wars as the finals is really exciting. I'm not going to lie, part of why I'm not spending that much time like looking at League of Legends things, and part of why I stopped is because my passion for the game isn't there anymore. So like I do watch some, but I mostly like for this year I mostly just like turn it on as something to fall asleep to. So like I saw like some FlyQuest playing. I saw G2, or I saw like FlyQuest like Buster out, and then I saw like some of FlyQuest. Or some of G2 anyway. And then yeah, I enjoy it. I don't really fully understand what Otacon does. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure one of the big things about like most games is once you hit like a certain level of playing a game, it is really hard to be lower than a certain level, if that makes sense. Like, at my best, I was Diamond 2 back in Season 5, meaning that like that was like roughly equivalent to like Masters today. I don't think it was GM, but I think it was definitely like Masters equivalent. So like having not played basically at all for most of a year, I'm still going to be like a platinum player. And the big thing now is I've heard that they like revamped how minion waves work. Like not that long ago, I heard that they changed how minion waves work, which is actually probably the biggest thing that would affect my ability to understand what's going on the board or on the map. Just because like the waves move at a different tempo than what I'm used to, and that was always the thing that I would be way better at is understanding like how long it took for different things to happen on the map. And from what I understand, that is different now. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get a rapid ingress coming out from Steve here. So, because you have the rapid ingress, and then you also have, I'm assuming this is going to charge here.
I just don't think he's going to have the units that he wants to use. He's going to have to focus everything on cleaning the midboard.
He's coming back. He's coming back to his house.
Yeah, he is. Needs to defend the home.
Which is good. I mean,
Because this is going to go kill that, maybe shoot here, and if he gets really lucky. This I don't think has a real charge into anything. Like maybe he could just like long bomb that. Otherwise, just going here. You have the tormentors or infractors. I don't know which one. Going here. This I'm assuming can shoot that. And then at the Demon Princes, like you're just gonna pick up a lot of the Drukhari army here. I think Steve is a little bit too far forward with a lot of the pieces. Just because so much of the Emperor's Children army flies. So we'll see how much it gets picked up. Game is super overloaded now. After 15 minutes, everyone is running everywhere at all times. Yeah, from what I have been hearing is that Otacon is nuts, right? And from what I understand about the game right now is that Otacon just determines the winner of the game basically by itself, which is not like the most interesting thing in the world because you just force fights around 20 minutes really early, and even if you're losing, you just flip a fight around Otacon as your way to like try and come in. Okay, so it looks like still trying to figure out exactly where these this Hellion Break is gonna go. There is not a lot of shooting that can go here because there's the wall that the Demon Prince I don't think we'll be able to see over, but it's got very tall wings, so maybe. But even then, it's not like that many shots. And then you do have to be very careful about like this firing line, so I would not be surprised if the Hellions do end up here in the middle. In solo queue, it's not that important, but he's basically an extra level for the whole team. Yeah, an extra level, a ton of extra combat power, from what I've been hearing. My friends who are more keyed into the game right now are saying that statistically, the team that has Otacon is more likely to win than the team that got Elder Dragon, which is crazy because the Elder Dragon is like super high win rate.
John wants you to give an opportunity to roll the dice, and Steve as well looking out to not letting it happen.
So 9 inches away from the Demon Prince is totally fine, but wants to be 12 inches away from the Mauler Fiend. That's what we're hearing.
And the reason it's fine is the Demon Prince has his sights on those Reavers right there,
and would have to go up and over the terrain feature as well with the fly rule. So probably outside of range. Even if he's 9 inches away, he's probably outside 12. We need to roll like a 13.
Okay.
Negotiate the up and down of the.
I like that multi-layered thinking there.
Yeah. Why let your opponent roll dice? Take the chance.
I mean, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so he's decided to just go 9 away from the Demon Prince and not worry about the Mauler. So yeah, those...
yeah, I wouldn't give the Mauler Fiend an opportunity to go for it, if possible.
It wants something to do. Don't give it something to do when it has nothing to do.
Granted, he can charge back here on this unit here and then consolidate to that objective.
I believe he should. He should charge those witches and then tilt his base pivot onto the objective, and then when they die, he can consolidate further on.
But don't give him another free target.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay. So staying outside of 12 of the Mauler Fiend, it appears, does have to be careful of this Demon Prince, because you got...
Have you talked about the stats from the Demon Prince?
you got about about to hear is like 9 away from that prince.
We do have the ability to bring up various bits and pieces on screen for you guys.
Have to find the right Demon Prince. This is we need wings.
We need winged Emperor's Children Demon Prince. There we go.
Does this event go till Sunday? Yeah, we have one more day. So we got 2 rounds today. So the 8th finals, I believe, is what you could call it. This is the round of 16. And then we have round of 16, round of 8 today. And then tomorrow we have the round of 4 in the finals. And the 3rd place match as well.
Demonic Destruction. Each time a model ends a charge move, select one enemy unit within engagement range of it and roll a d6 for each of these models' remaining wounds. For each 4+, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6.
Alright, I'm actually really curious what it is that Steve is measuring for here.
It hasn't come up.
Just like looking for shooting angles?
But that's almost like, in my opinion, like a pseudo grenades effect.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely
And
is.
anything
Pseudo
models
tank shot.
with that ability, I actually kind of count the Mauler Fiend in that category because it has some close range melta stuff that gets up there. In addition to what it's powerful.
I'm curious what it is that
Bonus damage, incredibly powerful.
this line. Oh, excuse me. I'm curious what the line is. What faction do you think will take it all? Probably Admech. Admech or Eldar. I think my 3 favorites from this position are Liam VSL, John Lennon, and Richard Siegler. Because you have Liam VSL playing Eldar up against Nick Nanavati right now. Winner of that plays the winner of this game, so Steve Trimble versus John Lennon. And then Richard Siegler, I think, like, for me, he is like the Admech guy, and Admech is not okay right now. Eerie, Inverted Cross, and John's deployment. It's giving demonic power. Nice. Yeah, you got the cross here. Okay. And then, alright, Steve, I'm expecting a charge coming out from the Hellions. Or something. I am expecting a 2 CP charge into something. The problem is John has done a good job setting up opportunities for charge mortals with these guys. And then you can't just... you could, because they don't have that many shots. So you could try and prevent one of them from going for a charge. But then if you shoot it and then charge mortal them afterwards, like, that's probably enough to get 5 witches down, because it's only 5 wounds, and you're expecting to do 5 mortal wounds plus shooting before the Demon Prince has to charge.
Very good control play here by John. It's almost like he knows or has played this matchup before or something. It's almost like Skari played against him 5 times recently, which is maybe something that happened.
The well-known Drukari player.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, he's heralded as one of the best in the world. He's playing Reaper's Wager at this event, whereas Steve Trimble is playing the Spectacle of Spite. So it's, Skari's here.
Oh, green banner. I think he's wearing the Challengers Cup t-shirt right now. I think Steve has recognized that he messed up with the Scourges and is now trying to figure out what to do. So he's going to spend 2. He's going to go for a charge. Yeah. Hellions going in. So a couple things to remember. I don't think he's able to touch the Rhino, so the Rhino cannot shoot. You cannot shoot into the Hellions. However, there is a way to try and free them. I do believe these infractors have like a pistol, so maybe you pick up like 1 with a plasma pistol. But the charge mortals are a way to try and free things up, but I also... like, the Hellions probably just kill this infractor unit.
And now they're only going to get 1, because of course that Lord Exalted by himself takes out those 3 Hellions without much stress, or those 5 Hellions without much stress. But now they're protecting and insulating other assets.
Oh, he's going on this side of the wall. They won't be able to go over, so it does make the next move a little bit weird.
Steve is now at 1 command point after spending that
Yeah, lots of CP. So we got the rapid ingress over here. We got the counter charge over here.
It is a great play. He will take a couple of those Noise Marines with him. Shooting at the Dark Lances back there. Needing 3 saved.
All right, trying to pull himself
He just made a choice there.
out, and then the Rhino here did not advance, so it is allowed to shoot after. You should try Dota. That will put some lead in your pencil. I don't think I'm likely to try Dota anytime soon. I have played Dota in the past. It's been a long time since I have.
6 wounds here.
Using John's dice.
3 fails.
1 save.
Yeah. All right. So this unit of Scourges is effectively dead because I think this is the Sergeant who doesn't do anything, and then he's gonna die to
Yes.
the rest of the shooting. To be honest, I don't know. I just haven't been like that.
AP ignores cover. Yeah, they're gone.
That is
I haven't felt like a drive to play any like competitive video games recently, mostly because I've been feeling that with 40K. So I just have an opportunity to just play something else, and I've been really enjoying 40K for a while. I'm a little burnt out right now, but that's okay. I do have opportunity to do more.
He's tracking Steve's command points. You should always do that, by the way. You should always track yours and your opponent's, and just make sure the information is always the same across both.
It is good to confer, especially if a dice gets bumped or
All right.
or you're,
So a couple
you
plasma
weren't sure if
pistols.
any discounted stratagem or something
Yeah,
you're
spot
gonna have that communication. You always want to be aware of that for things like counteroffensive or rapid ingress or whatever.
Yeah, this is just pistols shooting into the Hellion combat now, because of course.
So
you know,
killed
the
one.
bolt pistol
I'm
is
surprised he
one,
didn't
the
kill
gun
one
is
over
there.
here, to be honest. I think he's trying to avoid the charge mortals, but
Yep, time for the Prince to shoot.
Eh?
Only 3 shots, 3 hits, just 2 wounds. AP 1, 2 damage. Shooting into the Reavers. That is what, 1 dead and 2 dead.
2 died. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, so this, we've lost the Scourges here. We're expecting this to be dead, and then it's just
So we have
this will die.
those Reavers are likely to go
It'll
down.
depend on what John wants to do with these chargers afterwards.
Inside that ruin just above the 2 Demon Princes, likely to get charged. And then there's 2
Maybe he was trying to avoid a tank shock with this Rhino, actually.
Or the Raider.
Yeah. In my opinion, you should go the Raider. If you can go either, you go the Raider. You go the one with the more wounds, or you
Pull
go
down, put the big unit on the table.
correct. Get Lilith and the squad of 10 on the board.
I think he's trying to see if this Demon Prince can shoot the Venom.
Prince is shooting at the Venom.
Yep, might as well. Can't see anything else. All hits, 1 wound. Takes 2 wounds.
Takes 2. I mean, these things only have like 6 to start, so being down to 4 is a big deal.
Not known for the saves.
But he's not making any of them.
Yeah, 0.
Which is, kind of bad.
Definitely not ideal. I think he's shot all he is going to shoot, and we're going to be heading into the charge phase. Yep, first Demon Prince. Looks like he's declaring charge on both the transports.
Here's a question: did you miss anything? If you stepped
Oh,
back,
interesting.
you were just
Because if he
back
charges
in
both,
the
then the
game,
other one won't be able to charge.
A lot of positioning on both sides, counter charging,
Yeah.
counter positioning. And now we're seeing the shooting phase from the Emperor's Children.
Yep, and now it looks like John is using his proxy Demon Prince, which is always a great thing to have to see if he can connect.
Yeah, I think so. This is why. So I've talked about this a bunch, right? The expectation that it is just pushed up against the wall here in case there are issues, are like trying to figure out where things can stand.
You can suss out, can I actually fit there?
It's
Can
a
my
real thing.
base land flat? And the players working together to get the job done. That's what we'd love to see. Saying, well,
And this is where, right, like this this piece has moved so much.
Spiky parts, and that's Steve helping him right there, by the way.
It's gorgeous. Love
Yeah.
to see it.
He's saying he may need a 5 or 6 charge to pull that off.
Yeah. It's not going to be too hard for John to achieve.
Oh, famous last words.
Ah, no. Why did I put that hoodoo on my boy?
So Maulerfiend going backwards first, I think. Oh,
No, still
oh, shooting Maulerfiend.
John was, just forgot a piece there, and now he's going to finish it off. Yeah, he's just decided to shoot some of the shots into the witches. He'd rather not charge and give more exposed models if he can help it, but he has killed away the witches that were closest to the Mauler Fiend.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
He's saying he does not want to shoot the witches, probably not wanting to potentially remove a charge.
Yeah.
So I do think you charge this first into whatever, because this one does have the option to go down over here.
He's stated that Mauler wants to go for the Witcher still.
He did. He's also pointing out that the rest of his units had normal moved, and so they are still eligible to charge
wherever they
just
please.
in case. Yeah.
Yep.
Neat. So this goes bonks. I assume he's...
The further they move, but the less charge
Oh, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't try and end up here in order to touch the Venom, but...
If you missed the preview last night, you can check out everything on the Warhammer community page.
Oh yeah, speaking of the preview,
What was your favorite
astute move by John, jumping the Demon Prince to the other
it
side.
existed. The preview definitely existed.
So now he's no longer
Okay, so he's trying to make sure that when he goes here, no matter how the mortal wounds get pulled, he will be within range to pile in. So, smarter than me.
4 mortal wounds done on the charge there by the Demon Prince.
And then,
Two closest Reavers.
yeah, I don't know. I thought the Tau suits were kind of cool. I'm really glad the Ultramarines are like finally getting some attention. It's been too long since they had new models come out, so you know, really glad they're getting something.
Charge now going for a 5 or 6. Got it.
10 is pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be able to jump over and get in that position. He's going to put the mortal wounds into the Witches, almost definitely.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he can high roll that. And on average, he does the 5 wounds needed to kill that entire unit. Doesn't even need to put attacks into it.
Neat.
He'll roll that right now because it is immediately after the charge. He wants to see 5 4-ups here.
Oh, looking at a heroic. Interesting.
By the unit of 10 Hellions, looks like John is just out.
Going for the mortaling on the
Right,
witches.
witches. Ooh, got him. Got him.
6, he got them all.
So that's an overwhelming force there as well.
Using any attacks without any wasted motion. Picks up another unit.
The charge mortals on that unit is so good.
Extremely powerful. Morphing going
I like the Tau suits in the new Votan, dude. Tau suits probably suck in game, but they do look cool. That's always possible. I always think it's funny when we get to see the like new stuff, because like sometimes it's like, is it, you know, how good is it? What does it do? And I think one of the big ones was like the Aquilons was like, well, it's. I thought it was going to be
They have the better angle on it from what we have.
12-inch move and assault.
That is a failed charge.
Instead, we got 3-inch deep strike, which was, you know, one hell of a rule. 3-inch deep strike, including on rapid ingress, was
Rhino and
not a well thought out rule.
a ton of command points at this point. So things like tank shot grenades and things like that
Okay,
are almost free to him right now.
which one was that? So that's going into the Venom.
does look like that is in.
Cool.
So connecting on
Tank shock,
3 of his charges.
or
Sorry, 3 of the
Spank shock that one.
all 3 Demon Princes making contact. Become the mortal wounds.
5 leaves it at 1.
The Venom
A little bit unlucky for John there. But, you know, that is the expected number. So he's not going to be able to kill the contents inside.
so that is how many units on the count there?
That was only 2 so far, the Scourges and the Witches. But the Reavers at the top, the Witches in the middle, and if not one or both of these transports are going to go down, which will be the 6 that I declared. Yep.
That is the number of Slanesh.
Maybe I watch games and maybe I know things. Who knows?
Okay.
You be the judge.
Why not both?
Not you, Paul.
Yeah.
I know what you'll say.
I say you got lucky. No.
6.
There are a lot of targets.
The guys are coming out.
They're a very,
Is that the Noise Marines?
So Tony needed
Oh,
to-
interesting. Charging the Noise Marines.
When you are the numerically disadvantaged.
They're very much designed by the this would be cool guys, not the guys who play the game. Yeah.
And completely deny your primary score. I think this is the Tony.
I am.
And he's having it. And looking like a
I
absolute superstar.
I do want more game design by the this would be cool. Or this would be funny. I want more design by the this would be funny set of guys. Just because we've kind of lost the funny part of 40k.
Are now going to dominate the table.
Yeah, see that 3-inch rapid is too good. I think like 3-inch deep strike, but you take like mortal wounds would be interesting. Right, like you have options to do really cool stuff, but you make it silly. Okay, it looks like a tank shot coming out here from the Rhino
Might be in the realms of having to do everything via committee.
for
As in
2.
multiple units needed
19 range?
Yes, yeah, he is, mate. He's got 24 units, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the first round of attacks into
I do really think like it would be a lot more fun if like psychic test if you just rolled
Even with the
or
16
the like Thousand Suns test if you rolled like double ones, you turn into a spawn,
5 saves here.
and if you like roll double sixes, like you can turn into like a demon prince or something. Still salty the towers to pay 2 CP for 6-inch deep strike. Yeah,
a lot of demon princes around there.
the fact that it's 2 CP is kind of wild. But I mean that entire detachment is just fire and fade, 6-inch deep strike. It's like the only two strats they have.
Is going to bop the one wound venom.
But
All right.
Probably a fact.
Yeah.
He's dead. Deadly demise, deadly demise. Let's go.
Okay, so Venom comes out. We'll see where the guys go. So it's again entirely John's decision here on whether or not the guys that pile out as Venom actually get a fight. Just because
I gotta
you do have you cannot come in with an engagement range there.
That is, I mean, that's another way to deal with the demon princes is giving some mortal damage.
So this is a succubus unit of witches.
All right.
They're discussing about where to deploy to to make people the closest target for things.
I think John will always have a choice if he did the charge correctly and set up the just outside of one here.
And actually pretty safely.
When I play it, I help people screen my 6 inches so I don't have to spend 2 CP. Yeah, 6-inch deep strike is definitely one of those. It doesn't come up as often as you would like, but 6-inch versus the 9-inch deep strike, you know, it's like half the size. The circle's like half the size.
Could very well survive here.
So it does happen.
All hits.
It's all the
Must be
hits,
nice.
though. Oh,
Ooh.
wow, just
Nah,
two.
not gonna die. He does still get a save here. Only takes 3 damage.
Wow,
That's actually
it's all right. I mean, you still got witches and some extra free damage into the boat, so it's not too bad.
John's not
It's always interesting. All right, Rhino. Oh,
No saves. It's been a rough save game.
It
for
is.
Steve.
It's always gonna be in this matchup. Another 2 wins done to the Hellions now.
all right. Now, how many guys do the Hellions punch to death? Ah, no, not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Punching witches.
2 noise marines.
Attacks
It is.
on a small number.
Witch punching. Okay, there you go.
I think
So 4 noise marines.
try to get as much as he can, but also where he wants to be next.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna be able to get 4 on this unit. The 2 attacks each or 3
Yeah, I feel like
Noise Marines? I want to say.
I feel like this game is already over.
we know.
I don't know about you guys, but like I feel like there's just too much Drukhari stuff gone already.
John's already stated, I've already got my pledge. Come the Noise Marines. Not a great hit. That is rerolling ones.
3 attacks on the
Yeah,
regular.
3 attacks.
Yeah, it's 4 up invuls, but like
6
That's
saves.
4.
Past the first 2 saves.
oh my gosh, only 1 dies.
Lost 1.
That's funny.
He just high rolled there.
All right.
Of course, witches in combat have 4 up invulnerable saves.
Invulnerable saves. Turning it back
And
on.
6 wounds, only failed 1. So that is pretty cute. He's going to lock down that unit of Noise Marines if he survives through the next turn as well, which is unlikely, to be fair. Something. You can also fall back and charge and do a couple
I
of
don't think he
things.
wants to be there. I think
Nah.
if he does live, I mean, it is going to be.
All right.
um,
This
escape.
probably the Hellions.
Yeah, keep a resource. See what your secondaries are first, of course. So Steve is attacking back now.
Gonna make 6 4-ups here. He's trying to.
I was trying to decide if he was going to armor contempt.
He's debating whether or not he wants to use his feel no pain stratagem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And his wind wounds get allocated
Get
to a
allocated.
model, so he's choosing.
Yeah.
He's really trying to
Yeah.
make a thoughtful choice about where he allocates and if he wants to use that resource.
Looks like he is spending it. Going down to 2 command points left.
Down to 2.
Oh, tank shock. Yeah, it was the other
So he's
other
failed
CP that he spent.
He's failed to kill the raider.
Fail 3 saves.
Feel no pain. Second. Third.
3 dead.
Okay, 1 CP did do nothing.
And it did not pay off
Did
for
not
him.
make a dang difference. So that's the Hellions.
That's how I always feel about like 6-up Feel No Pain. It's just like, you know, sometimes it's funny. But I don't know if 1 CP keep 1 extra Marine alive is
Limit some attacks.
really worth it.
Of course, because that counts as an ongoing combat. Because
Yeah.
the infractors didn't charge. So that's why. So it was the Rhino actually attacked first. Then the Hellions have now killed 3 infractors, and now because it's an ongoing combat technically, in John's turn, now John's infractors will pile in an attack.
Yeah.
So I don't think the character is going to be able to swing. That looks like more than 4. But
I think that's one of the questions we got. And then also a comment here: hard to lock the Emperor's Children down. It really is.
It really is.
But
as long as it isn't on Knights. I don't remember what I said. What is it on Knights? Oh, the 6-up Feel No Pain. Yeah. When you have so many just wounds that it is pretty much guaranteed to be relevant. Alright, 2 guys. Do they kill the Hellions here? John did a really good job at limiting like how much damage the Hellions actually did with that.
Now looking for 4s, rerolling 1s. Just had a 1-to-1 club. 8 AP1 saves here to make.
And they're gone. I mean, that's 2 CP. He only killed 3 Marines for 2 CP. I mean, it is 2 grenades, but it's like, ugh, it's tough.
All the way inside the deployment zone right now.
And he gets another CP for having killed a thing. Steve, don't forget to punch your witch.
3 overwhelming force. They're scoring up John's turn. They're resolving 1 less combat.
Yeah, great turn by John. Wasn't perfect, which Fulgrim's
Even then, Question Companions, yeah, when they got it for free, that was a problem. When it's not free, it's we have to pay for it. It's usually not very good. Usually, if you know like the math on like how close it is that something lives or dies, it can become useful.
That's exactly what Steve needed.
He got his 4 kills, so he completed his pledge.
It looked like that, the John was going to get everything available to him.
Yeah.
Denied him a couple
So,
times. And
oh yeah, this one witch living does mean there's only 3 points. So Steve does have a lot of score advantage right now. I just worry he's gonna run out of
John is
pieces.
2 of this round.
They forget to put in London's primary.
He got his 1 on turn 1, so he's on 5 already. So he's looking pretty good. Only 2
Because he only got the 5? I'm not sure. Because he didn't have a great turn 1 secondary draw. And then he only got 3 secondaries so far.
back. He can reach all of these. I think the bottom right will
So it might be... This score might be accurate.
my opinion.
I think the worry was if he didn't do the heroic thing, those infractors could very possibly have lined up killing the Scourge on the home point. Possible.
By committee. Lilith and the
It's pretty far.
maybe, but it's
It's priority 1.
It
I think
is.
you can comfortably throw Lilith in 1 unit at a Demon Prince.
Yeah, it's Armor Contempt that throws the math. That throws the math off there. Because it's got a 2-up save.
Ugh.
Armor Contempt,
Couple of combat drugs. It looks like a 2 and a 4.
3+. They're winning on 6s into a 3+ save. That can be a lot of missed potential there. So it's one of those ones.
I did not hear what they said, what the secondaries were. But Steve is going to get a 5.
Edge of that objective.
Yep. This is going to be a
He was on 12. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah, I'm actually really curious what the
giving it a perfectly good clip.
delay is. I'm going to guess it's like
Milestone right now as well,
10 seconds.
which we do love to see,
Between...
especially seeing
probably like 7 seconds. 7 seconds is pretty typical. Between when I say something and it actually goes out on stream.
All these games have been fun to watch. If you're just tuning in, we are bringing you live coverage from day 3
Okay.
in Atlanta. This is the first round of the Champions bracket. Going to bring you round 2 after this. The pool play that we had, the open bracket.
Excuse me.
Pods brought you coverage of that the last 2 days.
I think after this turn I might go heat up some tea.
Also spectacular.
Help myself wake up a little bit. Yesterday I went to go get myself some
On the right side of the screen, battle round 3.
Yep. So going into the top.
What do you
of
call
the
it?
guys.
Like a breakfast burrito stuff.
About to take about Battle Shock there on the Witch.
Yep.
Fails Battle Shock.
It.
Oh,
So
does it die?
giving away a kill to John if it falls back
For the
and
desperate
dies.
escape. And look, they just mentioned this hypothetical movement. This is just to see if,
Where
this,
he can
if
go.
this is worth the risk.
I don't think so.
Also has the option to pull the lever in one of the combat drugs. Combat drugs available to the Spectacular Spite, +2 move, +1 attack, +1 weapon skill, +1
I think he rolled the drugs. I think it was 2 and 4.
as well.
I think.
Just confirming the amount of wounds left on
Spite. So if he rolled it, it would be +2 move and +1 toughness.
That's gotta seem daunting.
So T5 Hellions is not bad. Coterie also gets stronger as the game goes on. Very true. And he got like 4. 4. So he's already up to sustained and lethal on this battle round.
Pressure does he feel like he's under right now? Does he feel like he has another turn?
To be absolutely fair, his last unit of Scourges are dead this turn. Sorry, next turn. If those 2 Demon Princes are alive, which one of those is likely to be.
Yeah. I am very worried, right? Because, like, this is not the easiest thing for John to interact with. You just have the 1 Demon Prince here and, like, a Mauler Fiend, but you can block this Mauler Fiend fairly easily. It's Demon Prince are like, existential threats, which means that you kind of have to deal with this and then kind of go from there. However, having lost the 1 unit of Scourges, like, 1 unit of Scourges shouldn't kill, because you're probably getting like 1 Dark Lance through for D6 +2 down to D6 +1. So you're probably getting like 5 damage onto a Demon Prince from 1 unit of Scourges would be my guess. So you do need to put like more into them. So how do you deal with 15 wounds of Demon Princes and then 25? I don't know if you can deal with 25 wounds of Demon Princes with only 1 unit of Scourges as like your anti-tank. Witches could come out, but is that a 1 on in advance? Oh, is he punching Prince?
That's why John needs to get so much kill deathing done, because otherwise the primary is just going to continue to go Steve's way.
Got some predictions coming in early here. 2 will live, 1 will live. Over on YouTube, we're gonna put a poll up on Twitch.
Oh, I think one of them's like, I don't know.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching this just incredibly top tier games.
Yeah, dude.
Generalship.
So that poll should be going up.
I just think bringing out the Scourges here to, you know, shoot at guys. I think they killed like a Marine, maybe not even that, and then died. Like it just feels like a death sentence.
For primary in round 2.
Yep, and he's going to be getting 3 points left to come to add to his score on Defense Stronghold, which of course hasn't scored yet. So 23 to 40 right now. 17-point difference is pretty big, guys.
Tempting, no prisoners.
No prisoners it is a good turn for no prisoners.
Just because of all the available units out there that John pushed him up.
Unit-rich environment.
Discussing the combat ferocity of like a normal unit of Emperor's Children versus more close combat dedicated Emperor's Children. That does matter in this case. Marines are no slouch though, just as their base profile. You know,
Yeah, correct.
Strength 4. 3 attacks apiece.
Yeah.
Strength 4 into elves means you're still winning on 3s.
Adequate into toughness 3, yeah.
But the close combat units are a magnitude different.
Yes.
With a number of attacks. Maybe it doesn't change Steve's
Yeah.
score,
So in round 3, these guys are a little bit more than 2 hours into the round. They do have 4 hours, so they do have lots of time. Ooh, gotta be careful about that. Oh, for the 6-inch disembark stratagem.
All 3 of those units, that is huge. And I mean, like I said, Lilith and the 10 witches might kill a demon
I
prince.
don't know if you can go the other direction.
Everything to the right of screen apart from the rhino.
And that's also a great play too there because what's right there? An objective.
Because you could, I think he's thinking about just like going and like mopping up this objective and just leaving the Demon Princess running around as like another path in this game, which isn't ridiculous.
And maybe even another reason to leave him locked in there because he did consider moving them.
Well, it might still fall it back, but you leave it here now for Lilith. Going to disembark 6 and then move 8. It's going to auto charge in every direction.
Bit off topic, I've come back to playing guard with the triple Dorn list, played a couple games, and feel like I don't have enough stuff. Should I play more or swap a Dorn for more chaff? So, I recently played it in singles, right? It was originally built as a teams list, in order to just like shoot people on open boards. If I were to like do it again, I would probably drop the Dorn battle tank, and I really like having at least 3 tanks, so I would look to swap the third Dorn for a like an exterminator, and then like another unit of dudes of some kind, something like that. The other thing that you can do is, if I were to build a singles list, the list that Caleb Smith took to Laughing Dragon this last weekend is also like very similar to a list that I would look at, where it has the standard tank package of Dorn. I think it was 2 battle tanks and then a Hellhound. Like that's another thing that I've played a lot of in the past. I also felt like the list was just kind of short on things, but I didn't. I just kind of submitted it on account of I didn't want to think about playing something new. Like I just didn't want to put. I did not want to put that much effort into thinking about a new list at the time, so I just submitted a list that I'd played before. But I liked Caleb Smith's list. It's something that I would definitely consider playing. Let me take a look. What else? What other list do I like? I haven't played with Gustavo's list. Let me take a look. Ken Bush also had a pretty good list this last weekend. If you like the Scions, he had the 2 Dorns and then the Exterminator, and then he had like other stuff as well. So I like both of their lists. Like if you're just looking for a standard combined list, I think both Caleb Smith and Ken Bush had good lists this weekend. There's also, you can try Gustavo's list if you're looking for combined stuff. Like those are probably, and if you're playing on Games Workshop terrain anyway, if you're playing on UKTC or WTC terrain, then I would also look at like Dorns and Bulgren style lists. That like, so who played it recently? So Scott McCutcheon at Coventry 3-day. David Gross played something similar. Matt Hearn played something similar. They kind of build themselves. Like you put in 2 Dorn commanders, you put in 12 Bulgren, you put in 3 units of Kazarkin, and then look at transports, look at 20 mans of stuff. It's definitely not the only way to play, but it is the easy way to play. Alright, here come girls, mini girls.
Who won the codex from earlier? Actual Fenton, I believe it was.
Fint, yeah.
Fint, over on Twitch.
So you may think that Lilith has already moved. That was just a 6-inch disembark ability.
Jumped out.
Now Lilith is moving.
Games Workshop, local team that runs RTTs, love GW 4 and 6, so Bulgren feel pretty unplayable, unfortunately. Yeah, I probably wouldn't play Bulgren on if I knew I was only playing 4 and 6. I'm not gonna lie, if you know you're only playing on like 4 and 6, you could also look at David Purcell's list that he took to Worlds. It's 1 Dorn and like 6 Lehman Russes, 3 Vanquishers, 2 battle tanks, and an exterminator. Like you can look at that. You can also look at like Nick Jagiello's pile of tanks list, where you just shoot people. You are more violent than most other lists. And also you just have a lot of toughness 10, toughness 11, 2 plus.
Just seeing if any of their games are wrapped up in the top bracket. Doesn't look like they have. All still underway.
On the plus side, your guard on layouts 4 and 6. Very true.
That is only half of this battle.
There's not a lot of armies I would prefer to be on layout 4 and 6. I think we're looking at like Admech, Tau, Ironstorm. That's about it. I don't even know if I prefer Ironstorm, but like you could. Okay, girls coming out. My big question still is this Demon Prince. Like I just don't know how we're killing princes. That's the big question. I think every board I would prefer to be Admech on. Actually, I don't think there's a single board where I would prefer to play guard than Admech. Find those lists and try them out. I just couldn't figure out if I was inexperienced with Triple Dorn or if it was the list. Like, okay, so Triple Dorn is going to give you some yeah, Triple Dorn, it just is not a lot of stuff. You are going to win and lose more matches because people can or cannot kill Dorns. Which is very good for teams, not as interesting for singles.
That one which, again, what a juicy Overwatch this could have been.
Oh yeah, the one which, talking about the Overwatching with the Noise Marines here. So the 2 Blast Masters, it is decent because it's rerolling ones with, I think it's lethal sustained at this point. The printers actually need to die here, or can Jukari just kill everything else? I think that's the line that they're taking. My worry is if you just leave, there are ways, like you can just go kill everything else. You can kind of ignore the Mauler Fiend, to be honest. But it does become a question because like the Demon Princes can pretty plausibly kill like 2 things just by themselves. Because you like kill most of a witch unit in combat, and then oftentimes you can pile in into another one. And even these like dudes here and these dudes here can kill enough. So it is interesting. There are still dudes in this Rhino, and so part of the problem is the guys in the Rhino are pretty safe. So you might have to commit like Scourges to like try and kill. So if you do kill everything but the princes, I do think it is possible. But princes just have like so much control over the game. Change was just Oath and Twin Linked on the chickens. I think that was the only change in the most recent balance data slate, but they were already like on the verge of being good before that change. And Oath is just saying just Oath is always just like, you know, it's a funny thing. There's still a Noise Marine and Kako in the sky as well. I believe you are correct because it's definitely not here. Like this tactical map says that there's Noise Marines here, but right, they just didn't update. It's still there. So you have Noise Marines there. You have Noise Marines in this Rhino. Or there's definitely one here. There's definitely one here, and then I don't think there's one here, but the tactical map says there is. So that will be a big deal. Just Oath, yeah. Just the entire, you know, they just gave them the entire Space Marines army roll. It's fine.
And then 2x5, which is with Succubi.
One of the things we continue to hear from players is that if you can make them try to play the objective game with things like Demon Princes or the other power pieces,
that's right, man.
Then you've got them right where you want them.
You got an advantage, a massive advantage.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Steve is out of it, for sure. But I feel like, because he just is up 20 points. I don't think he's going to get tempting target, but he's going to get 5 here. So this is realistically 45 to 20. And his opponent, I'm expecting this to be 25 plus cards. So, you know, let's say 30. I'm expecting Steve to realistically be at like a 15-point advantage going into turn 4, which might be enough, but it's also like in that weird, my opponent's going to get a 15 at the end if I don't table them because it's hidden supplies. Fewer rerolls this edition, yeah, of course.
Combat, and we've talked about the lethalness of the Drakari, but they're very fragile, and you don't want to be.
So there's a couple of things available here to John. John also has the ability to redirect attacks. He can heroic intervene into a unit, or if a unit has charged 2 units, he can force attacks.
I don't know if this can be here because you need to be within 2 of 2, and I see this one and this one, but where's the other friend for this guy? He's trying to see. Okay, I guess I've established that they can put one there. Then you got bang. This is definitely too close. Okay, might be space.
Morphine is a walker, so Morphine can heroic intervene.
That is worth noting for sure. Although once John has built back a little bit of those command point reserves, we've theorized he may be using a lot of them very soon.
Indeed. Still another unit at 10 health. John
Yeah, it definitely looks like Steve is on the I'm going to kill everything but the Demon Prince's line of play here.
This is now no longer looking as good as I thought for the Drakari. I was really worried Drakari was going to clean sleep this. He has the ability to heroic intervene, redirect attacks, and interrupt. John has got a piggy bank of CP in order to mess with what Steve wants to try and execute this turn. Will he do it? Will he not? Well,
Seems real tight on that Mauler Fiend. I agree,
I mean, this would be a turn situation to use it.
correct.
But Steve has to power through it. That's what he's trying to do.
He does.
but you know,
Makes John feel a little bit better about not being out of Overwatch as well. 'Cause he's
if John Lennon isn't saying anything about it, then I'm not gonna worry about it. Like if John goes, I definitely would have like taken out that an inch stick and just being like, here you go. You do have to respect this at the very least. I do have one tool that I actually really like, that I got from Gamers Guild over in Phoenix, Arizona. I'll show you guys. So my 2 favorite 40k tools are this one by J15, because you got it's a 9-inch stick here, and then you can pull off 6-inch stick, 6-inch, 4-inch, 2-inch, and then you have the 3-inch and 1-inch, and then this one also is 2 along the bottom. So I really like this, and it just like snaps back in with magnets. So really good, J15. And then this other one, I don't know if you can buy anywhere. I got it as swag from Gamers Guild. So you have your 3-inch, and then you have your 9-inch, and this is a 2-inch. And the big reason why I like it is this is a 1-inch thing, and because it's long like this, you know, you put it on the ground. I'm gonna use my hand here. You can go like this really easily. So you can use that, right? Because like most of the time, if you're gonna go put something like this, you know, it's an inch across, but it's not necessarily like when you do it and you have like the different diagonals, it's not necessarily a full inch, but you can use this really easily in order to, you know, just like stick it down in places that are a little bit harder to get to otherwise. So I really like having that piece. That's definitely a spot where I'd be like, I don't know, brother. That seems a little bit close, but if John Lennon isn't saying anything, I'm not worried about it. Try not to get up as I push that. Alright, so we got girls. This still hasn't moved. Girls coming out here. This is definitely within an inch here. And then screening out. I do wonder what the Scourge is, because this turn probably determines the winner. And this, I don't think there are tools to kill if you're going for this plan, I do actually wonder if these Scourgers just hop out and try and kill the Rhino.
in the top left.
Venoms don't have assault ramp, do they? I don't know what the Venom rules are.
Yeah, he's already lining up what command points.
Venom is spelled with a V, not a B.
Just walking.
Abilities. Movement phase, spend a pain token, disembark after advanced, cannot declare a charge, and then get back into the Venom. Right, that's the other one.
So that probably means, yeah, he's going to try
Out of the 4 possible next games for these guys, which ones seem the most interesting possible?
lock it down. Does that fall back and
In terms of like which ones I want to watch, or in terms of like which ones are the best matchups?
He's not going to be able to get away from that top
Because I think
Demon Prince.
my expectation, if I had to fill out a bracket, it'd be Folger versus Siegler. And then Liam versus John, right? From like before. So Liam versus John. I don't know Travis King or Giorgio Castelli. They're just names that I'm not familiar with. I think Jack Harpster versus Mark Hertel is pretty interesting. I think that could go either way. But I do feel like Sisters has to be tough for the Ultramarines. Kyle McCord versus Alexander Yessen. I feel like Thousand Suns are actually fairly well equipped for that one. And then Jean-Luc Genning versus Leif Westerman. I feel like Eldar just have a really good matchup into Sisters. Just like mentally. So my guess would be Folger versus Siegs, Liam versus John. I don't know between Travis and Giorgio, but I feel like Deathwatch is going to struggle into AdMech. And then, so I'm going to go Travis King versus Jack Harpster, and then Alexander Yessen versus Leif Westerman. That would be my guess for the top 8. I mean, both of them have to play into Eldar. I'm pretty sure both of these armies have good Eldar matchups. I think. So we'll see. All right.
That is, yes, those are the wings from the Celestine statue.
Lots of girls coming out.
Love it when even modelers and hobbyists combine.
If Sisters with a million meltas can't kill triple Land Raider, I don't know what does. Yeah, I agree. And Retributors, I think that's what the Melta girls are called with like a million Miracle Dice. Yeah.
Basically trying to get options. He is going to be
Like if that doesn't just deal with the Land Raiders, I think we are in for a tough position. But the triple Land Raider, I'm very impressed that Mark consistently he's been playing basically the same list for so long. I'm kind of surprised he's not just like burnt out on the list, because I know he's been playing it at basically every event I see his name pop up. He's playing a variation on the 3 Land Raiders.
asking what's in reserves on John's side. Noise Marines. Measuring out some range. Gonna absolutely throw the kitchen sink.
Sorry, I'm just reading some things in my Discord. Tice JS says, "Is there any chance at this point that we get any kind of juice? We being guard, or are we done till 11th?" And Commander Valder responds, "Are we Ultramarines? No, then no. Not getting anything else this edition." Yeah, cool. He's wearing the Challengers Cup, and unfortunately, that camera seems to be overheating. Is what seems to be most likely.
So this is the board state after the deployments.
All right,
Finishing up the move.
boat goes fast.
See a need to want to evacuate that raider.
Trying to. Oh, excuse me. Trying to close out any rapid ingress over there from the Noise Marines. The Noise Marines are going to be able to go somewhere over there if they want to. Like you just can't block out too much because this fell back, so it can't like present a shooting threat. And this is, you know, you're going to be able to come back like behind this wall, basically, just down over here.
Scan of a couple of our top tables as well on my way back from short interlude. Right now, it looks like on the top table, that is table 1, Liam VSL versus Nick Nanavati. Looks like Nick is unfortunately going down versus Liam VSL. Not a surprise there. Liam's having one of the best years anybody's ever had in the history of Warhammer 40k.
I don't want to say that, you know, it's a mirror match because of course the skill of the pilot and then you know how they play the game is that, but you know it is one of those to where you can get the jump on him.
Yeah, correct. Richard Siegel versus Jack Murphy. That is the Adeptus Mechanicus mirror match. Jack went first and right now has I believe a 24 to 25 point lead.
Ooh.
Over Jack Murphy. Of course, in the Adeptus Mechanicus mirror match going first.
So Richard went first.
Richard went first
Okay.
and has executed a bunch of control and jail plays to corral his opponent, and right now is in the lead. But of course, that means you're usually doing.
Wait, they said different things. So Richard versus Jack. They said both Richard and Jack are up like 20 points. And then it sounds like Liam is in a pretty big advantage right now going up against Nick. Pretty sure those Noise Marines are behind the wall in his home. I don't know. That's the thing, is I can't see them. But like the tactical map does say that they are there. And they've updated the tactical map a couple of times without like removing it.
United States, Adeptus Sororitas versus Adeptus Astartes. There's one Land Raider left of the 3 of Marks.
Yeah.
Jack is kind of out of Land Raider killing material, but has a lot more of the board control. I couldn't see the score.
Out of Land Raider killing material, fair.
3 Land Raiders does present like a weird like math problem to solve.
Yeah. Jack was well equipped to handle it with Sisters. Adeptus Sororitas. 2 units of Retributors and Morven Vile and the Paragon Warsuits. They could kill 2 in a turn if they line it up correctly. But they're dead. And
They're
one
dead.
Land Raider is still there, so we'll have to wait and see which way that flips.
So there's still just one Land Raider running around? That's funny. Yeah, Land Raiders are really tough to remove between Smoke and Armor of Contempt.
Definitely for the winter.
If you do kill one of them, it is a big blow to the army, though.
It was gorgeous, mate.
But if there's just one running around and there's not a lot there to kill it, then it's just like, then it is just a problem.
Every year.
It is still 5 OC. Is that the tall French Liam? It is indeed. Or he's not French, he's Belgian, I believe.
Yeah, what you're seeing is that the
2 different Jacks. That is true. Jack Harpster versus Mark. They were saying that Jack Harpster running out of Land Raider killing stuff, and then Richard Siegler versus Jack Murphy. They said both that Richard went first and Jack went first, and whoever went first has a big board advantage, and like a 20 point lead. So whichever one of them went first, I'm just not sure which one it was.
they went with it. It's very cool.
Exactly right.
Oh, okay, so we do get to see here. There is no Noise Marines here under the ruin, so it must be in reserve.
No, look, they're always amazing, right? You know, it's like also just be, you know.
That guy is so good, it blows my mind when he plays his CSM. Yeah. Liam VSL is, I think, one of the players.
Perk up when I see new Nurgle models.
I do think there's like a small handful of players, a very small handful of players that are legitimately just like next level in the game. And Liam VSL, John Lennon, and I think Wesley St. Hines, and then what's the other one? French Marines player. I can't remember his name. But the French Marines player who always plays WTC. Because they always bring something new, and they are like crazy innovators, and they're still winning with what they're bringing. Olivier Weiss, I think is his name.
And Tyranid Prime on foot. That is a game-changing model for the Tyranid range.
It really is.
Yeah. I said it before I read it from Ken, but Ken, I'm sure, typed it before he heard me say it. But yeah, Olivier, I think is one of those players that is just truly understands the game at a higher level than the rest of us.
Very long, very deliberate movement phase here.
Yeah, some folks also liking the towel posing. Yeah,
Oh,
so cool.
they're
So
spectacular.
this movement phase is the reason it's so critical. Everything had to be in the as far as it could be
Perfect.
not potentially triggering something on the Emperor's Children's side, locking down what he could.
This is the movement phase that Steve is going to be spending, you know, most of his time on, because it needs to be perfect. This turn for Steve may very well decide the game. If he's able to remove enough resources from John Lennon,
Okay.
John will be
Scourger's coming out,
pretty much of his primary score, and therefore pretty much
trying to make sure he gets an opportunity to get a pain token back. It looks like from the Chronos.
But just look at the mass.
An interesting thing they're also having to navigate is the fact that some things are just not fitting exactly where they want it to be.
Yeah.
You know, so best laid plans. I mean, it happens. That's something you have to overcome.
There is a very real logistical element to our game that doesn't get talked about nearly enough. Yeah, sure, you have infinite movement. You can just move and reach whatever you
Yeah.
want. But can
Yeah, we will. I definitely agree with their call here that this turn
But
wins or loses the game.
figuring out ways to still be very in position.
and they're working together. They are working collaboratively. Steve is being like, I would like to move here, and John's like, okay, let's see what we can fit, mate.
Yeah, it's so much pressure right now. It sounds like another CP
We have 2 games
being spent by Steve.
bracket. So 2 players progress.
Not sure what that stratagem would be.
VSL has defeated Nick Nardivardi in a
Oop.
dominant fashion.
All right, we do have the update.
Falls to the new
Liam VSL does win. Do we have a score submitted?
comfortably versus Nick Nardivardi. He did go first and applied. He actually all-in Nick on turn 1.
93 to 24.
Jack Harpster has carried the day against the triple Land Raiders of Mark Hurdle. 76-53 win to the Adeptus Sororitas.
76-53. Jack Harpster advances.
Mark Hurdle and the very spicy Adeptus Astartes triple Land
I think the person left out of that list is Richard Siegler, even though he's not as active a player in 10th edition. I believe you, unfortunately, as somebody who only really started paying attention in 9th edition. Just not something that I'm seeing right now. Is there a break between rounds? Yeah, there's going to be lunch coming up. Also giving updates to people on what's going on in other matchups. Sean Reynolds defeated Garrett Moore. Samuel Pope defeated James Lovett. Bastion Cry defeated Ben Jurek. Brian Doherty defeated Travis Morton. Durante Bozzini, a.k.a. Glenasir, beat Ronan Vidal. Thomas Cowan beat Ricardo Gio. Wesley St. Hines defeated Colin Cochran. Let's see. Any other big names? Ennis Wilson, 54-point win, as in he had 54 points against Austin Johnson. And then, sure, there's more, but those are some of the big names that have already finished.
Making some choices here about which models to pull. Obviously, he's trying to do the same thing to Steve.
Okay.
Engineer as much advantage as he can when removing models.
Yeah, let's see how many points Cochran had. 36, 100 to 36. Look, I knew it was a really tough matchup for the Death Guard. 36 is not very many points to score. I guess it is hidden supplies where you just need to control the midboard and you're never scoring any primary against Recon Guard on hidden supplies.
In the number that it is, Adeptus Mechanicus being one of those. Adeptus Sororitas.
Okay, so we're getting shooting going through.
Dark Angels, Thousand Suns, or Death Watch in the top 16. All 3 of those are here.
Death Watch is one of those. It's
Sleeper, man. Bit of a sleeper.
Pepperin these guys.
Yeah.
Pepperin something.
One down
Looks like
from
these
the
infractors here.
bottom right, and that unit does look
And
like
then
John
these Noise Marines must be here, I think.
Try and get the tempting target in the bottom right.
Oops.
So 5 points
What did I do?
will be John's almost certainly.
He's considering using armor.
Wesley went first. Yeah, then I'm expecting like maybe Colin scored like 15 points of primary at the end.
I think it's correct. It's going to cost him one of his combat tricks.
All hits.
All hits. 3's to wound. 2 wounds.
2? Is this into the Rhino?
Clutch them both. He would have got the invuln anyway. He double 4 upped it. He would have got the invuln.
Look, it's still it's calculated risk.
Oh, shooting at a Demon Prince?
Command points.
He does.
I'm a little bit surprised that wasn't going into the Rhino, because killing the Rhino is a little bit tough. I guess you can just try and wrap the Rhino.
Mandrake shooting.
Really curious what happened in the Liam VSL versus Nanavati game. That is a great question. From what I understand about that matchup, the Eldar matchup, is whoever gets the jump just crushes. And
And saved.
I'm guessing that Liam, Liam just understands the game at another level from other people.
But
You know, no shade to Nick. Nick is a fantastic player, but Liam is a savant.
using cosplayers. We won't be here for long. I just want to give you a snapshot
Oh,
of this aspiring sorcerer.
nice. Well done.
Absolutely amazing.
I see Brian Jones as well in the background. Art of War Knights player. I believe this is Petit Aurelian.
Could I have a photo with the head? Thank you.
So these are some of the warlords over from the Grand Narrative, but this is not uncommon. Like a lot of the Grand Narrative.
Here's
players
Durante,
really
Bazzini,
enjoy it.
aka Glynacier.
Characters and participants in every hall. These players navigate through.
He should be holding like
Oh, hey, the painter dude.
some dust. We got to go back to top down. Too much happening for us to stay away too long.
All right. So one of the big things here's my claim. We're gonna distract from the game really quick. So this is a lot better, right? You have the tactical map. You have the dice tray. They really need to have a cutaway where you have like turn 1, secondary, turn 2, secondary, and then you do the same thing, right? Like you need to have a cutaway that you can do to that so we can like track the whole thing. This is whatever. The ticker, I only care about individual results. I do not care about the countries at all. But having the the round by round breakdown that we see like Tabletop Titans or a lot of other YouTube battle reports do. And then the painter guy, what you should do is during lunch, right? When you have like an hour, he comes on screen and you pay him to just do a whole thing where he comes up with his paintbrush and you got the model and he's like, and gamers, here's a lesson on how to paint the thing. But you do that during lunch as shoulder content, as it wouldn't be B-roll so much, but you could make a bunch of B-roll for what's going on of pre-recorded stuff, and the fact that that's not happening. As TJ Lanigan there taking a picture with the Rubik Marine, I missed him. I was looking past the Rubik Marine, seeing if I could see people in the background, but okay. Here come Hellions. We did not pick up a lot in the shooting phase. I believe this shot at one of the Demon Princes ended 0.
I think most of the last 10,000 years.
We have a superb shot of our Rubrique aspiring.
Oh, there he is. That's a great helmet.
That is just
Really good stuff there.
oh, what a pleasure.
People in cosplay with like the helmets and stuff are so funny because you do have to like tap them on the shoulder because they cannot hear you very well. You have to get like really close to them.
Just make it so good. Sorry, apologies. Back to it. Just wanted you to see the full front with the head on. Because he's still moving Hellions. As is his prerogative.
It's a lot. Well, I mean, it's positioning.
It's important, man.
Yep.
This turn is so important to Steve.
All right, he rolled a 9, so he's gonna get a lot of these Hellions in. This unit should get picked up pretty easily.
Redirect attacks. So actually charging the Noise Marines doesn't benefit him anything. Just means one of his units survives and one of them's more deader.
Okay.
But all he needs is that Lord Exultant. If that Lord Exultant lives, he can clear that whole unit of Hellions, or maybe leave
It is a
one or
lot of
two left.
attacks.
Yeah.
But he's still going to try to get as many down as he can.
So he should plan just a 1-for-1.
I mean, I don't expect the anything in this unit to live. I think this is going to try and charge Noise Marines. There's just like not that many things here.
It is interesting or nice to see that even top-level players want to see how other top-level players are playing the game.
Well, everyone wants to know who's on the winning stratagem, who's got the best list, who's playing in a way that is unforeseen.
How many rounds is there? I saw that Wesley won last game. Yeah, so there's a total of 8 rounds plus a shadow round. At Worlds, you play 2 rounds every day, and on day 2 you play 3 rounds on day 2, but only if you are undefeated at the top of your bracket. So every pool you play 4 rounds, and if there are 2 undefeated players, those 2 players will then play a shadow round where they will play a 5th round in pools as a tiebreaker to get out, and then every pool has 1 player go to the top cut. And then top cut, you just have a single elimination bracket with 16 players, means you need 4 rounds of games. Oh, Jack. Oh, okay. So we did already know about Jack Harpster. Anybody else? Still waiting on the rest of the top cut to finish up games. Any other players finishing? Matt Estrada losing to Brenny Julian. Unfortunately, not making top cut there despite going 4-0 in groups because they lost in the shadow round. Same thing. Jesper Unander Sharon losing to Cody Drake. Alright, let's see. Guard players still playing. Fabiano Mariani now 2-3, getting 15 points against Keaton Marshman, who is playing Warhorde Orcs. Makes sense. This would be a tough mission against Warhorde Orcs. Jesus Santillan did get a win up against Timothy Smith, but is lost to Brett Perkins. David Purcell still playing up against Liam Bath. Liam is playing Awakened Dynasty Necrons. 1 unit of Wraiths, 2 Doomsday Arcs, and then just characters. Oh, he's got a Catan, Shard of the Nightbringer. Haven't seen those in a while. Okay. Okay, so we do have another charge going on. Looks like 5 Witches and the Chronos all charging the Demon Prince here. I don't expect them to kill it. They'll take a chunk out of him. But I don't even know how big of a chunk it'll be. Because one of the big things here is if this Rhino doesn't end up being wrapped at the end of the fight phase, the Noise Marines just get out and kill like 12 witches.
Well, they said it themselves. They said, well, turn 4 and turn 5 are going to be really quick. Yeah. Just deciding if the 6 that they rolled is in or out. Yeah, so he's deciding that you need to, well, they're just deciding on the range, rather, of the charge. 6 is required. 5 will get within engagement range, but he'll be on the inside of the wall. The base would end inside the wall.
Mel, it absolutely is.
Did he roll a 5? I don't know if this was rolled already. In 11, okay. It's always one of the funniest things about 40k is like, oh, okay, so like if a 5 happens, then this. If a 6 happens, then that. Oh, I rolled an 11? Neat. I'm going to base you everywhere I can.
Yeah, absolutely does. Absolutely does, mate.
We're going to keep our eyes to the games that are playing in the bracket as well to see as they line up, as they finish up.
I'm literally hitting refresh.
Refresh.
93-24. Yeah, we did hear that one coming out from Paul and Adam talking about it. Oh, Kyle McCord also gets a win. Up against, who did Kyle play? Kyle was playing up against Alexander Yessin. 80-60. 80-60 to Kyle McCord.
From Denmark with the Thousand Suns. Thousand Suns and Denmark now knocked out of that top bracket. Well done to Kyle McCord, but well done to Denmark. Hope you've been championing your player in the field. He's done extremely well by it. You should be proud.
So Kyle McCord awaiting the winner of Jean-Luc Guénin versus Leif Westerman.
Going to the top 8.
They are going top 8, mate.
How far will it go?
Dude,
I know this is at least the second time Kyle McCord has made the top 8 at WCW.
with Dark Angels and
I believe he did it I believe he did it 2 years ago. I don't know about last year.
still to be determined.
I'm getting excited about all the players getting excited. I just had to stand up as well. I want to see what's going on in some of these games.
We should have like a periscope. We should have an old school just periscope.
Periscope, that would be fun.
Talking about charging the mandrakes here.
How do I get my own way? That does happen sometimes when you just roll a really big charge.
So Lilith's squad yet to charge. Looks like that is the only one remaining, unless he wants to, yeet a Venom in somewhere.
He was actually debating sending that squad backwards.
What's an interesting thing is, so Lilith's squad back into the Demon
We're
Prince.
debating. I don't know if that's going to happen,
yeah.
but it is a consideration. So obviously that's incredibly
Yeah,
powerful.
I unfortunately think there's enough tools to kill most of this stuff that's not Demon Princes, but if,
Combat with it.
like I said, if you do not end up with witches like here and the Noise Marines can just get out, like that might be a death sentence, but it's also really hard to do that because you're going to get stopped like right here, and the pile and consolidate will not get you all the way around. So I do think these Noise Marines are a problem. The Noise Marines in reserves are a problem, and I think Steve is going to lose a lot of army coming up.
There's no way to avoid a premium.
I do think it was really important for Steve to try and pop the Rhino. But when he shot the Scourgers into the Demon Princes, I think that
Remains to be seen whether
probably was
any attack
tough.
in any direction.
Comes in
Now a cute trick
with an 8.
would be heroic intervening with the Demon Prince to get it away from Lilith.
Yeah.
Scoot it around.
Also, to get Charge Mortals off onto the Venom.
Yeah. And so I'm not sure if the Telestrator is up and going, but if it is, scooting around to the back and sitting between the Venom, at the back of the Venom, and using the Venom and the Kronos to body block you from Lilith would be an absolute baller move here. But it's very likely John has his CP budgeted for already.
And we're real, I'm pretty sure a single squad of Noise Marines between shooting and melee can crump like 30 Ls with 5 pledge points. Absolutely.
Last charge. So the Noise Marines could need another asset in order to completely remove them, being 3 wound chassis.
Charging 11.
Just
Alright, which way did he go?
Yeah, just the Prince.
Massive roll.
Both Demon Princes? Question mark?
Deciding to go backwards.
And,
Now, one of the things that is not obvious to me is how
he's gone for the white wing.
Yep.
how Steve has the witches delineated, if that makes sense. Like, which squad is which. Because I can't tell. It doesn't look like they're painted different rims between, like, this unit and the unit that he's moving right now. They all kind of look the same.
John, but he'd have to use it against Lilith's squad. It's only good for 1 activation now.
We've proven that he will use it. He's used those incremental things.
He will. Unless John runs the math, which he probably already has, and is already pretty sure it's going to go up or down.
It's hard not to be intimidated by the actual number of attacks you know are going to be coming from you from that one unit.
Yeah.
So even doing the math, like a little bit of variance one way or the other.
Oh, he's just trying to kill White Wings.
Of insurance seemed like a genius
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, Steve might have a secret bucket already under the table for this activation. He just brings out like a pail, like just a water pail. He just pours.
I think you
Yep.
I think you definitely consider heroicing this witch unit because he didn't charge both demon princes just to do mortal wounds. Because you're gonna kill like 5 of the witches.
The confirming the strength and
Lilith
profiles.
confirming so the netted gladiatorial weapons will be winning on 5s. Everything else from Lilith's squad is winning on 6s.
Yeah, here's the heroic coming in.
Yeah.
Going to
He is
heroic.
Now that
Heroically
he's seen
intervention.
everything.
Easy.
So Demon Prince is going into Lilith's squad and the Venom, I believe.
Might not be able to fit over there because he'd be within engagement range.
Get the exact roll that he
I think that's the
for the distance that he
discussion they were having there.
To make it to Lilith and then threaten to
Cool, and then
Lilith out.
charge mortals.
Last 2 CP armor attempt and
Ooh, big 6.
just take Lilith off the board.
Those are the mortals.
Yeah, I
Mortals.
think this game's over.
Bad at all.
I think you just lose too many things
5 down.
on this next turn.
He got the full 6. He got the he got the full 6, man. So Lilith's squad of 10 already reduced considerably. So
Each one of those represents 100 attacks.
All he wants though is the gladiatorial weapons. That's the ace. That's the ace in the hole. That's the thing that's going to do the most amount of damage.
All right,
Maybe AP3 on them, thanks to Lilith.
punchy punchy. Choppy choppy.
So Demon Prince.
It's kind of funny that most of the AdMech players are in their own tiny bracket. Yeah, I think there's 3 of 4 of them in the top bracket because you have Dan Sammons, Richard Siegler, Jack Murphy, all right next to each other, and then you have Travis King, who's the only other one. Very segregated up there.
John also declared.
Any other matches done? Nope. Still waiting on the rest.
Exaltants will be using their once per game ability.
It's the Exultant's birthday. Cool. Oh, the other really big thing here is there's an interrupt available to John.
4 strikes. Let's see if we can get this
So that's
up.
what the
Yep.
Lord Exaltant's ability. Yeah.
Yep. So once per battle at the start of the fight phase, the model can use this ability. If it does, until the end of the phase, add 3 to the attacks characteristics of melee weapons equipped by this model, and improve the AP characteristic of those weapons by.
Oh, wow. Having the interrupt and the
Much, but it's just the amount of attack.
heroic available. Yeah, I think John set up a really good checkmate here. Losing the Scourges too early, I think, was really tough. Ooh.
Clutched first 5 invulnerable saves by John, all saved. Threes to wound here. Anti-2 3 plus confirmed. 3 wounds remaining.
I can't tell who he's swinging into. He had enough for heroic AOC and interrupt.
I believe. If I had to assume.
Brutal.
18 attacks from witches.
So many. Oh, that's not the best roll, though.
No. And these are force to wound and infantry 4 plus, of course. Apologies, no. If it's just witches, then they're just strength. 8 saves.
8 saves. Where are we punching right now? That's the thing I've been trying to figure out.
It's going to be so important.
Oh, failed.
Yeah, it cleared the squad. Yep.
Oh, the 3 dudes?
Exaltant squad with the infractors.
That die up there on the far left side ruin is the pain tokens.
Pain tokens, yeah. Consolidating.
Just
Oh,
in that unit.
alright. Now, where is the interrupt coming in?
And if he does wear, I may go quiet for a moment here. We do apologize, but I need to hear where John's interrupting and if he gives his thoughts on why.
Yeah, because you definitely interrupt somewhere here. I'm just not sure which one you're supposed to do. It might be one of the Demon Princes and just interrupt into Lilith. Oh, he's interrupting here into the Hellions.
Choosing his infractors.
Doesn't think that the Demon Prince is going to die,
Interrupting.
I think.
2CP spent. Here we go.
Yeah, trying to use the birthday of the Lord Exultant here.
So, just explain the buffs he's going to have here.
This is for his detachment.
He's got it all.
Based on the battle round.
Lethal,
Yes.
sustained,
Yeah.
critical fives. And this is a Lord Exultant into the 10 Hellions. Here we go. Hit on 2.
Okay. Reroll ones.
The 5s not being so nice to him on the critical front.
It's alright.
I mean, 3 is going to reroll 1s.
I don't know if he has crit 5s yet, but
3s rerolling 1s.
woo, a lot of 1s.
7 invulnerable saves or death. 6 ups here. 5 down,
I mean,
half kills the squad.
Oh. Ooh.
And then the 2 infractors to go.
Saving a couple is pretty good.
That is tough. Yeah, now there's just too many Marines left.
The event on schedule.
Like maybe had a chance before.
3 invulnerable saves now coming in from the Tormentors.
0.
Drops another. So that's 6 down. And the last 2.
Here come the friends.
Rerolling 1s to hit.
Basically no 6s. Yeah, I don't think he has crit 5s yet.
Need
Not
4s
bad.
there.
These are AP 1s. So another 2 down total.
So what is that? 7, 8 dead?
They're talking about fighting,
So
fighting
he's
on
lost
death.
8 of his 10, and they do get to fight on death. He already spent that. So just deciding who fights where when they do.
Of course, you still have to be able to swing to fight.
So the Mauler's going to be safe, and that Lord Exultant squad is likely going to live here. They may lose the rest of the Tormentors.
See if we got any more results
Yep, I'll
from
just
the
have a
rest
quick
of
look.
the round.
Don't think there's anything new, but maybe.
Back into the Mauler Fiend. He does
Cal
this
McCarr,
to
Liam
the
Bussell, Jack Harpster, Richard Siegler. I think we already got that one. Do I have that one? I did not. Richard Siegler.
Just 2.
Playing up against Jack Murphy. 80 to 66 in favor of Richard Siegler.
Mauler Fiend probably finishes off this squad, although he's scooping the ones that were in base with the Mauler Fiend. Those are the ones that fought on death.
And then, yeah.
4
So that's
fighting into
1,
the,
2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 games completed, and that is what I have. So Richard Siegler awaiting Folger Piles versus Dan Simmons. Liam VSL awaiting the winner of this game. And then Jack Harpster awaiting the winner of Travis King versus Giorgio Castelli. And Kyle McCord awaiting John Lou Genning versus Leif Westerman.
Wounds the next.
Yeah, so kills the infractors from the unit and takes 2 wounds on the Lord Exultant.
Taking up the pain tokens.
We have 1 result going through now. Another one. Richard Siegler versus Jack Murphy. United States. Adeptus Mechanicus mirror match. Richard Siegler has carried the day, winning by 14 points.
All right, now where are we going?
Progressing to our top 8.
Both those
Punching Noise Marines, maybe?
by the table.
Yeah, they were both blue as well. And they walk past and their little cheeky boys say, "Why'd you put us on stream?" And I'm like, you know why. They're both blue AdMech armies. No one's going to know what's going on. I'm not going to know what's going on.
Oh, something? He died there?
Do like a
Interesting.
So right now, it looks like the Lord Exultant died.
Oh, the fight on death, and then like that last 2 guys do actually get to swing. Yeah, checks out.
Might save himself with that interrupt. That is interesting. So
Still took a lot with him, though.
he is
That was-
trusting that this Demon Prince just survives against all these units.
Okay.
Here comes a Succubus into the Noise Marines. Bad roll there.
Yeah.
4?
B3 2 damage. This is the Morgana's Curse.
Three die.
3 down.
Oh, it's got some good AP. Okay. Okay, the rest of the girls. So the Noise Marines should get picked up here.
In the squad. 4 at -2.
All dead. Okay.
They're down. It was
Okay,
pretty like
if he
as
can
soon as the Morgana's curse
fully wrap here, that'll be a big deal. Or just wrap
piling
enough
into
at the very least.
Role, but it was still
piling in to control the Rhino a little bit better. So far, this is going quite well. A lot of John's army is dead. Like I said, he's just got 1 unit of Noise Marines.
Yeah, I don't. That definitely does not look like enough room for the Noise Marines to get out of the Rhino.
Is the question.
So it is just going to be the Rhino
1 at -1 so far.
shooting,
Absolutely fine.
not the guys inside as well. Or you'll only get 2 of them out of the firing deck. So you'll get the 2 Blastmasters, probably. But that's still 12 shots.
First. Yep. This will only be damage 1. 1 with sustained, so all convert. 1 wound. 2 saves total.
took the saves.
Takes 2.
Or sorry, failed the saves.
Okay, so you might get this
Yeah, one
Prince
damage
actually.
ability. Looks like we have, I believe that's a 5 or 6 wound Demon Prince right now. No CP left for John Lennon to use Armor Attempt here. I think he was certain it was going to die regardless, so he didn't bother. Now John is going to have a huge amount of work he needs to get done. He does, I believe, have enough resources, however.
Yeah, if Steve doesn't have more off the board,
In the interest of time, they are
Yeah.
helping each other scoop dice.
2 wounds.
hmm?
Fails them both. John hasn't passed the save yet in this combat. Here's the power weapons from the squad.
Yeah, this is still really tense because John is not getting a lot of primary here.
Power weapons.
Yes. And these should be 6s to win still.
Because this should be up to 45, right?
Still a lot of attacks, though.
So 45
Some strength combat drug.
because of no prisoners, and then discard tempting target because it's over here. And then John's going to get a 5
Just getting it done.
and then cards, so we'll put him up to, we'll put him up to 30, right? So he's still down 15. End of game, he's going to have to, like, basically kill almost all of the elves, but I think he's got the tools to do it, especially if this prince lives.
Not deadly.
Would have been big.
Oh, okay, so it is dead.
So he's doing this in order to control which unit gets piled in and fought.
Yeah, even Steve can't tell which
Demon Prince
units are which.
rather it fight Little Squad, which has more models, than it completely wipe out a Succubus and
Can actually stand up to some of the attacks.
Wait, why did that? Oh, they're hopping into the Venom. I understand.
Squad right now.
he's going to go to sweeps, of course. Hitting on 2s with lethal and sustained.
Yeah, 5 point. That was, making
2s,
those
reroll
saves
1s.
in engagement.
Yeah.
That's a little rough.
Oof.
Jeez. No sustained and lethals here, bar 1 on 14 dice. 2s to wound, rerolling 1s. He's got 4, 1 dead.
Oh.
Clutched it. Wow. Wow. These are the same dice. He didn't even lose all
Wow.
these.
Lost 3 girls there. Really good saves coming out for Steve there.
Invulnerable saves there.
That was
John was rolling the same dice for his saves as Steve was rolling.
when it
All
is
right,
outside of
1,
the
2, 3, 4. Still the same number of results coming through.
You can fall back and charge, but it's just insulting. Kills a witch with the rhino.
no
Both
command
players-
points between
yeah.
them.
No CP on either side.
All right, yeah, John.
Doesn't get tempted target, but
it's playable because like if we look at this, these dudes can kill this. They can kill decent chunk of witches. We can shoot this to death. Um, we can come over here. We can charge mortals this, kill the girls inside, probably. And then Mauler Fiend can come over this way. I think this is an empty venom. Demon Prince still over here. You know, kill this. So we're probably playing the game with like 5 witches, a Chronos, the remnants of Lilith squad, scourges, and like a boat. So it's just not a lot of tools remaining. Um,
2 points right now. I know he won't be. He's going to have another 5. He's got 3 points for defense strongholds just been added. He's got another 5. So he's going to be down by 17.
He just drew extend battle.
Oh,
Tempting target.
That's a good time. That's going to be happy to see. Like free 5 points there on extend. And then tempting target, that Mauler Fiend.
all right. Well, gamers, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go grab something to munch on because I'm starting to get hungry. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
John has just declared, Steve, you need to stop scoring primary. That's it. That's what's running away with the game right now. So John did get 5 on primary. We're hoping to see that updated momentarily.
5 on every point matters.
So yeah, 28 to 45. Great secondaries drawn by John though. And John needs to smash back here.
So who went first? Steve went first.
It's going to be a desperate escape here for the Rhino, no matter which way you cut it.
Oh, he says he's going to stay in
He's gonna
combat.
stay in combat. Well, you just shoot into combat.
I don't know if you want to risk it. Come down to losing a piece on the die roll.
Yeah, so yeah. I mean, it'd just be whether he thinks he needs every model in the Noise Marine unit to shoot, or he's happy with just a firing deck. Because right now, that unit is safe. That Rhino is safe as a bank.
Yeah, fair enough.
The witches ain't gonna kill it.
2 Demon Princes, Rhino and Noise Marines.
2 Tormentors and a Mauler Fiend
That's a lot of pieces.
to do it all.
Folks coming up to watch the game as well on all these tables, though. It is so cool. Players are getting done with their games on other tables, coming and watching these games on these tables.
Just gonna see if we have had any more scores come in yet. We have not.
Simon, just 1 Prince is down.
Yep,
so that would answer the poll. How many Demon Princes will be alive?
1 Demon Prince went down that turn. 2
went down.
still alive.
All right, gamers, we're back. Anything interesting happened while I was gone?
Should have been alive. John can't get it together.
No guard made it to top cut. No, we did not have anyone make it. We had Wesley St. Hines lost to John Lennon in round 4, and John Winter Russell lost to Folger Piles in round 1, and then Gustavo de Sousa lost to Kyle McCord in round 3. And those were our big 3 that I think were the most likely to make top cut. But unfortunately, none of them made it out. And we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds done in the top cut so far. But yeah, I mean, all of the people that we were expecting to make top cut only lost to people who are in the top cut. So like, it is what it is. Luck of the draw. In order to make top cut, or in order to do well at top cut, you still have to like be able to beat those players anyway.
He was able to give Steve a 0 on primary this turn, which is not outside the realms of possibility. That will be huge for John.
Discussing again, now they got to angle up everything for John.
Well, let's see. Okay, so coming back, Demon Prince. Oh, not that one. Demon Prince here comes this way. This does not look like it's moved yet. Mauler Fiend. Normal moves this way, so has freedom to charge things. Spare Rhino, let's go.
Which is great. Not always available, but something that, trying to get perfect information.
You can re-roll Desperate Escape check, so it's realistically a 1 in 9 that it dies here.
So he'll die here on a 1 or a 2, but he can re-roll it.
You got to invest.
So this would pick up the Scourges, and he'd be able to shoot fire backwards into the Witches as well. So it'd probably just be the 2 Blast Masters shooting out of the top hatch into the Scourges, and then some miscellaneous fire to try and, hamper one of these units of Witches. Then the Tormentors are going to be, in the top right, are going to be stepping to the other side of the terrain piece, as well as Tormentors at the bottom, and they're going to scatter shot to try and pick up a bunch of others.
Here's the Desperate.
Makes it. Got a 6.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, perfect. All he does is pick
I really do appreciate when people have proxy rhinos like this, just proxy models to move things around, and say, okay, now that we know it's possible, I'm just going to replace the model here. In order to be the man, you gotta beat the man, exactly.
What do we agree? Let's talk about it. He could do it. Did it.
He's down by 7.
Whenever I see stuff like that, it always makes me think of Spy Kids 2. He's not the guy. I'm the guy.
Saying it's going to be tough to score points with only so few units left.
No, so there's 10 Hellions in reserve still, guys. Which is
Sorry if you guys can hear me crunching. I just need something.
for Steve Trimble. And John
Something to munch on. I went and got my Cheerios from yesterday.
He was thinking about what can he take away from Steve to remove his ability to be all over the board.
correct.
I don't think right now Steve's got to feel really good.
I think he's trying to see what he can do by bringing on Noise Marines right now.
John's got to make him feel less good about that.
Yeah. So he's just going through what the invulnerable saves are going to be for each unit here. Pretty much 6 up invulnerable saves is all it's
And something that's interesting,
in the shooting. They have 4 up in
the diagram here for where this objective is not the same as where it is here, because there's this really big overlap with this ruin. Because this is supposed to be 4-8. And then this is supposed to be 14-10.
Coming out in front, but still touching the objective.
I'm not sure which one's wrong, but Cheers and Spy Kids references. What a Saturday morning. It is indeed.
Yeah, we will see a rapid ingress.
It is what we're all about. It's really funny, like going back and like seeing what happened in Spy Kids, because there's just like, it's got so many big names of people, making an absolutely bizarre, crazy movie.
Screening here, so still is able to control a little bit of what these guys can do.
We just saw Steve move, 26 inches with several units.
Correct.
Plus charges.
This needs to all not be here for John to think he's going to carry the day in this game. I'm not 100% sure he has the resources, but he's going to give it a red hot crack. Yeah, he's doing a little bit of play here to try and control where this rapid ingress could possibly be arriving.
Scoot a little bit over to the side here. Oh no, Steve just jumped in there.
They always do it.
Yeah. But John's describing where he's putting his models and confirming with Steven that there is nowhere he can put the units that come in from the reserve.
Yep. Now we can scoot down and have a look. Here we have his 3rd unit of Noise Marines emerging onto the table now, and they are going to be doing the absolute blitzing of those units of Witches. Been waiting to see where John was going to deploy this unit. You can see it in the bottom right there. That's going to be locking down a lot of the board from the Hellions. It's going to be shooting into that conglomerated unit of Witches, and should just kind of one activation pick up a whole bunch.
Makes me think of the old Mario Bros. Movie. Oh god, that movie was so bad. That movie was really something.
Trying to figure out perfect information here. He's going to use his spare demon for space.
Lots of different ways you can go.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at this. Hey, this are on Twitch. Thanks a lot for the hype train
Is there another unit in reserves?
We're gonna give it. Let's do. So let's open this up.
Warhammer Plus.
Yeah. So we're celebrating a New Year Warhammer Plus.
What does Steve still have off the board?
Models. If you have not checked them out, do that already. They're absolutely spectacular.
Oh yeah.
I know they're
Look, we're gonna take this. We're gonna use it. I want to use sand bases for my my Elder army that I'm building up right now. So I just gotta chew it up first.
Great time to sign up. It's gonna be building hard into the new year.
When you're not listening to us, you can watch some Warhammer Plus stuff while you're doing some hobby work.
If it's a problem, let me know and I can do less. Like mute myself as I'm doing it.
One of the event exclusive models for free, which is absolutely awesome.
For the level 7 hype train you guys have sent our way, there will be 2 Dark Tide codes up for grabs. 2 Rust DLC codes. Of course, you do need the core gangs for both of those codes. And we have 1 Warhammer displate that is in the prize pool so far. Should we get to a level 10 hype train, a Weta Workshop helmet would also be added in as well. Warhammer Plus is the place to get so much Warhammer content, to go over and support that.
Oh, the reactive move. Yep.
Very much about the hype train.
Over on Twitch only, hit exclamation point win plus. Exclamation point win WINPLUS.
I was misreading the notes. We're also giving away a Warhammer Plus 12-month subscription into that.
12 months.
So all you have to do is enter over on Twitch, exclamation point win plus. Terms and conditions do apply. 18 plus to winner, geographical restrictions and stuff like that. You can also see that by exclamation point terms. We're going to be keeping this open for as long as the hype train is going.
So John has pretty much done a lot of work here, delineating all the threat ranges, what he can and can't see, everything that can and can't go where. And now he's talking through what he hopes to happen this turn. The Rhino shooting in and picking up the Scourges. The Noise Marines that came in the bottom right are going to
Okay.
pick up everything in front of him. Then he's going to use the Tormentors to finish. And the other unit of Tormentors stepping out to finish off the Hellions.
Just a little bit left on that hype train. If we do get up to level 10, we're going to add a Weta helmet to that mix. In previous streams, being able to give away things.
Yeah. Big question here is always if Steve has more in reserves, it looks like another unit of Hellions coming in. Because if he does have more, it might be enough.
The Hellions need to make planetfall here, otherwise they will die in reserve.
Because the game still really is in the balance. The big question is always,
Of course, he's not going to have the command
like,
points to use the
what
your opponent's movement phase stratagem.
what is he going to have left after this turn? And is the lead he built for himself already, like, is that enough? And it's really, really hard to say. Because Yukari is very fast. But both these armies just... He's running out of stuff to kill Demon Princes pretty quick.
Is going to
He only has 1 CP right now, so it won't be a heroic intervention threat, so this is just rapid ingressing onto the table and hoping to make it through the turn. He'd love to be able to put him in a place where they're not going to get a serious amount of fire. But he wants to be able to threaten the home objective here.
Oh, you can barely hear like the music that Warhammer is playing in the background, so it's gonna end up being demonetized at the end. Nice.
open just a couple more minutes there on Twitch, exclamation point win plus.
I cannot remove it. Okay, let's see. Folger Piles also finding a win.
Does enable us to keep building.
Folger Piles over Dan Salmons, 85
Enabled us to level up
to 54.
and engineering tight, and now
85,
players to give you guys the perfect
54 for Folger Piles. Advancing, so Folger Piles versus Richard Siegler in round 2. We have Liam Viasello awaiting the winner of this match. We have Jack Harpster awaiting the winner of Travis King and Giorgio Castelli. And then Kyle McCord awaiting the winner of Jean-Luc Guénin versus Leif Westerman.
with the better succubuses. So 1 Blastmaster, 2 Sonics, and 1 Blaster, 2 Sonics, plus a Lord Cacophonus is this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Still waiting on more. All right, here comes shooting.
5 involves on the smaller squad. Spread shot, 1 damage.
Ooh.
Wow, he made 3 6-up invulnerable saves there, guys.
Wow.
That is insane. 3's rolling 1s on the Blastmasters into the same unit. killed that unit.
If you did receive
And
one of
the
those
succubus on 2
gifts
wounds
of
left.
subs, please say thanks and what's up. Get the virtual
Yeah, the lone characters running around is probably going to be a pretty big deal here.
But re-rolling ones, then 2's re-rolling ones here. 4 invulnerable saves on the other squad.
4, lose 3.
And the Sonics. 6 invulnerable saves on that unit of witches. 2 witches before.
Oh my gosh.
6s. The 2 more on the succubus. And then the cacochonist to try and finish on the succubus. And there she's down.
6 invulnerables.
She's dead.
Okay.
So just 1 succubus.
So Noise Marine Squad here shoots, cleans the girls, so it's just a solo character. Cleans this up.
That was 1 unit.
Then we're gonna have this shoot here.
The Hellions overcharged the plasmas. 1 of them died. Rolling 1 hit here and 2 sustains. 3 invulnerable saves. That's the Hellions gone.
Okay, so that's gone.
So that is 4 dead total units if you include the succubus so far for John. All the tormentors now shooting into the succubus.
Mm-hmm.
Hazardous loses another. 2 invulns on the succubus. Needs to double 4 up here. Loves it. Melter gun hits. Melter gun wounds. 4 up or dead.
Wow.
Bolt guns to come. 1 wound on a bolt gun. Saves it.
Wow. Loses a hazardous dude.
Popping off.
Diving and dodging and wow. That's uncommon.
I mean, this is no longer incoherency. Is this girl real? I thought this girl was dead.
So the Mauler Fiend shooting now into the Cronus. The Demon Prince Pro result. Didn't see the score, but the result was 1 Demon Prince dies. Anyone who thought 2 were going to survive, you are the winners of that hole. Well done. That is 50% of you. Well picked, 50% of you guys. What's the new poll, you reckon?
Still
What's
about
another
60
poll idea?
seconds left on that Win Plus promotion, or the giveaway. Exclamation point Win Plus. Oh my goodness, what is a good poll?
So the Cronus has been reduced to 4 wounds remaining. And then 2 wounds remaining.
Okay, so girl dies. So just Lilith.
Destroyed. So our Demon Prince charges Lilith. Might get it with the mortal wounds. So he's got the Rhino to shoot.
Talking about lining up about 1,000 charges.
Okay. I remember this was thinking about whether or not I wanted to shoot there or there. Sounds like it's going into Venom. I think was that the 1-on-1?
That is the new poll. Wait for it to pop
Will
off.
the succubus survive this battle round? Great.
1 remaining. Amazing.
Girl.
Go into the charges.
We do see the Hellions come in over here, so that will probably clean this up.
Shoot the succubus. Shooting the mandrakes. 2 wounds. 2 mandrakes down.
Finally failed to save.
Yeah.
Yes, he's been getting a lot of 6-up invulns to pop off for him, which has been really big.
Rhino now.
Rhino's well positioned.
Yeah, and it's got a bunch of guns, man. Havoc launcher, combi weapons, and 2 blast masters out of the top hatch.
The idea was to
Where are the rest of the guns going?
I think now after the board is developed.
So all the little shots.
Okay, so there are little shots going into the Scourges.
2 invulns on the.
3
3 damage on the Venom.
Yeah, 3 down on the Venom. All the bolt guns and the Havoc launcher and the Scourges. John is rolling terribly. Steve is rolling amazingly. 4 saves. Clutched all the saves there on the Scourges. Every single one.
Ooh.
Wow, John. You got 1.
And it feels like a moral
Wow.
victory getting 1.
Wow.
Wow.
Can't fail a save, guys. Cannot.
Wow.
Mauler into the Venom.
Yep. Should be a kill there.
Question, so John must remove that unit on the middle objective, right?
Correct. That witch has to go. That witch is more important to kill than the succubus. 7. Yep. And John's entire modus operandi here is to destroy the primary score. So he needs to get that witch down. That's on the middle right objective.
Ooh.
We will be announcing some winners
For Philippine.
for the giveaway.
Live on 1.
And the Cronus is alive on 1. Charging the Venom here. No, he's having to think about it.
No heroic intervention. Like
The Rhino is
real
charging the
credible
Raider.
threat.
Gets a 7. He's going to be able to get on the objective. Yeah, he is. He's just stated to his opponent, if you haven't drawn overwhelming force, I will stay off the objective. If you have, I'm going on it. That is a very astute piece of tech there. So he has not pulled it yet. So the Rhiner's staying off.
That's really fun to talk about. The fact that making some calculated decisions based on what could come off the top of the deck.
Yeah. John catching himself, not rolling in the box. We appreciate and respect that, sir. Thank you. He is clearing the
Okay.
ball like no one's business. This is only the bottom of turn 3, guys. And they have absolutely annihilated each other. But if I had to say, John's getting in the better of it right now. It's just whether this unit of Hellions in the top middle is enough to swing things back. Mind you, the MISC units that are available here for Steve can just do so much menacing work. These Tormentors need to make their charge into the Witch.
Yeah.
That will be a huge roll.
Yeah, I thought this was all dead, but
Mortals, he does.
Did not delete the mine.
kills the boat. There are girls inside.
Another unit of
And there's not the same capability for
They never seem to end.
girls to get out
25 units.
and or fall back and do things. So I'm expecting, right, like the whole question is, will this be able to pile in / consolidate into girls?
No, he's not the last unit of Witches. The last Succubus, though. That's unit with the unit of Witches. There's a 1-win Succubus at the bottom there. Would not be surprised if John just overwatches it out of spite in the next turn. Just a spiteful overwatch. Gonna have a quick look at the rest of the field, guys.
Alright, how many die? 1 trips. 2 trip? Oh, okay, so that should be relatively safe from the prince then.
Buck.
8? Looks like 8.
Miles versus Dan Salmons is done on table 6. That is United States versus United States. Was Aldari versus Adeptus Mechanicus. One of the hardest matchups in the field for Aldari, but Aldari have carried the day and Folger piles.
Alright, Folger, Kyle, Liam Vaisel, Harpster, Siegler, all done. Okay. So we have this one, Travis King versus Giorgio Castelli, still playing, and then Jean-Luc Guenin versus Leif Westerman, still playing. Alright.
That's great, really well set up by John there as well, knowing if he gets the impact mortal kill, he can pile in and finish off Lilith. He's doing the sweep as well, hitting on 2s with criticals.
Ooh, 1s into 1s.
One, John, what is wrong with your hands? Get better hands. That many invulns on Lilith, 4 up invulnerable saves or death. She's absolutely squish. He can consolidate onto the objective.
He would have to go into the Chronos, but he could also touch the objective if he wanted to.
Hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s, strikes 3s to wound, yeah?
3s, reroll 1s. 5.
Flip it to a 6 with his ability.
Ooh.
That was a great roll. Can he be
Oh, there's 1. 1 there. Oh my god. 5 out of 6. 5 up Philippines. Oh, Steve is so close to getting away with murder here.
there's the Venom down, no explosion.
Did not deadly demise.
Where's that deadly demise is at?
No deadly devices, no more giveaways so far.
Clear him off the objective. I will have to see if my PTZs can catch what's
Okay,
inside
so we
the
had
and if there is anything
girls die,
there is not, guys.
Chronos die,
If John
Venom
goes
die.
well, that'll be a 0-1 primary going into the next turn as long as that witch goes down. Yeah, that is a clear objective. Well done, John. Superstar performance right there. Both of them are doing it.
Oh, we have some winners to announce here.
All right,
From the hype train.
girl dies. Okay, so that should be a 0 on primary, and then extend tempting, because that's going to be +9, so 37 to 45 after 3 is what it looks like to me.
Score Monkey and Locketnell. Make sure you PM us. Do exclamation point Winster if you need to learn how to whisper us here. But thank you so very, very much. Who won the Warhammer code? Plus code.
Well, Warhammer Plus code annual subscription. You will get to enjoy everything for the.
And he gets another CP. Nice. He kills something, therefore he gets to roll leadership for extra command points.
And the Warhammer Displate, I believe is that an exclusive one that we
So the game is now really close.
is
And the primary flip, as we were kind of expecting, we have a little bit more here than I was kind of expecting Steve to have.
Other Demon Prince got a Chronos. The Mauler Fiend got another Venom. Man, these guys have nothing left. They are throwing Hail Marys. I think John is getting the better of it here. On the
6 should be
on the
good.
scoreboard. It's looking pretty tight. 8 points down for John Lennon, but he did just give Steve
Something failed.
primary, which is absolutely massive.
to claim these. Whisper to us here at Twitch. Whisper to the Warhammer account on Twitch. If you need to know how to whisper, exclamation point whisper. Congratulations to those winners. Let us know your details. We will get you
All
this
right.
information and the
Anyone else finishing?
Is
Not
there
yet.
one game after this?
Okay.
Absolutely is gonna be one more game after this.
Just getting the command points updated. John has 3 command points right now.
So the big thing here is that, yes, this unit is fast, but it needs to affect the primary. And this is not worth any primary to John. But Steve can score it because you just care. I'm pretty sure hidden supplies is just objectives not in your deployment zone. So Steve could potentially score this, but John is scoring like over here. So these Hellions probably have to come like over this way. And I don't know.
Nothing's for sure.
Let's see. There's my phone. What kind of shooting do the Hellions have? Do they have any? They probably have a little bit. Hellions, ranged weapons. They have a bunch of pistols, anti-infantry, 3+ pistols. Oh, there's Wesley St. Hines in the background.
Talking about his love of Reaper's Wager also. Now, see, he's got 1 unit of Hellions. They will absolutely destroy anything they connect with on this table, barring maybe a full health Demon Prince with Armor Contempt access. But anything else here they can kill. The issue is they can't be everywhere. So where do they decide to go? There's a lot of good options here. Only the mid-board
Also, this girl with 1 wound, like, you can try and, like, unsticky this, but then you're just getting overwatched and probably dying.
So the obvious one to me is to go for, is to go over here. You've got to make sure this unit of Tormentors goes down. With 3, with
There's only one... You only get 1 overwatch,
it gets into life.
but the overwatchers, like, aren't super good.
If she stands there and just charges the Tormentors, and I'm John Lennon, I'm overwatching her.
No, John has a ton of command points. He can
got
he
3.
can do all these
Yeah.
things.
He's got flex points.
Yeah, it's like all these things that you have to consider.
Yeah.
Steven has to consider because it is absolutely available. Has some great command point management.
The sucky is Battle Shocked also.
Oh, battle shocked. Okay. Alright, so you can't actually deny the primary with that then, which is a pretty big deal. You would have to just kill them off.
Myself, he's feeling pretty okay about the position of the board now, and which is very interesting, seeing as Steve was extremely confident he could destroy John's primary score. I mean, John's got 2 5s, but then John's been able to break back and give a 0
Yeah.
to Steve Trimble, which I don't think he expected.
a 10-10, 5-5, and that's probably the big flip. Losing the Scourges, I still think that's probably the biggest issue. Because if like this Rhino and the guys inside had been dead last turn because you had like Scourges here and like here or whatever to shoot the Rhino and like get away, that probably changes a lot of the shape. Just because like these Noise Marines and the Rhino are just such a big problem. All right.
Also of the United States with Dark Angels and Eldari respectively. Richard Siegler of the United States with Adeptus Mechanicus, and Liam VSL from Belgium with Eldari. We have outstanding games still to come of Travis King of the United States versus Giorgio Castelli of Italy, and we have Jean-Luc Genin of France with Adeptus Sororitas versus Leif Westermann of Germany. So no matter what, we are going to see a guaranteed a couple of Europeans make it in, with Belgium already into that top 8, in addition to a swathe of United States players.
What a game we're watching right now. Scourges still very potent.
Yeah.
What do they do now?
I think unfortunately the Scourges like they just can't kill.
One shot, they have the potential to one-shot the Mauler Fiend through Armor Contempt. They like 4 of them probably don't kill a Demon Prince through Armor Contempt. A Demon Prince in cover. 3 up armor save, -1 damage. I don't think they do it. I think he's better off popping the Mauler Fiend.
Go for the more of a sure thing.
Yeah. You still have the resources left for Steve here.
Trying to figure out control here.
Containment is the name of the game at this point.
So lining up like that makes me think he's going to...
The flying Demon Princes are such powerful tools. They're hard to kill. They're very, very fast. The Charge Mortals give you some really cool plays that you can go for with the unit. But you just don't really have the tools to kill them other than like the big Hellion brick from this position.
And that can't be seen by the Noise Marines where it ends. So John would have had to have overwatched it with the Tormentors before it moved. We're going to see the Mandrakes, the 3 Mandrakes, and the Witches
Ugh.
into this middle bottom Demon Prince.
Bottom center of the screen, you're tracking along with the Succubus. I'm sure that wound in battle shot.
I don't think the Mandrakes and the remaining Witches kill the Demon Prince, but like crazier things have happened.
You can see our leaderboard.
All right, here's the big decision. Hellions coming out. Oh, it's just a far charge into anything. A 7?
Yeah, fantastic to see. In Underworlds, Italy is in first place with 28 points, or equal first rather, with Poland, and then England trailing behind by 7 in the same.
Still a 7.
The United States at 21, and Canada bringing up the 5th place with 19. And then overall.
Oh, it's so spooky. Just a 7. You have a reroll.
And then France and Poland.
You can try and kill the guys off the home objective.
Well done. Moving the 10
What
man
John
up
is
here
doing right there is he's measuring the Overwatch range, allowing Steven the ability to
try and dodge it.
avoid it if he wants to. Great sportsmanship.
So Steve only has 1 turn of primary that he can still score in this game because his turn 4 was a wash. So he needs to try his best to line up at least a 10-point primary on his turn 5.
This is
Love running the regular DP with the Feel No Pain enhancement in my Death Guard army. That guy is also really annoying to kill just because he's like T12. T12, 2 up, 4 up, 4 up. 5 up, 2 up, 4 up, 5 up.
To pull it back if he plays this turn perfectly.
Yeah, because he takes like real firepower to remove.
He lost to Slanesh if he does not. This unit of 10 Hellions is such a pivotal unit. The best unit still on the table for Steve Trimble, and kind of needs to be used perfectly.
Yeah, if Steve wants to get primary next turn, he probably has to take his opponent's home here, which feels
when you do have the
tough
only a couple
because
pieces left.
it is
Asking him to be in multiple places at once. Try to kill multiple units.
So those of you,
which is tough because it doesn't affect John's primary at all.
41% of you who voted yes, you guys are all correct. You're all winners.
All winners. Let's go winners.
Thanks for getting in on that. Yep.
We love being winners.
General.
Hey, you get to watch the best players in the world play 8 rounds of competitive 40k at the highest level, the grandest stage of them all that good stuff, all those anecdotes that you love to hear from us. So you are all in fact winners.
We appreciate y'all coming here, hanging out with us. welcome in if this is your first time here.
Okay. All right, double checking. I keep wanting to check to see if other games are done.
Into the semifinals and finals.
So it looks like definitely one of our.
No new results finished.
So definitely our Death Watch versus the Adeptus Mechanicus game is still underway. I can move my head and just look, and I see a lot of both armies still there.
I'm sure much like we've seen some of these games before.
Gustavo beating Jonas Beardsley.
On getting to the next round.
For all of my guard players, so Gustavo is 4-1. Wesley is 4-1. John Winter Russell 3-1, still playing. Nick Jagiello 3-1 and 1 draw. Chris Johnson 3-1 and 1 draw. Jolan Alex 3 wins, 2 losses. Fabiano Mariani from Italy 2 wins, 3 losses. Hussein A from Malaysia 2 wins, 2 losses and a draw. David Purcell from Atlanta 2 wins, 3 losses. Chris Coe from Malaysia currently 1 win, 3 losses. Marshall Peterson 1 win, 4 losses, and Jesus Santillan 1 win, 4 losses currently. So not looking great for guard overall. We do have kind of like the big three, like we said. Gustavo, Wesley, and John looking pretty good. Nick not far behind. And unfortunately, Nick and John both losing in round 1, instantly out of contention. But Nick Jagiello got his loss to Jean Lugenin. And he said that there was some crazy dice in that game where he lost 15 points because some sisters just like one-tapped a Lehman Russ.
Steve is going to stop John getting a 10-point primary here. Of course, the bottom right objective is sticky, has been claimed by the Emperor's Children. It doesn't look like anything apart from the Succubus could go there and disrupt it. Technically, the Succubus can do that. If the Hellions make their charge into Tormentors at the bottom, they can just take away that one. But then the upper two lanes, you'd have to kill Maulafin and a full wound Demon Prince to take him completely off the primary score.
We had an interesting question earlier in the chat. Is because John's turn was so good, did it make Steven's turn less good the round before? And I think absolutely not. I think that we're seeing these generals battle and react to the situation and forcing certain plays, forcing them to figure out what those best plays are.
Agreed.
We've had 2.
I think that is dishonest from Paul there. I do think Steve made some errors. All right.
2-3 up armor saves here.
What is shooting?
Absolutely fine there. First Witch Squad. Melter Pistol. Hits. Wounds. 4 up invulnerable save.
Nice. Good roll.
Save. Shuriken Pistols. 1 lethal. Saved it.
Okay.
Hellions firing back there.
Yeah,
Hellions shooting dudes.
4 Tormentors.
Give himself options if he does manage to just like kill them all in shooting.
Another very impactful turn needs to happen here.
Cooled off just a little bit.
Sharing
dice
John.
there for.
He does have cover here, so there's going to be 3 ups. Not great. 2 dead.
2 dead.
Killing John
Okay.
away from the charge though, which is nice.
So it is going to ask for a larger charge. The sticky will come off of John's home here.
He now claims the objective.
Correct. Was always going to right if he made the charge, so it doesn't rob John of much.
So that does limit John's ability to kill more or hold more. I'm guessing this is a grenade.
Lance shooting. It hits.
There's a hit.
Does not wound. He didn't spend the CP.
Okay, CP going back.
So this would be to activate one of the strats for the Scourges, I believe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. The Scourges just don't have the firepower. 2 wounds, 2 4-ups.
He's spending for a 6-up. Feel no pain.
Ooh,
Passes.
rerolls one of them, so down to 1 CP.
Lances, he knows this is the most impactful shooting.
He failed 1 save command point, rerolled, and passed 1.
And he spent the field.
So he takes 4, so Demon Prince down to 6.
Yep.
So he did take a couple of wounds there.
Did not make any feel no pains.
Yeah, second time. Turns out it's a trap, John.
but he did make one of the saves on the reroll. So he fell both and then rerolled one of the saves.
Look at this clever sausage. He's used the Scourges to block the heroic intervention with their move and their move shoot move ability.
Does that
Level stuff there. I'm so happy we caught that.
block because they fly?
Enhance. So by using the Scourges to get between these two Demon Princes, he will negate the ability that Demon Prince has to heroic intervene, do those impact mortals, because that would be 2 units dead. Instead, he's going to use 1 unit to block the heroic and not lose any additional. This is huge, guys. Really big play.
I don't think that's true because they fly. Like they just fly over. Like you're taking up some of the real estate, but it's just.
I heard a question about what they were, I believe, in chat.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate because they just kind of ignore it. It's only taking up the real estate, and I don't know how effective that is really going to be, especially if you just charge the 10 wound one first, because the other one does it's six 4-ups for mortals.
On the home objective. Yeah, so this is going to be a long string out play here. John no longer has interrupt CP. He spent 1 for Unrock attempt, spent 1 for one for Fill in the Pain and 1 for a command.
Ooh, a multi-charge here.
Very worth it though. There did not make any of the fill no pains, but still, I think the best thing to do.
Correct. So he needs to have one of those guys who finished in engagement range. Looks like he has. Looks like he can get 3 there and string out, but he's not going to get many onto the other squad is the issue. Now this is pretty technical stuff. Yeah, he's going to be able to fight with 3 on both.
I'm not entirely sure that was possible, but it is. What's this agreement? So what they were saying, is the Scourges were here, shoot moved to here, and the claim is that this prevents the heroic intervention. So you charge like one of these Demon Princes, and then the other one would heroic and get the charge mortals off. However, these Demon Princes fly. So like it's not enough to just block them. You have to stand in the place where they would go. So that one is like just far. You probably are within 6 inches here, so it's declarable. But as long as you have like last girl, oops.
They are agreeing on how many models can be in base.
Like that, that's too far. But as these girls go in, that one you can actually like look at because there are ways to go like from here to like here. Yeah. So it just depends. It depends on a bunch of other stuff. It does make this heroic really hard.
Conjoining. Yeah.
Can you make this charge?
He's managed to get the Mandrakes in too. There's no interrupt, so they're just ripping it straight into the combat phase.
I think you still consider a heroic like this, but that's all right.
Watch this unfold. The Hellions versus the 2 squads of Tormentors right front and center of screen for your viewing pleasure.
Okay, so Hellion splitting attacks into a couple of dudes over here.
Yeah, 2's to wound here because they're strength 5 now with Lance on these guys. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, they're dead.
Okay. And then
3.
looks like 2 into the other.
This is on the squad close to us now on the camera.
Nice 6s there. Yeah, he just picked them up. He saw the hit roll and he's like, there's no chance that I make it through that.
Yeah.
Alright, now I can switch cams back to where the rest of the action is going to unfold.
So good play from Steve to pick up those units. I do like this tactical map where you have this really long really long rectangle that they're doing.
Probably 2 units killed. So if the Demon Prince doesn't go down, it's going to kill a unit likely.
Yep.
And then the one that heroics can kill one with the mortal
With the
wounds
mortal with the
and
impacts.
kill another. So it'd be 3 units there. There's only 4 units in that conglomeration. So and 3 of those 4 could have died in the opponent's turn. Of course, I get a great shot. Player decides that's where they want to be.
All right.
5's to wound here.
5's to wound.
2 at AP1. So 3 up armors here. Takes 1.
Takes 1.
5 remaining on the Demon Prince. Become the witches in the squad. Oh, sorry, apologies. I think that was the succubus. Witches attacking.
I'm a little bit surprised that John didn't go for the heroic into the whatever the last unit to charge here was.
Another one in the middle there.
good.
Two saves.
I don't know how you guys feel about it, but the way that Steve is rolling dice is like
Another pip.
kind. it's it's weird. I don't really love when people have like big bags of dice that like look super different, just because they're hard to read quickly.
Armor contempt. There's no need because the extra AP negates his armor contempt will be the invulns anyway. So
All right, here we go.
save for a CP reroll on his last wound if needed. And here we go, Succubus with extra AP, extra attacks.
All of them.
Twos with sustained hits there, and then wounding on sixes, rerolling everything against the character.
Just one save, so 1 4 up. Should be 50-50, coin flip.
Sorry, it's meant for lethal hits. 3 left.
Okay.
2 gladiatorial weapons to come. Sorry, 3 gladiatorial weapons, my bad.
A lot of witches on the table.
So they're lethal hits, they go straight through. These are sixes. 3 total saves.
3 saves.
Have 1.
I always just use dice that are the same color as my army, some white,
Guys, he's got 1
black, and then purple dice for different profiles if needed. Yeah, that doesn't bother me. I don't love when people roll different profiles at the same time, because it's information coming in like a weird order.
Rhino's attacking first for the lulz, says John. 1 save.
But I know a lot of people do it, and it's like, it's not that big of a deal.
1 wound on the raider. The Rhino takes a wound.
Okay, so the Demon Prince being on 1 is a big deal, because he's going to punch something.
Fire.
Absolutely.
Everything in the kitchen sink.
You love to see it. That's debating the Succubus was supposed to charge in the Noise Marines, and he's letting him. John's letting him.
It is just kind of giving the Noise Marines movement, because they can fall back, but... And you're probably... Because it's a 1 wound Succubus.
So I don't think he's able to be quite on the objective. Yeah, he's going to just yeet the
Like,
Succubus.
you know what? Let's just do this. Yep.
We are starting to pull up on, like, when time is going to get called.
Objective most likely, as long as it doesn't wipe the unit. The unit will pile in back onto the objective, take it back,
Also, battle shock at the time. So.
and battle shock. So no OC there. So yeah, this Demon Prince is just like windmill slamming that unit.
Wow, nice.
3 witches with the Succubus, they are absolutely gone.
Because I'm pretty sure the round started
Does look like John's gonna get
at like 6 a.m. my time, so like 9 a.m. And it's currently 10 a.m.
Succubus is gonna be attacking.
So we are pulling up on the time where the
Rerolling.
clock is going to get called. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still waiting on a couple more games.
Good roll by John. 2 dead. So good save by John. He'll be able to pile in and maybe able to punch this Succubus to death.
Just conceding that Succubus will die.
And he's going to be piling on the objective and taking it back.
I didn't see how many Noise Marines
Throw on his secondary
fell
fires.
there, but
That is probably meaning John Lennon will carry the day here because he is going to be getting a 10 on primary.
yeah,
Or is it just a 5?
should be a 10.
Yeah, 5 primary, that's correct.
Oh, is this guy not touching up here?
Recover and Storm.
Recover assets and storm.
Who's winning? It's really close.
4 guys. Says
We're also pulling up on like clock issues, I think.
strongly believe the Noise Marines look at them, they're just going to pick up all 10 Hellions. The Rhino can shoot into the combat with the Raider and possibly kill it and then hold that objective. And then
Because yeah, a lot of stuff is just gonna die here.
John is tracking his way to a win now. Judah just
But the time is gonna be the big question
luck on
for
his
me.
part, drawing an absolute donut on
Because like I said, we started at around 6 a.m. local time, or my time, and it is currently a little bit after 10 a.m. And I know they're 4-hour rounds. They might have like a little bit of grace. Like it might be like 6:30. In which case they have like, if they have like 25 minutes left, then it's not an issue. But if they have like
No man's land,
Oh my
and
God.
now Stormhawks
three minutes left,
God, John.
then it becomes an issue, right?
for the situation right now.
The broadcast game usually has some extra time too, due to the setup taking longer. Great question. I don't know what the policy is here at WCW, because I don't know like how much later they start, or like when they request players to come play. But I also know that there's a lot of games still not done, and
And he's also dodging
there's not a clock timer running on BCP.
movement phase. He does not want these Hellions to rip a 9.
We saw that happen
Yeah, it
earlier.
did. And it's saved 2 units.
Yeah.
Such a powerful play and really well executed by Steve.
Jumping out of that Rhino.
Yeah, he's probably going to come out of the Rhino. Because, I mean, if that unit that jumps out of the Rhino can see everything from that position where that dice is, and can just shoot in every direction and pick up models, quality
Couple of
models.
fallbacks beyond the
Let's see. Other.
Yeah,
So the 3-1 bracket.
not inconceivable in
Falco Orden beating Gabe Nixon.
at the end.
Stefan Meertens beating Mark Pessant. Wesley St. Hines 136 over Colin Cochran. Matthias Ostling versus Brian Jones, getting the win over Brian Jones. Sam Pope 99-45 over James Lovett. Josh Brody 53-46 versus Peter Elias. Matthew Clerk losing to Yoko Johansson. Dag Samuelson losing to Xavier Barrera. Tony Barrett getting a 189 over Matthew McCurdy. And then, let's see. Glenn Asir getting a decent win over Ronan Vidal. Let's see. Any other big names here? Bjorn Eriksson, big win over Thomas Davies. John Winter Russell, 1-point win over Kit Smith Hanna, 55-54. Any guard up there? What happened to the Chad with Siege? Chris Johnson is still hanging in there. He's 3 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
He's already scored his turn 4 primary, and now he'll score his turn 5 primary at the end of turn 5, so we can safely move off whatever objectives he pleases.
Not sure. Let me double check some things here.
The official term
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah.
of the removal of the opponent's
follow.
model. And then go back to
ta-da.
those objectives at the bottom of turn 5.
I'm glad you brought that up about the.
Chris Johnson is in Group 6, playing up against Baptiste,
What player went first or second?
Adam,
Take nothing away from Steve Trimble. He has played a
Raphael,
game. He's shown amazing control,
Jacob
and
Holmstrom,
understanding of the matchup, avoiding getting
and James Lucy.
demon princes and mauler fiends that have been thrown into his face, and has gone and gutted the back lines of John
Oh.
Lennon. The issue is the issue has been
Oh, James Lucy is not in the pool.
virtually carried it for John, because every time a noise marine activates, 2 to 3 squads go down.
It was
2 to
not.
3 squads every time.
It was not clear that John's gonna have any pieces left.
Is James from France? Or where's James from?
That was a gutsy play. Saw some great plays from Steve.
Australia.
One save into the
So,
Scourges from the demon
Chris Johnson, he's doing all right. He's 3-1-1. He's not playing against
John did just make a chicken
all of the strongest players at the event, but 3-1-1 at WCW is nothing to shake a stick at anyway.
2 sonic blasters into the Hellions.
Hellions there. The stretch out between those 2 objectives.
Blast masters into the unit of 5 witches, and 2 sonic blasters into the mandrakes. So 2 sonic blasters Hellions, 2 blast masters witches.
Let's see. Secure and Storm
Mandrakes.
Bristling with firepower.
should be pretty easy here. The siege list was very weird. Why would he choose the missile over mortar artillery? I'm going to be honest with you, Paolo. I don't know what they do. I don't know which ones are which.
From the Hellions.
Just because I think the unit's not good. I think he's there to make Eldar have a bad time. Just because you're going to indirect so much of their stuff. Like, you probably have a decent list, or a decent chance into a lot of marine bodies, just because you have a lot of damage to indirect.
Vulnerable saves on the witches of 6 up. This should see them gone. Oh, look at the 6s. He's just ripping with John's dice. I find that entirely disrespectful, sir, to roll better with the opponent's dice than he is rolling. I like that cycle.
Winged Demon Prince Living's got to be huge. Now we just go to, yeah. Yep. Yeah, as long as there's not clock issues, I think John wins. It's just a question of like how much clock issues there are.
All hits.
Because if we don't get a
4 invulnerable saves on
turn 5,
Charges.
I guess John would win.
Left.
Because he's going to get his Storm and Secure.
The entire Noise Marine squad into the Hellions. My prediction, all dead. This is the cacophonist first.
Sorry if you guys can hear the dog yelling.
Damage each. So
He's very talkative.
dead. Steve Trimble is a monster with John's dice. He is, yeah, I'm not crazy.
No, you're seeing it happen.
Critical 5's activated here. 6 more saves from Sonics.
6 more saves. Still made a bunch.
3 more down, so he's lost 5 total.
5 total. So the Hellions going to be almost gone.
4 Hellions remaining.
Big shots from the Blast Masters. 3 sustained though for critical 5s, so 8 actual hits, 2s to wound, reeling 1s, invulns or die. 6 ups. Dead.
Ooh. Oh, 6 up infuls though. Okay, okay.
Barely.
He did. Steve is just like,
The
usually
handshake.
handshake, that's it.
Yeah, that's that. That's that.
Just
Good stuff coming out from John. It was... I do still think, like,
Gonna be tabled.
the biggest critical error was the Scourges coming out. Because then you just can't deal with all this stuff, right? You just lost your anti-tank too quickly. The other big thing that I think Steve did was spending a CP on...
Steve's dice. He was rolling
you had, like, the Raider...
He's just gonna
You had like the Raider here, and you like 6-inch disembarked Lilith, and then they end up charging backwards. I think it was. I do think you could have had a little bit more from like the Raider here, going into like both Demon Princes, because there wasn't a world. Because you needed the other Scourges to like pop the Rhino, so that you could kill all of the stuff, right, and get rid of the Noise Marines there. I think those were the 2 main errors.
what a game.
I want to say we're just getting started. We're about halfway through this event. We have one more game to bring you. It'll be another.
I don't know what the final score for that one is going to be reported as,
Because one of his teammates just
but let's see. Liam VSL defeating Nick Nanavati, Richard Siegler beating Jack Murphy, Giorgio Castelli getting a 73-59 over Travis King,
That is the roller coaster. You're gonna see.
59-73. Giorgio Castelli going to be playing up against Jack Harpster. John Lennon going to be playing up against Liam VSL. And then the only one left, we're still waiting on Jean-Loup Guenin versus Leif Westerman.
Players from around the world join together in competition. They arrive as strangers, but leave as friends. Across 4 days of intense battle, dice will be rolled, bonds will be forged, and champions will be crowned. This is the World Championships of Warhammer 2025.
2025. All right. So we're going to get a couple of ads. I'm going to take this time to actually like look a bit more closely at the Warhammer community like release stuff that they put out yesterday, because I didn't super look at it, because we got the new Captain Titus, meaning I thought this was super funny. As for Captain Akaran, the former leader of the Second Company, well, there's usually only one way Space Marine jobs open up, and we'll be taking a closer look at that next week. So he dead. John Lennon looks like he got the win. Final score 75-45. That's what they reported. And then the Wardens of Ultramar. This is a neat unit. I'm not really sure, like, if this is going to, like, is this a Space Marine unit? That's, like, the big question. Because, like, you know, you have the two dudes, Gadriel and Mitaris here. I'm reading their names, which is why I couldn't remember. And then you have, like, these other 4, like, named people, which they look a lot like regimental advisors, which was a guard thing, but they're all part of the Ultramar Auxilia. So I'm curious what kind of rules this ends up getting, or if this is going to be like a Hell's Last. Because let me... Downloads. I think it's in the faction packs. Hell's Last, because this was a straight to Legends status sheet, which is actually it's pretty good. I don't know how many points this was, but I think it was like 80 points or something. And it just gives the unit reroll hits, which is really powerful. And then +1 leadership. It doesn't have the D3 res. I think, right? Because is there a medic in here? No. I think they just have the stabby stab. But just like giving an entire unit reroll hits, pretty neat. And then you have, oh, this is just like a worse McColl weapon. That's actually really funny. But that's kind of what I'm expecting with this Wardens of Ultramar. This feels like a straight to Legends kind of thing. The models look great though, but you know, models look good. I just didn't know what's going on with them. What is this? Amintar, Necrosaur, Amintar. All memories of thought by me to be the genesis of the Destroyer curse, and by others. Okay. Interesting. So this is like one of the first destroyers. Interesting. This seems like, because I know there's going to be new detachments. I wonder if there's going to be a Catan detachment, because that would make me very sad if people are just going to be bringing a bunch of them. Because then you have the Ophidians. The wait, wasn't this announced a long time ago, or was it leaked? Premature reveal. All right, cool. Cool. And then like new Crusade stuff, I think. There was more though. Ah, there it is. Barrick Stornbrow. Battling Orcs. Craggy Skin. Enhances his durability. That's actually really funny. Yeah, he's got like the... He's like the thing. You know, all the little bits and pieces there. Wild Berserker. Keen mind for leadership. So, Berserk leader. That's neat. The Twin Lance. Okay. Held up. Now new warriors. And Ethereal approved. Yeah, if it's not straight to Legends, it's just like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? It's just very so not Ultramarines, I think. But anyway, the Twin Lance. I mean, it looks really good. I love the split paint model, or split paint style that they have going on here. Sunseer and Scatterflare. Born from tragedy when their bondmate and commander Darkflame lost her life in battle with a Genestealer Patriarch. Living embodiments. One of them has like, where is it? Because they have like new shields, right? Like this reads to me like the lion getting a like reflective mortals whenever you save on like a 6 or whatever. Big fusion and ion scatter cannon. So this feels like a weird hero unit. So we'll see what happens with that. Tyrannid with Lash Whip. Sure. I mean, Warrior Bioform Onslaught. You know, stocks are up for that, I guess. I don't know. It's cool. We'll kind of see. Like, the big thing is always like, what are the rules? But the models look great. Like, this guy looks great. These guys look great. This looks great. All of the Ultramarine stuff looks great. I'm told the Nurgle stuff for Age of Sigmar looks really good. Okay, yeah, wow, that is a good model right there. That is a good model. Oh, wow, these are good models. And they're well painted. Wow. I don't know anything about Age of Sigmar. I don't know anything about the Sigmar lore or anything. Putrid Blight Kings. That is some good. These are some Death Shroud Terminators if I've ever seen them. Those are fantastic. Rot swords. Oh, these could also be Death Shroud Terminators. Wow, these. They really love Age of Sigmar, don't they? My disappointment at seeing the Ultramarines get our old regimental attaches could not be easily described. That is true. If they get all of our good stuff, Disco Lord Proxy, like, for real, this stuff it looks so good. Pestigores. I guess these could be Poxwalkers, depending on, like, what size they are. Or, Plague Bearers. Man, they put a lot of work into these. They look really, really fantastic. I don't know what to say. They look really, really good. But in terms of like guard stuff, the only thing we really have is these look like Mighty Flying Castellan proxies. Yeah, like that's a Castellan, that's a Castellan. That's a Primaris Psyker. This one I'm not as sure would be a Castellan, but still is a great model for whatever you choose to do with it. Ugh. I'm tempted by the Ultramarine set to turn the Auxilia peeps into a Lord Solar proxy. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially if you already have like the if you're doing like an Ultramar Auxilia army. Because I've definitely seen a couple people do that. Alright, we're still waiting on Jean-Luc Guénin versus Leif Westerman. Vesterman, probably. And then, once we have that, we'll get the quick interview with John Lennon. This feels like an ad for like a... Oh, this is Rust. This is for Rust, isn't it? Yeah, that's what it was. Hazmat suit. Shotgun. It's cool for people who play that game. That is cool.
Peggy 18.
Not doing Auxilia. My guard are all Felonid abhumans. But I like the models, and I think they'd look great as high command with a head swap. I'm sure head swaps are always doable. Sometimes you need to do a little bit more work to like gouge out the like the neck, so you have some room. And just about how much work you want to do, and how many are left, because that's the kind of stuff that a lot of people will buy pretty quickly. All right. So we do know all of our next matchups. So here we go. So here's the bracket. The only one we're waiting for is winner of this is going to be playing Kyle McCord. But we have Folger Piles versus Richard Siegler. 2 Art of War players there. And then we have Liam VSL versus John Lennon. I'm not going to lie. I think in many ways this is the real finals. We had John Lennon take down Wesley St. Hines, who I think was one of the finals, and then I think this, if it wasn't Wesley, I do think Liam versus John is like the next version of the finals. This could very easily have been a third place match as well, but I do think that this side of the bracket is stronger on average. The guys are gonna hit swaps. I've all need a bunch of green stuff in the neck hole, but yeah, that makes sense. I've had to put like some putty or whatever down in the holes because I put like samurai helmets on all of my guys, all of my Kazarkin, so I understand where you're coming from. I'm Team Liam for him renaming reactive moves to fuck away. Always something we could do. Liam is really funny to listen to, partly because he's got like a really heavy accent and he speaks really far back, like in his mouth, like he's almost speaking in his throat, which is pretty common of that part of Europe. But also just because he says funny things like that. It's like, I'm not going to react to him. Okay, I'm going to go fuck off now. I'm going to come right up to your face. All right. Kind of waiting. I'm just waiting right now for the last game to put in a score. And then I'll probably go take a break and go get something to eat because it is lunchtime. Yeah, exactly. we will get out of there. Do we know when the Titus set will launch? I have no idea. Generally, so it wasn't officially like the preview thing that they call it. So I'm guessing it'll be like around Christmas. Oop, people I know. So I see Jeff Jew. This is Luigi, I believe. Michael Mann. Petit Aurelian. I'm sure there's more people here that I recognize that I just don't see. Or they're facing the wrong way. But yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna guess it'll be like early December is when you can like pre-order it, because it would be a mistake to not let people pre-order this before Christmas. I'm gonna check French War Game and La Voix des Horreurs. So here's French War Game. It looks like it is still finishing up. Does Leif have a... Looks like he's got elf ears on. Right, because you can see it here, big ears, and then there, big ears. If those are his natural ears, those are wild.
I need you. Oh, I should have kept the 6.
On a les casteurs de Warhammer TV qui sont venus regarder la game et ils ont la chance de pouvoir manger tout comme Miladin.
Hopefully they'll... Yeah, I hope you can get one too. Those things tend to be fairly hard to get. Battle Round 5. So we're in Battle Round 5 here.
I mean, I'm done. The other one, that's 2+. 2+. That's 3 on the dragons.
I am a little bit surprised that it's not talk outable from this position, especially since it looks like...
My turn, recover for 5, and we'll see for assassinates.
Oh, we're still top of 5.
I had 2 CP at the beginning of the turn because she gave me one extra command point, and I used it to auto-succeed this one, and I used the last CP to precision here. Okay. So recover asset, it's 5, and we'll see for assassinates. Yeah.
So, okay. So, if Leif can get the 5th battle round, I have no idea what the situation on the board is, but, you know, if we can get to 51 off of primary, it looks like he just needs to score, like, 2 points. And just taking free movement off of the charge here. That is a gorgeous Sisters army.
So that's 10 more points, and that's it, right?
Donc il va rajouter
Oh, is the Fire Dragon's the only thing left?
il va pouvoir engage avec 2. Donc il a 3 bords de table.
No. And
I would redraw recover then with this one. Extend battle lines. And now the pass. So
no, I overwatch you with her.
and you can't see me here. You're not fully within. I can go here, so you can't even overwatch.
Did you pass the battle shock test?
I auto passed.
Okay.
I think you still won, but we have to see.
Allez, ça va jouer à la dernière
You're
seconde.
good with this?
So it's going to be a 10, so 46 plus cards.
So I get area and bring it down.
46, 51. Hold on. So it's going to get 10 on primary, 5, 5. It doesn't look like more because there's holding 3 over here. And then
Yes. On va
engage looks like 2 quarters.
Only 10, right? This one doesn't count.
It does for more, but I don't hold more.
Il a
J'arrête
les
les
yeux
games
au
comme ça,
ciel.
hein, c'est chiant.
Really close. It looks like it's going to be a 1-point win here for Jean-Lu.
7, a 10, so I'm on 20.
Ils sont en train de vérifier les scores, les amis.
You're on 15. You scored. Sabotage is a 6, yeah?
6, yes.
Oui, c'était un
And
6.
the other one in that round was?
Allez,
Sorry.
les gars, pour l'instant, on est en train de vérifier le score, mais on est sur une victoire de 1 petit point.
So 34 and recover for 5, right?
Recover for 5.
So
1, 2,
39.
3.
So I'm 10 up here and you are 12. I have you with 2 points, but whatever.
I have 1 point,
I did
no matter what.
Okay.
Allez, c'est une victoire.
Wow, close game.
Thank you.
What's up, Ben H?
Picture with you?
I know a couple Ben H's.
Très très rapide en 2 minutes pour les joueurs. Gros.
Really close game here between Jean-Lu and Leif,
On a 4
regardless of what it is.
qui sont au quart de finale et on a un Français et un Belge avec Jean-Loup pour la France. Et
But Jean-Lu coming out with that win no matter what. So we have Folger Piles versus Richard Siegler, Liam VSL versus John Lennon, Giorgio Castelli versus Jack Harpster, and then Kyle McCord versus Jean-Lu Guénin. Well, I'm one of them. That's helpful. Thanks for stopping by, Ben. I think unfortunately you're coming in right as we're about to take our lunch break.
Pour les quarts de finale, c'est parti, on est avec vous.
On se retrouve sur l'interview, vous voyez, ils sont encore dans la game. On va vraiment être très court parce qu'il faut qu'ils aillent manger. Leif, thanks a lot, very tight game. What was your match?
Yeah, 52-51 looks like the end score there. Anything going on over here? There is not. So anyway, gamers, I'm going to take this time. I believe lunch is about an hour. So it's currently 10:35 over where I am. So I'll plan to be back around 11:30. And then we can go from there. And hey, look at that. Jeremy Atkinson from StatCheck. And nice. All right. So with that, I'll be back in about an hour, 11:30 my time. So I will see you guys all in a bit.
play in attendance here won their way into this event, more likely than not winning or podium a event of significance the world over. Only nation to be able to
All right, what's up, gamers? Welcome back. We're back a little bit early. We have Folger Piles versus Liam VSL and El Darimir going on screen right now. Wait, what? Somebody gave me an incorrect bracket.
is a little bit more defensively sound than the Aspect Host, but the Aspect Host does push a lot more damage through. So this is going to be
Did I copy the bracket wrong?
Eldari army for Folger Piles versus far more aggressive in Aspect army for Liam VSL.
We did get to catch up with friend of the show, Nick Nanavati, before talking about it. He actually just played Liam. Liam has some elements in his list that may stack up really well against what is basically a mirror match, at least in stats.
Well, what a good time to go through those lists for you guys. So Liam
Huh.
VSL is who I'm going to be
The bracket that I was given is incorrect.
great nation of Belgium.
Let me see if I can find a better one.
Characters consist of Fuegan, Janezar, and Lycus, so three of the amazing Phoenix Lords, brand new models on most of those as well. 10 Storm Guardians, a Wave Serpent, 3 units of 5 Dark Reapers, which are what you mentioned as being the ace in the hole.
Storm Guardian's also really good too, being able to hold on to objectives even when they go somewhere else.
Now, the reason the Dark Reapers are pivotal here is because they have Tempest launchers on the Sergeants and the squads. That is indirect fire at strength 4.
Which is amazing against other Toughest models.
Correct, against other Eldari models. So if this is a defensive game by Folger Piles, he will just be doing a
HC Diablo 2. Nice. I've never actually played any of the Diablo games.
He has 5 Howling Bands to call.
I am not seeing another
Swooping Hawks, 2 units of
bracket.
is the superstar unit in the hands of Liam VSL. This is the unit that he uses the best.
Let's see. Is it in the
Hawks are absolutely superstars.
live blog that they give us a bracket there?
Folger Piles has 1 unit of 5 Swooping Hawks also starting in.
All right. I guess it just.
The ubiquitous 3 units of Warp Spiders. That is the list of Liam VSL.
Okay. I guess they just did not give us a bracket anywhere.
The reigning defending
Is it a
champion
bracket draw?
He has Eldrad with 1, Fuegan, Janezar, Lycus, and Morgan Ra.
Ta-da.
2 units of Corsair Void Weavers, which you can see have already been deployed on the table. A single Wave Serpent, 1 unit of Dark Reapers, missile launcher on this Sergeant, so no Tempest launcher, fire back.
Liam.
A single Falcon, which more often than not has.
All right. There's not an obvious bracket they have listed anywhere, so I'm just going to change this. Let's take a look. I want the bracket to be correct.
Their respective transports. A single unit of 10 Fire Dragons, of course, to go with Fuegan. 5 Howling Banshees, 2x5 Rangers, 3x5 Swooping Hawks, and 3x5 Wolf Spiders. So the density of unit is pretty similar. Both units.
Okay, so we have Folger Piles
In the game right now is the Phoenix Lord Fuegan and 10 Fire
versus Liam VSL.
Those guys are stinkers. Because using a unit of 10 high-priced miniatures like that to kill 5 Aspect Warriors is a dang poor trade.
Might be using the axe on Fuegan for
So that's there, and then we have.
I was even talking to them about both of them saying, do you ever consider not attaching Fuegan in this matchup? And just using him
And then Dan Salmons versus Leif Westerman. Alright, who's playing up against John Lennon?
and the Fire Dragons really don't have
John Lennon is versus John Liu.
I think we get kind of used to attaching our characters in the same way every time,
game,
you know,
yeah.
but looking at this with fresh eyes.
It is not a thing you have to do. Like, you do not have to attach your characters if you do not wish. I'm just going to zoom us out a little bit on our overview.
Chat, please let us know where you're tuning in
Fix.
from. Thanks for hanging out
So
with us. Day 3.
Bit better.
bottom, and then this one is left like that.
Now, a lot of different
Jean Liu.
takes.
Then we have.
We saw Nick Nanavati, he had 10 Dire Avengers with Azaman. As his
Who's
little
Richard Siegler playing?
And that was
Siegler's playing Harpster.
about some of the more, I guess you'd call them Horde army lists out in the meta, with which, you know, we know Astra Militarum are doing things of similar ilk. We'd also have Tyranids, Orcs, and a couple other variants, in addition to Adepts of Mechanicus. So he just needed more fire per active.
So Siegler's there.
All the way until he faced Liam VSL
And then
round of 16.
this must be here.
And Liam VSL, so lucky, gets to play Eldar mirror matches back to back.
There is a certain amount, I think, power in doing that. I mean, granted, you know, you're not going to learn necessarily new rules. But at least be fruitful.
And then
What worked for you in the last game?
Very
Kyle McCord.
As an Eldar specialist playing into Eldar. And that's one of the things that Eldar wield a lot.
Playing Giorgio Castelli. Okay. So I don't know if this bracket is correct, but it is more correct than it used to be, at the very least. Oops. Holy Folger versus Liam, what a banger. Good morning. Good morning there, Zaid. It is, yeah, it's still morning, 11:30. Oh, I took a quick power nap right before this, and the timing was not quite what I expected it to be. But that's okay. We got Folger Piles. Let's go ahead and take a look at his list. Folger is playing Eldar Warhost, so that is the one with the 2 fire invades. And then the extra inch of movement on all of your battle focus. So you have Eldrad, Fuegan, Janezar, Lycus, Maugan Ra, 2 units of 5 Corsairs, 1 Wave Serpent, Dark Reapers, Falcon, 10 Fire Dragons, 5 Banshees, 5 Rangers, 5 Rangers, 5 Hawks, 5 Hawks, 5 Hawks, 3 Spiders, 3 Spiders, 3 Spiders. So very similar to a lot of the Elder lists we've been seeing for a while. Meanwhile, Liam VSL is playing Aspect Host. So this is the one with the reroll 1s to hit or reroll 1s to wound. You get to decide. And it is Aspect Host. This one, I believe, has Fire and Fade, I think. Fuegan, Janezar, Lycus. So no Maugan Ra, no Eldrad in this one. 1 unit of 10 Storm Guardians, 1 Wave Serpent, Dark Reapers, Dark Reapers, Dark Reapers, all with Tempest Launchers. I believe that's the indirect one. I'll double check. 10 Dragons, 5 Banshees, Rangers, Rangers, 5 Scorpions, 10 Hawks, 5 Hawks, 5 Hawks, Spiders, Spiders, Spiders. So this is actually one of the things where the Fire Dragons on both sides are kind of whatever. But they're also playing a really weird mission on this one because round 6, I believe, is supply drop sweeping engagement. So the board is huge. Double checking the Tempest Launcher on the Dark Reapers. Dark Reapers, ranged weapons. Tempest, yeah. So 36-inch, 2d6, 411 blast indirect. So 3 indirect. This is really interesting. So the Warhost is a little bit more mobile across the board. We're already kind of seeing a pretty big difference in the way that these two guys are deploying. I'm not sure who is who. I believe this purple is Folger because I believe that's what he was playing up against Wesley at LVO. I believe those are his Fire Dragons, or his Warp Spiders, rather. Yeah, and then there's the Storm Guardians here for Liam. Ooh, this is such a small wall. That's nuts. And Liam, do we already know who's going first? No, it looks like we're still deploying. So let's see. Blue is Folger, Blue Bone. Man, yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough to follow.
So what I saw there as a bunch of measurement and moving of models was just Folger delineating. Of course, we do have the players mic'd up, but they were being very, very quiet.
Oh no, it was silence. All eyes, both their sets of eyes on the table.
So that was interesting because Folger wanted to place that model and then see what the ability is of the units that he was planning to put inside and slingshot out. And then when he picked it up and put it back on his board, he just said to Liam, I won't be doing that. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. So he was willing to put it down and measure because he wanted to know, but he wasn't quite
Yeah, so one of the big things here is because there's not a ton of, like, ranged anti-tank coming out in Folger's list. He's got, like, 1 unit of 5 Dark Reapers, presumably in the Falcon, with Maugan Ra. This is fairly safe for Liam, so he's got his Wave Serpent down here behind the wall. It is worth noting that it is going to be mandatorily touching this terrain piece because it is more than 4 inches wide. So, you know, if you can draw a bead on it, you can shoot it, but the Fire Dragons are not, like, the most relevant thing in this matchup. They still kill things, right? But they don't have like any super targets that they are going to try and kill. Maugan is super good at chopping transports, yeah. But the Fire Dragons are kind of like, eh. They're just kind of They're fine. This is not the matchup where the Fire Dragons are super relevant.
See if we can get that.
Alright, I'm going to turn up the commentators a little bit because people are saying they were hard to hear. Let me know how the audio balance is between me and them.
Which is much better that he gets the great shot.
So what he's measuring there is the total threat range of Janezar and the Banshees, and you just saw how long and how extended that tape measure was.
All the way over, all the way
I think the tech is charging everything. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Because elves do kill... elves kill the crap out of elves. Because they all have just like 2 attacks on like 3s or 4s. And then they wound on 4s. Like even your swooping hawks are going to be doing like relevant melee damage to your opponent. So much of this, but the other big thing is, I know you guys can't see this, but supply drop sweeping engagement. So it's a very weird, like, you have the steps like this, and a lot of armies, because this to here is really far, and then you just double it, right? So like a lot of armies cannot shift from this objective over to the other objective over the course of a game, and a lot of times when I played up against Donald Plummer and we played this map, but we played it on Terraform. That was one of the big things that was helping me, is when he dropped like a bunch of Deathstrike Terminators like over here, they never get to participate on the other side of the board. Whereas Eldar, it takes like 2 turns to move things from one side of the board to the other if you win one side. What I've oftentimes seen in this matchup is that you kind of over deploy here, and then you kind of go like this a lot of the time. I want to see how Folger deals with the indirect fire. I think it is going to be really tough. One of the big things about bringing the indirect is kind of what we saw going up against Wesley St. Hines. If you can strand, like, if you can just kill off Janezar's friends and or Lycus's friends, right? Both of these models without friends are just like way worse. So, you know, if you can kill 5 warp spiders with the 3 tempest launchers, it's really, really good. And the fact that they have, I believe it's AP1 on the Tempest Launcher. I believe, yeah, it's AP1. So you put a lot of stuff on 3s or 4s, depending on whatever their base save is, because you're counteracting the cover at the very least in ways that the mortars do not. And I know that 3 mortars, okay, so 9 D6 mortars kills on average 4 failed saves, okay? And this is 6 D6, but it has AP, and it's also re-rolling 1s like it is in Bridgehead, so I'm guessing that this is also killing about 4 failed saves. So that means that you're unlikely to kill all of Lycus's friends in one go, but you're likely to kill a bunch of them. Yeah. Might be hard to kill Lycus. Yeah, you don't care about killing Lycus. You care about killing just the friends, right? Same thing with Janezar. You don't need to kill Janezar so much as you just need to kill the friends, because Janezar without advance and charge is like, she's fine. Just got bad because it's the Eldar Mirror for number 1. Yeah, we have Folger Piles versus Liam VSL in the quarterfinals. This is the round of 8 coming through between these guys. The bracket that I was given earlier was incorrect, so I have made the bracket more correct at the very least. Let me fix a couple of things. And I don't know if the bracket here that I have now is correct, but it is more correct than it used to be. So Folger Piles and Liam VSL. And then we have Jean-Loup Genin versus John Lennon. And then we have Richard Siegler versus Jack Harpster, and Kyle McCord versus Giorgio Castelli. Yeah. Oh yeah, Banshees only have 4 ups base. That is interesting, at the very least. If you can take those down, that would be a big deal. So we'll see what kind of we'll see what they are able to do. Also, going first seems like normally you want to go second on supply drop, but because this is a game where I think it's mostly going to be determined on who just kills the other player, that I think you just want to go first here.
Are you able to tell the difference between a Falcon and a Wave Serpent from sight, mate?
Yes.
Well, you're going to have to.
It's fairly easy to tell the difference between a Wave Serpent and a Falcon, because the Falcon just got like the bang, but the Wave Serpent has got the fins.
That is the Falcon. Yep.
It becomes a cat.
Oh, no. Picking it up again. Way to go. Told you.
There we go. We're gonna draw the difference. Falcon,
I said you were going to stack the thin side.
and then Wave Serpent.
Juked us.
Kitty.
You had me going there for a minute, questioning my brain.
Falcon is an amazing kid. Stood the test of time. Still remember building my first one.
Oh, that kid is
So I don't see the Scorpions. That's another big thing, is I'm curious what Liam is going to do with his Scorpions, because Scorpions will absolutely tear things to shreds in this matchup. It could probably kill like 2 units. So like, if you started the Scorpions like here and just gambled going first, because the Scorpions, like, if you infiltrate them and you go second, they're just gonna die anyway. Kind of no matter what, you would have to like put them pretty safe. There's like not places to hide on this at all. But if you just go here, come here, don't let the spiders overwatch, and then just take a 6 into like multiple units, the Scorpions will kill like 10 aspect warriors pretty easily.
Move 17 inches with the star engines, showing that I can shoot into the back of that terrain piece. So it's always good to be face up with your opponent about.
It's what trying to put it exactly.
Yeah.
Those shots, limit what
They do have scout, but they just,
That would be an interesting play.
there's just nowhere to hide on this board is the bigger problem. Like, if your opponent wants them dead, they will die. They will just die.
The unit after he's shot at a unit on 4+, that or is it 5+? That unit and everything else within 6 inches will take D3 mortal wounds. There's like 4 units right here.
Yeah, this is unfortunately a very
That is the play he's lining up right now.
not so chill mission, to be honest. I'm expecting that a lot of this round is going to be rather quick, because it doesn't usually get there, and it doesn't usually get to the end, because it is such a shooting favored board. So kind of looking at it, I do think that Giorgio Castelli, here I'll put up the bracket that I'm looking at. I don't know if the next match is correct, but I do think this one I'm going to give the edge to Liam, is my guess. This one I think is going to be John. This one I do think Siegs has a good advantage here, just because he's playing with a better shooting army and a faster army. And then here, normally I think Dark Angels has a good matchup, but I think this board is, and this mission is really bad, so I actually think this is a Giorgio favored. So this is my prediction for the round of 4. Liam, John Lennon, Richard Siegler, and Giorgio Castelli. So that is my prediction for the round of 4.
I did call this unit that I'm highlighting as the Rangers, and on the top down, that's what it looked like to me. But that is in fact Striking Scorpions.
I'm surprised they're as far back as they are, just because, like, I guess the idea here is that they can scout backwards.
Wave Serpent just went down for Folger Piles on the thick side to the middle of center of his deployment line. on the line.
Yeah. This could just die,
One more deployment left.
is one of the big things. Harvester versus Siegs on Lavaz de Horus. Jack say, I might not even need to take the top of my turn 2 at this rate. Woo! Let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. Like I mentioned before, I'm going to try not to spend too much time on the other community streams, simply because I don't want to like step on the toes of other community members in that way. But I do have an ad, so I'll take a quick look and give you guys an update over there. If you guys are interested, of course, the Spanish language stream La Voz de Horus on twitch.tv, and then French Wargame currently has John Lugenin versus John Lennon. If you're interested in watching those, I think from Folger's angle, you have to take a big gamble because of list disadvantage. Yeah, that seems plausible to me. Oh man! All right, just a quick showing of what's kind of going on over there. I can't tell who's going first. However, you can kind of see just like how open this is. There's not a lot of room for anyone to hide on this board at all. And then don't need that. We can close out. We can close out all of that. And then French Wargame still does not have the board showing us yet. Are both players on the same detachment? No, Folger Piles is on Warhost, so you get an extra inch of movement on all your battle focus, you get an extra battle focus, and you have the 2 buttons to get back into transports. And then Liam is on Aspect Host, the one where you get to choose reroll 1s to hit or wound, and then Fire and Fade. Right.
What is your favorite Aspect Host?
What is my favorite Aspect Host? I'm a big fan of Striking Scorpions. I have some of them mostly done right here. Or not Striking Scorpions, Swooping Hawks. Swooping Hawks are my favorite Aspect Host. I love me some birds. Love me some birds. So I still gotta base them. Still gotta get more of them. I only have 1 unit of 5. I would love 30, but you know. Yeah. I don't know. Dark Reapers. I think Dark Reapers might be my least favorite there, gamers. I love Hawks. Yeah, Hawks just look so cool. They very nearly got me to play Eldar as my first army originally. Ended up not doing it. Ended up playing guard. Ended up playing guard again when I came back to the game. So, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely think Swooping Hawks are my favorite aspect. By a decent margin. I've been baiting with Fire Dragons for my first teams tournament. Hell yeah, good luck. Howling Banshees are also cool. I do like some Howling Banshees. I do need to get myself some Banshees as well. Yeah, I'm about 600 points away from having a full Eldar army to play. So I'm getting close. Getting close.
Justin, I remember that game from a few years ago.
And then, of course, we will see. But right now, one of the big things about, like, building up a collection is just, you just got to get a bunch of stuff and then kind of see what is still going to be played, like, later on. So kind of trying to future-proof. Oh, it does look like we know who's going first. It is going to be Liam VSL, I think. Or is he still... We might still be deploying.
This really is critical decisions. So the players spending as much time as they need to get this set up, because the die roll...
All the Phoenix Lords are cool. Yeah, I love the new Baharoth.
Of the Wave Serpent. Just checking what he can and can't do here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this whole thing is... I think so much of this is just going to be the go first roll. Who has control of the tempo of the board? It does indeed.
Over on Twitch, we can get that poll up there in just a minute or two.
Jack does not look happy. He seems like he's about to go through the motions.
Yeah, Dire Vengeance don't get the respect they deserve, I don't think.
Yeah, you might get battle shocked.
Dice con Francur, te doy se hacen pesadas, doy fe.
Yeah. I mean, if you're
Yeah. So I'll give you guys an update on that if there is more to say. Anyway, Guard for Life, aside from 9th edition, I started playing Guard. I came back to the game when the Guard Codex came out. So,
Love it.
Players working together.
yeah. Man, this is brutal.
To make sure they both have the correct information.
Had Howling Banshees get mined and killed on the crackback by Kazrikan today on RTT. So those elves specifically. Dang. Yeah, the Meltamine is pretty good.
Like if he rolls a
It's
5
pretty
with
good.
hands,
Pretty good ability.
he will get 3 Fire Dragons.
Deathcore of Krieg.
Serpent is what they've
There you
decided.
go.
If he
Trying to remember if Deathcore of Krieg was even a thing. I think they were just a Forge World special back when I was playing originally. I don't think they had different rules or like different data sheets. I think it was more the you could choose different regimental doctrines for your army, which was the big thing that I remember. And you could give like, because you had so much freedom in what you were trying to do. A couple other matchups of note. Wesley St. Hines is going to be playing Josh Brody from Australia. Let's check Winter. John Winter Russell is playing Francesco di Bonaventura's Necrons from Italy. And then David Purcell playing Corey Trumbley's Canadian Dark Angels. Gustavo de Sousa is playing Stefan Meertens Space Wolves from the Netherlands. Yeah.
At some point, they're going to have to start rolling dice, though. So Warhammer will happen here, I promise.
This is the thinking phase.
The thinking phase, yeah.
Especially in this situation, is incredibly important.
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. So I will tell you, Folger Piles is a very defensively sound player, and we've seen that time and time again. Whereas Liam VSL is known for his aggression. And that's playing out in the detachments they've chosen to take, despite both being Eldari. We have Warhost versus Aspect Host. Warhost is definitely more defensively focused, whereas Aspect Host absolutely more damage focused. So we'll see which design, which
Is it time? Are we going to start rolling dice?
of Eldari reigns supreme here at the World Championships of Warhammer in your round 6 matchup. Will the run of Folger Piles end and his ability to defend his title finish? Or will Liam VSL continue on his way to a mercurial 12 months of competitive Warhammer? Or will Folger Piles maintain his position as one of the best players in the world? Here comes the handshake.
Here's the handshake.
Good luck, have fun, gamers.
Here comes the roll.
Shaking it out.
They're shaking it out. Love it. Love
Keep
it.
your eye on the die box. That's Folger. Folger got a 3.
Oh, that's big.
Folger is going first.
This is what Folger didn't want to have happen, by the way.
Didn't want?
Before, Folger was of the opinion this was a 45 to 55 game against him, statistically. And he says if he went first, that drops significantly.
Interesting.
Now more in Folger's mind, a 70-30 game his way. So he's going to have to do some interesting plays, and he's very capable of it. I can't wait to see what he comes up with.
I think coming to that realization, there's a calming element to that.
It is. There's not quite a resignation, but it's good to know what your prospects are and what you need to do.
When you need to push, like when you know, okay, this is a suboptimal. I mean, I would not normally make this play because.
No, we have Folger Piles going first.
70%, something like that.
So we're seeing scout moves. Right now, we got the Corsairs. That was a weird arrow. And then the Striking Scorpions coming back behind Liam's head here. So these Rangers, these are Folger's Rangers.
I assume. But yeah, Folger Piles is going first here.
Yeah.
Here they come.
So then Void Reavers as well coming up here. So the big thing here is, like, I'm assuming it's Dark Reapers in the Transport Falcon here. So it comes out. It's gonna pop the Wave Serpent really easily if he wants it. But then there's always the question of like what are you willing to show? I do think you have to be pretty aggressive. But it's just a matter of like what can you do to make your opponent's life more difficult here. And unfortunately, like the staging point, there's nowhere safe to stand anywhere on this board.
I would not be surprised if we see a play to this effect, a move and advance of these ranges, and they want to line out.
So I don't think there's a ton of like subtlety. There's a ton of subtlety to the matchup, but the subtlety on this board I do not think is there.
Try and do something else, something similar, where they come and they stage and they block off this zone. Because what he wants to do is to trade his menial utility units for premium assets that have to end up being exposed in order to shoot them, and then gives him firing solutions and the ability to pick things up on his terms. Over on the right side of the board, I don't expect Folger to try anything mercurial over there. Possibly just staging up a unit or two in this area.
Yeah. So the big thing here is, of course, you have Jane Czar and friends. Yes, Jane Czar, but also Lycus appears to be here. And it looks like the same thing is happening here. So it's always just like, how far apart are these? Can they impact each other? I know it's 4 plus 6, so it's 10, 10, 44, 24?
But if he does that, he might be in range for his opponent's wolf spiders or aggressive assets.
So, are these 24 inches apart? Does that look right? Because let's see, 4 plus 6, and then 4 and 6, so that's 10, 10. It's 44 inches across, so 44 minus 20, 24. So it is possible to get a turn 1 charge, but you would have to charge basically onto the back. So if you moved, well, you could move 27 with Warhost, or you could move 24 and not be overwatchable. So you could just be like right here if you wanted to on turn 1.
But behind our screen that you guys see when we're looking in the booth, there is French War Games and there is a Spanish stream. So if you do speak any of those native tongues and you wish to follow along with the World Championships of Warhammer in your native tongue, every ability to do so. Over on the French stream, we have one Frenchman still in contention, and
Alright.
is Jean-Luc Genin playing Adeptus Sororitas, representing France, playing against John Lennon of the United States as Emperor's Children. That is, I believe, in John Lennon's favor slightly. We'll see if he's able to progress. And then on the other stream, we have Richard Siegler versus Jack Harpster on the Spanish stream, United States versus United States. Adeptus Mechanicus versus Adeptus Sororitas. I will tell you right now, from the verbatim words of both players who I know deeply and love deeply, Jack thinks he has no chance in that matchup.
Yeah, that seems really, really rough for Jack. So we will see if he can pull something wild.
So we'll see if Jack is able to pull something mercurial out of his toolbox.
Knowing all your constraints.
All right, looks like we're starting to get some advances rolling.
At this level, you can make things happen.
Absolutely.
And somebody said, "Oh, I got to go back and watch that game with John because when they tuned out before, it was John was behind." Yes, you do want to go back and watch that game as soon as the video on demands.
Trying to see what angles are available.
First advance roll of Folger Pars was indeed a 1.
Ooh, I think that was with the Wave Serpent here.
Just deciding if he unfortunately left himself exposed at the back there, and looks like he did. And beautiful and lovely of Folger to say, of course you intended not to be shot. Feel free to smudge them up a little bit. And that was a unit of Wolf Spiders advancing.
Is it a unit of Warp Spiders advancing? Because then they just go 24.
Is still able to see if they get a max advance roll.
Said only needed a 2.
Yes.
Unfortunately rolled the 1.
He wants to see into the back of that ruin with his Wolf Spiders in order to roast toast some Banshees. That is a great thing if he can engineer a turn 1, leaving him with his sole power melee unit on the table.
With the Warp Spiders?
No. With just 5 Wolf Spiders,
but
will more than likely kill the 5.
I don't think he's talking about the Warp Spiders. I'm pretty sure that was a roll with the Wave Serpent. With the Star Engines.
Willie CP
if I do this.
So we'll see if we catch it on the face cam.
Yep.
Not quite getting the best of it.
But it's a good photo. Not really. It's not a great photo.
And really trying to debate, well, with the available distance that he has right now, what will he be able to get any line of sight?
Yeah, who, if any, can he see into the back of that ruin with?
And
it's
how
really,
many?
it is super important that Folger gets something done this turn and takes the first steps of resource removal while he has the agency to do so. Measuring together.
It's the best thing. Get consensus with your opponent. Ideally before any models are moved.
Also, I don't know if you've ever watched, but Liam is so tall. Belgian giant.
So look at this. Right to the top now, see if we can get the angle here. See what the next debate the move is. A lot of consternation around that roll.
Trying to get this right. That one.
I mean,
so big. Such an awkward way to start as well. You don't want to throw away CP this early.
I mean, if you think if you think that enough of the game
I think the big thing is, right, he's just trying to get the fire dragons that I'm assuming are in that wave serpent out so that they can do something, right? Like, he was probably hoping to pop sustained and get whatever unit was like at the back of that wall.
That's exactly right. It's such a risk. He only has 2 CP. But his objectives this turn are good.
What do you even draw?
He didn't try and cycle one when he had 2. That would mean his one, you know, he would obviously stick his one. He would try and re-roll it. Doesn't look like he's going to either. 17-inch move on this wave serpent is what have been declared. Yes. Folger knows enough about this matchup. He must be aggressive despite what he's best at.
So, yeah. This is actually like one of the few games that I think becomes better if you are like playing this on TTS. Hey Joshi, missed it. What do you think of the reveals last night? They're okay. They're cool. The models are cool. There's not a lot of interesting guard stuff, right? Like, there's just not. It'll all depend on the rules. It'll all depend on the rules that they have available to them. Yeah, I do know fire dragons do have grenades. But it becomes a big
he's like, all I want to do is shoot for
range issue.
Disembarking there.
Beautiful.
He's like, I just want one. I want one shot.
There we go. Catching it all. Flagon being used turn 1. And he's going after Reapers. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows what the pivotal units are in this game, in this matchup.
I do love Flagon too. Such great lore.
He's fantastic.
Looks cool.
He was one of
Yeah, there's just nowhere to hide on this board at all.
Yeah.
Citadel painting brochure back in the day. I used to pore over it for hours. And I remember Flagon all the way back then looking at it and being like, that is a sick miniature. I want to know more. Yeah, so he's trying to look at 2 units of fire dragons here. Sorry, 2 units of wave serpents here. I'll just quickly go for the top.
If you just keep saying everything, eventually you get the right one.
So he's gonna disembark in here 3 inches away, and he's going to be able to. I'll just see if I can zoom out slightly further on our top-down cam. There we go. That's in. And you're out.
Unhance.
Yeah. So there's a unit of Dark Reapers just below here, and there's a unit of Dark Reapers just below here. And he's looking to cut an angle with his fire dragons that he can get 3 to 4 to see on each of these units.
I don't think he's going to get that many.
Decrease their efficacy immediately. And he's using his best unit to do so. But there's a best unit in any other matchup. Like, remember what I said about Flagon and the fire dragons?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't cut the mustard in this matchup. They should be thrown away to the best advantage that you can get immediately, and he's doing
things
that.
up. You get a question here: isn't it risky to throw that wave serpent up there? It is.
It is risky, but the whole game here is just like how much risk are you willing to take?
In this matchup, he is quite disadvantaged, and so he's making a big play turn 1 in order to get things going his way.
And this is also so important about like how many of them are going to be able to see.
Why did he re-roll it?
If he feels like he's got enough, like maybe it's enough. I think you become comfortable with like knowing how many.
Because we're now in the point of like dealing with millimeters as to like what can and cannot see.
So it looks like we have 1, 2.
Which as humans we are simply not that precise of creatures.
That's the angle we got. So he's trying to get this angle right there.
Yeah.
Because there are.
I'm just gonna tilt us. We need to be able to see this. Sacrifice a little bit of the beauty of the shot in order to capture everything we need to see here. It's too much.
Because if Folger can clear up both Tempest launchers here, like that is game. But also he shifted this Wave Serpent a couple of times, and now I don't think that like Fuegan looks more than 3 inches from this spot.
They had already talked about it.
I like this widget use. Oh, no.
This is one of the reasons why Nassim Fouchain oftentimes brings like dowels.
Yep. So Liam did
So just like wooden dowels, so you can like put them down on the board and figure out what's going on
where they were trying to
for his lines of sight.
figure out everything they were trying to do with every computation possible. And Folger's now just pretty much letting him say that you did state you didn't want to be shot on this angle with the Dark Reapers. So I'm going to let you adjust them off the line, but you're gonna it means that the ranges are shootable, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, Rangers are going to be shootable. That's fine.
Yeah. He's like, there's nothing I can do about the Rangers, but I did state I didn't want the Dark Reapers to be shot on this line, and Folger's being 100% clear and stating, yep, you totally did state that. Go for it, mate.
So he's going to be able to get some shots.
Yeah.
Being allowed to reposition to where it prevents.
I just don't know why Folger didn't reroll the 1. He must have 2 CP worth of things he is planned to do. So 1 into the Dark Reaper, 3 into the Rangers, 3 into the other Dark Reapers with Fuegan, it looks like, is what has lined up here.
It's just not a guarantee, and I think right now Folger's plans to try to play so precise.
Yeah.
If he'd re-rolled that into another 1.
I like his America measuring tool, yeah. I think that's one of Folger's that they're sharing.
Yeah, this is a lot to try and maneuver on the top of turn 1. I just don't understand why he kept the 1. If he re-rolled that 1 and got anything, this play is just happening. And now he's having to go through all this minutia to try and engineer it.
We can roll a secret die over here to see if it would have mattered.
Roll the secret die. Re-roll the 1 into the 1. Game's over.
No, never look back. Never look back.
You never want to know. Don't want to know.
Oh, that's so funny. He got the it's definitely Folger's with the measurement.
Absolute precision, of course, has to be wholly within 3 with each model.
Wow.
So just declared there. I can see the Rangers with pretty much as many as I want, but there's nothing I can do to see Dark Reapers. So he will be destroying the Rangers and getting some pot shots on the other unit of Dark Reapers, it looks like. Possibly.
Gonna have to double check Fuegan there.
I believe Fuegan can draw the line here to the back. I don't think anybody else can see there.
Double check Fuegan, because we shifted the Wave Serpent after Fuegan came out.
Floating as well, which, like I said, that's what I would do personally in this matchup. So he's going to be able to get 7.
Yeah, Fuegan is definitely more than 3 at this point.
So Fuegan into the Dark Reapers, 7 Fire Dragons.
But if Liam is okay with it, I shall be as well.
And he's already stated, yes, pretty much no matter what I do, you're going to be able to trigger a reactive move. So expending Battle Focus tokens here like candy. Alright, just going to switch us off while I reset
Also, the fin breaking off of the Wave Serpent makes things very weird.
Wrong one.
But that's okay.
Ah,
That's okay. If Liam is satisfied, I am satisfied.
now switching back to our top down.
It'll be a really big deal. Every Tempest launcher that comes off the board is going to be a really big deal.
So Folger's just decided he can flicker jump to see Dark Reapers here. Yeah, there we go.
That's big.
It's big. He needs to get those Dark Reapers off the table by any means necessary.
Yeah. Otherwise, he just loses units to the
He just
Tempest launchers.
just gets chipped away.
Over and over and over again.
Chipped away, chipped away, chipped away.
All right. 24 inches.
He has expended the Battle Focus tokens. This is a 27-inch move. Yep, all 5 look like they will be able to see Dark
Full send
Reapers.
spiders, yeah, it makes sense. Folger said that he thinks it's really bad if he goes first. I don't think he had a chance going second. So I am curious what ends up happening here.
That gun is out of range for a lot of the time. On sweeping engagement, that gun is in range all the time.
Post up in the center of the table.
Correct. If you ever try and put anything on objective, the Tempest launchers can shoot you because all the middle objectives are just within 24 of your deployment zone.
Eldari, especially smaller squads.
I wonder if it's ever worth it for the Dark Reapers to Overwatch.
So placing 5 dice there to denote that he still needs to roll his flicker jump.
The fact that flicker drop happens at the end of the movement phase is really frustrating.
So he's putting Overwatch
It's just really weird
of
at the very least.
spiders.
Okay, other spiders, I think you just have to move them such that they can. There's you damage. This is just a full send the entire board.
This is what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yep. So just going to try and place this unit entirely on the terrain feature. And like I said, this unit cannot be overwatched. And he's making a play for another unit of Dark Reapers. I called this. I said the Warp Spiders might be sacrificed early to get those Warp Spiders off the table. And it looks like he's making major inroads into removing 2 and possibly damaging the 3rd. But he is going to lose a lot of units on the response. Is it going to be worth it? We'll have to wait and see, guys.
I do wonder because I think I think most of the swooping hawks for Liam are starting off of the board.
These players can play from almost any position. That was part of what
It looks like there's a 5-man hawks here, and that's the only hawks on the board. So that means there would be another 5 elsewhere, and then a 10-man hawks
So that's important to denote, right?
that are off the board.
Can do this and charge. It would be wild if he then pulled out Lycus.
Why is what relevant? I'm sorry, I don't remember what I said.
like great new Phoenix Lord character.
Incredible miniature.
Fun to paint.
Yeah,
Don't think I've ever been this invested in a GW stream. Don't play Eldar. Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 very, very good players, so
One of those characters that can give a
it's a lot of fun.
entire force.
Entire force. So powerful.
I don't know what I said being whether or not it would be relevant. Flicker jump. Oh, so flicker jumping at the end of the phase does change. It
Swooping Hawks moving next.
becomes really weird because you don't know how much OC you have until the end of the movement phase after you've done all of your other movement, right?
Can't really interact with.
It's like if you're trying to like get like a storm hostile or like a cleanse or something, and you don't know how much OC you have until the end of the movement phase. The Overwatch is kind of interesting, but the bigger thing is if you lose guys and you lose OC, like that can be game changing. It's also just at a weird timing where because it's at the end of the movement phase, a lot of people do it at the wrong time. Just because they think it's like right after you do it, because that's how it's been for most versions of Flicker Jump. It's like you just roll the Flicker Jump right after you move, or sometimes even before you move. So people do it at the wrong time, and it's like you don't get to know that information yet. So it's just weird.
already a dice here for where it can finish its move, and from that position.
Oh yeah, you move this Falcon every time.
The wave serpent or shoot into the back of that ruin.
You're just trying to remove assets from this position.
Him, can I do that and then force you to use the reactive move before I spend any CP or battle focus tokens myself?
Yep. And I'll just see which one he gets his rerolls against.
Yes, correct. I think he would, because I think the default is to his order of operations as the active player. And if they both have the timing of in the phase or at the end of phase, if they both have exactly the same timing, it reverts to the active player's discretion to stack those in whichever way they feel is advantageous or disadvantageous. Here comes the Falcon.
You can see the Storm Guardians, Dark Reapers pop out.
And here comes Morgan Ra. He's deploying, he said, in such a fashion to only be seen by one Warp Spider, but his entire unit to see that one Warp Spider. So he will get 5 Dark Reapers shooting, but if he was going to be overwatched, only one Warp Spider would overwatch him.
Yeah, nice. Cutting minimum lines, always good stuff.
Think about at home to try and get all your units to see one model in a unit that can overwatch you effectively.
I wish I would have more to say about this, but the biggest thing is you're just so focused on like tiny angles here, and we just don't know the movement of what's available.
Unit causing splash models on potentially 4 to 5 units. That's just a lot of efficacy.
Let's bring that up.
The Morgatar.
Yep. So this is the face of death. In your shooting phase, after this model is shot, select one enemy unit hit by one or more shots of those attacks. The enemy unit must take, that's the battle shock, subtract 1 from the result.
Harvester of
Souls.
Harvester
of Souls. Yeah, this model's leading unit in your shooting phase after selecting targets for that unit's attack. If every attack targets the same unit, roll d6 for the target's units and 1d6 for every other enemy unit within 3 of the target. On a 5+ unit being rolled for is struck by explosive debris. After resolving all those units' attacks against the target unit, each unit is struck by explosive debris suffering D3 mortal wounds.
Maybe he doesn't pop the Serpent. Dragons don't do much in this match. Yeah, that's fair. If he can instead get line of sight on the Warp Spiders, you definitely just kill those. Pop Storm Guardians and Spiders, yeah. So it is a huge extension from Folger, but he has to do it, and he also has to keep the gas on. He has to be ready to swing again next turn. Just because like there are 15 Hawks that cannot come in or can't really come in until bottom of 2.
He's already setting up his second wave here.
Do you want to give a shout out to Artificer Luke over there, who's color-coded the different Eldari forces on both sides?
Yep.
Folger is in the blue, and Liam is in the
yellow,
orangish.
All right, another number being rolled. Looks like Swooping Hawk movement.
We will also see if we can get an indicator of which is the Alpha and Omega objectives.
Oh, that would be fantastic, actually.
Well, we'll see if we can do that.
Yeah, I think my expectation on that is that this is the Alpha, and then this is the one that always stays. Supply drop has changed.
So on turn 4, this objective goes away. On turn 5, this objective goes away. The middle always stays now. So
there you go. Beat Adam to it. I was faster.
At the end of the game, and there'll be 8 points to the player who holds objective to the right of screen in their turns.
And that can be massive. That is basically going to be like a pendulum floating over Folger, because Liam will have the last turn.
He'll have the last laugh. So you want to be more than 15 points ahead going into turn 5 if you are the player going first. If you think you're either going to carry the day, or you must be in a position to table them and remove their ability to hold that objective at the end. Both work.
Yeah, I feel like the Warp Spiders. Zaid, you probably know this one better than I do, but I feel like the Warp Spiders are just the determining factor in a lot of this. So line of sight from the Corsairs into the Guardians, probably. I mean, I think there's like a dude sticking out here in order to try and sticky. Storm Guardians sticky, right? Storm Guardians.
Some new players in the chat. Welcome in.
Storm Guardians. Yes. Yeah.
This one is a little more than usual. It's 4-hour rounds for the world champions.
So everybody just shifting a little bit forward there. Because this is also crazy, right? So we know that this to this is 24 inches. Do I have anything that I can easily use on my screen? This is pretty close, actually. Okay. So 24 from this corner is about like here. 24 from this corner is like here. So you just have like this circle of these warp spiders can flicker jump basically anywhere, basically like that. Like those warp spiders can just be anywhere they want. If you have 2 spiders versus 3 spiders in the mirror, you just lose. You can't set up spiders in a way that you see 2 units so you can overwatch. Yeah. So I'm expecting that we're gonna lose one. Oops, one spiders is going to die here.
He's going to take out the unit of Dark Reapers that's in this pile here in this conglomeration. So we've got the unit of Dark Reapers going down. Then he's
Yeah, so it's going to be Reapers, spiders, some damage on the Storm Guardians. Reapers, Rangers. Some damage on the Reapers here. Like, it's just such a devastating Alpha Strike. I will be impressed if Liam can actually come back.
But may take 1 or 2 casualties, maybe even 3. And then this unit of Rangers is going to take 7 Fire Dragons. So potential and likely to lose 4 of his better units this turn, with a 5th being heavily damaged. Not a bad turn at all.
Artificer Luke has done this up here.
Yeah. Well done. Thank you for delineating the Alpha and Omega for us there, Luke. He's one of the unsung heroes of this stream. Paul and I get a lot of the credit, but need to shout out our whole crew. Jesse, Andy, Will, Luke.
Yep, and no deep strike turn 1. Yep.
All right. Eddie Eccles is a legend.
So over here, you know, talking about the attacks here. Order of operations. Warp Spiders, Dark Reapers.
All right.
Sorry, shooting over here. Trying to get
one Exarch took a wound, other one is totally okay. Alright, now we get into the shooting phase, and we will see how much damage is actually done by Folger here. I think it's mostly going to be on Liam to just be a wizard, because I think this mission is so unfair. This map is so unfair. I remember one time I played this, playing into Subterranean Assault Tyranids, and I went first, and on top of turn 1, I killed 2 Maleceptors and a Tyrannofex, and then I also put a second Tyrannofex on 4 wounds remaining after I'd used its blank. So like I just killed like 600 points of my opponent's anti-tank on turn 1 and then could not lose.
Flipping both using his dispersed shot profile, actually 2 profiles, got sustained hits there. Wow, 7 saves.
Wow.
Down of the Dark Reapers.
That's huge.
Massive.
I mean, Tempest Launcher's still there.
Already a great turn.
So four guys died here.
So this is the Warp Spiders into the Dark Reapers.
Ooh, low roll.
Top of screen. I'm just going to pivot here so we can see the Dark Reapers.
12 shots on 5 dice.
Rangers already gone. He did use both his Aspect Trines tokens from on Fuegan to get those wounds through on the Dark Reapers. Squad dead.
Whole squad.
Yeah.
Dark Reapers down. My God, this is a turn.
Reaper's dead.
And this unit is jumping back inside its wave serpent.
Reaper's dead over here.
Switching our coverage to this view, as this is where the next pile of action is going to be taking place.
Oh, wait, so Reapers, so these Reapers I think died?
Force him to choose on the reactive before he chooses, like you said, mate. This is the Falcon with 3 wounds at AP1.
After day 1 of tournament with Siege, I report that artillery teams are indeed very bad versus Reagan Guard with perma-stealth and Guardian Battle Hose that I can't attrition down because of the regen strat. Checks out. Brutal.
9 moves left in the Wave Serpent. Takes another 5, 4 left. He's just said to Liam, would you like a reactive move? He said no.
No.
He can jump the Storm Guardians to the other side of the terrain piece and be safe.
I think it's coming down. Which one does he want to save?
Yeah.
What is more important?
There's just nothing to save here.
Of course, or he can try and be aggressive with this maneuver, push the Storm Guardians up, and then he almost forces Morgan Ra and the Dark Reapers to shoot them instead of trying to go for something else.
Yeah, and there's nothing left.
He's done it.
Okay. Storm Guardian's going forward.
He has done it on the Storm Guardians.
No other attacks can come that way other than what can currently do it.
Oh. Is that on my end? Is that on their end? I still have the French stream and the Spanish stream working, so I believe it is on their end. Do we see the Fs in chat? Show chat. F? F, F, F. Oh no! Oh no! Thank you, Nightbot. Alright. Well, with that there... Cottywomple. Oh, what's up, dude? It's good to see you, man. Alright, well, with that there, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on the Spanish stream between Jack Harpster and Richard Siegler. I remember we talked about this a little bit. Harpster thinks that he is super cooked in this matchup. Bad map, bad matchup.
93,50% de barra Vinlander. Cuando lleguemos al 100% desbloqueamos. Sorteo melocotono.
I do love that from Jack. If you tell me this is a half. Tell me this is a half. Wait, I don't...
Who thought to give every one of these dudes an Uzi?
These Iron Striders only have the
let's see.
on twos against you.
Alright, we'll be back to that in a minute or two. Take a look at what's going on there. The good news about this matchup is, the good news is there's going to be a lot of Miracle Dice coming out for Jack. Because he's going to be losing a lot of units, and Admech just has so many units.
Thank you, MacPole13. Please send the link to any of your friends, because we would like to have, if possible, more spectators, more viewers.
Yeah. How many viewers do they have? 643, that's pretty good.
More than French War Game.
Competing with French War Game. French War Game has 2,300, so, you know, they're doing what they're doing. French War Game has been, Warhammer is so big in France. That's a big part of it.
Buenas tardes, Juli. Cuando vienen los jefes, Sandre, hombre, siéntate bien, ¿eh? Neuralo, Verdus. Muchas gracias por esa participación.
You can tell that Jack and Siegs are good friends.
Me preocupa mucho porque, o sea, menos mal que Jack ayuda, pero ya no solo son las muñecas al tirar, sino al quitar tantos daditos, también los de...
Was Nemo versus Lennon streamed on a non-Games Workshop stream? Not that I know of.
I haven't even fired these fucking birds. 1 damage. And then I need 15 more.
15 more.
Every one of these models has an Uzi, and they turn it sideways and they spray my whole block. I also went
Oh, yeah, there's Adam, just kind of watching and waiting for the stream to come back up.
Voy a ir al stream en inglés. A hacer lo que hace Adam. No, está chequeando, no. Os cuento lo que pasa. Quiero recordar a todo el mundo que solo 8 jugadores pueden ser campeones del mundo de Warhammer 40.000 a estas alturas. Estamos en los cuartos de final, es decir, que solo hay 4 partidas ahora mismo que están que tienen en lista.
There's always more, dude. That's the thing with Admic, is there's always more shooting to be done. I want to take a look at the list that Siegs is playing. Because he's playing Skitari Hunter cohort, where a bunch of stuff has stealth, Belisarius Call, Skitari Marshal with the Cantic Thrall Net enhancement, 1 Rangers, 2 Rangers, 1, 2, 3 units of Ballistari, all with, 2 of them with las cannons, 1 of them with auto cannons. Interesting. 1, 2, 2 10-man Taurasi Skystalkers, so the move, shoot, move. 1 5-man. 2 units of 10 infiltrators. 3 units of 10 infiltrators and 1 unit of 10 rust stalkers. So, very different list than a lot of the other AdMech. A lot fewer total activations, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 total activations, which is a lot lower than a lot of other AdMech. However, they are all just super hard to remove, because they are basically all stealth all the time. And there we go. Let's go back.
So yeah, the unit of Wolf Spiders and the unit of Dark Reapers have pretty much been reduced from that squad.
Okay, so that's coming back. So we lost. Oh my gosh, is this Reaper unit still active? Or are these Rangers? We shot the Falcon here, trying to figure out what popped out. Is probably Fire Dragons. Storm Guardians moved out this way.
Like it is just all eyes on the table. Players rolling, smiling though.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is enjoying it. I'll give you guys a quick rundown of the games in action. The Jack Harpster versus Richard Siegler game. Jack had to go first, which pretty much says he has no chance. So what he's done, deployed on the line.
Yep.
Sent his whole army.
Yep. That's what you oftentimes do. If you're in a bad matchup, sometimes you just make your opponent fight. Takes so much of the board tempo. Is the G-Dub stream really still on turn 1? It is indeed. It's been a very complicated, a lot of navigating sight lines here for Folger. And he's doing a lot of shooting on turn 1 here.
Too close to call as well. But looks like Richard Siegler's looking advantaged in their game, as even Jack Harpster has said. Right now, it looks good for Folger Piles, but there is a lot that
it does look good here. So the big thing to kind of figure out, so we lost Warp Spiders died. I can't tell how much of this is like Reapers versus Rangers. But you have Storm Guardians came out this way. Everything over in this corner, I believe, is dead. And then you just have the Tempest Launcher still alive here. I believe.
Flagon disembarked to the front of the unit and has taken a bunch of damage on the disembark. And now he's debating whether he's going to charge. He's going to charge him. Now,
charge him with the Falcon?
Into the boat.
One of those, I believe, is at the end of the fight phase, technically. Is it me, or is this just an insane match to be able to watch? Yeah, I'm really excited that we get to just have this on stream, because these are both incredible players. I just wish it was on a better mission. Better mission plus matchup. Or deployment, rather.
Looks like, actually, apologies, looks like 1 Dark Reaper is still there. Looks like at least some Splash Mortals went through onto the Rangers, because they lost 3 of their number.
Ooh.
Man, what a phenomenal turn.
Okay, so yeah, so it looks like Ranger, and then we still got Reaper. Dragons lost a bunch of guys falling out. I'm not sure how we lost Spiders here, because they passed their flicker drop, but they couldn't have been overwatched. Oh, did the Falcon explode while we were gone? I feel like that's probably it.
Yep. So this is tempting Jane's out into the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, if Janezar comes out, just cleans up this Void Guard unit, gets a lot of free movement here. I'm very surprised that that's a charge that Folger was willing to make, because it's just a fight first unit coming out, and it'll just kill kill them and get free movement.
So he must be of the opinion that CP are much more important than his units. That's a fascinating look at this economy.
With all the Eldari tricks, when you add in battle focus plus stratagems, maybe that is the case. Maybe he's like, I may, through weight of just my...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dice Tray.
Just getting our from my faction dice box resized, guys. Should be back on board momentarily.
If I can take one of those resources away from Liam, that gives me an advantage.
In addition to that, Liam's able to engineer some very interesting maneuvers here that's enabling him to possibly extend himself further into the table. I wonder if Fulgenaire regrets this, or if this is part of a deeper plan that we're unaware of right now.
It's like a magic trick with the dice box.
So what Liam is doing is he's blocking his own ability to base models so that he can move units closer to that unit, but step them out and semi-slingshot them towards the Folger's lines.
Yeah. If he can, because it looks like he's going to be able to consolidate onto the middle objective here. Ooh, that's close. I'm not sure if that's actually possible.
Choose to hit, choose to wound by Jane Zar. 4-up invuln on one of these guys. Dies off the first.
And then the rest die. Yeah.
And the rest just get scooped. And now consolidate onto the middle objective.
If Jane Zar is able to come, like, impact these lines because they're packed up against the wall. Oh, but it's counterfight first on the other side of the wall with the other Jane Zar. Oh, it gets 5-inch consolidate. Yeah, sorry, 6-inch consolidate there. Yeah.
He did. But now Jane Zar's in the middle of the board and can reach into all these nooks and crannies. But my fear is that Jane Zar's going to loop around to this position. He's going to see if he's able to kill this Wave Serpent, and Jane Zar cleans up the Fire Dragons. If he doesn't, Jane Zar charges into this position, kills those.
That seems plausible because you can't charge here because the other Jane Zar is here with fights first. But if you just move, because you move like 14 or whatever, I think it's 8 plus auto 6, so like 14 inches puts you like here-ish. You could try and charge. Try and charge. The home objective is not worth anything for either player on supply drop. I think. It's definitely not worth anything for you. Oh, let me grab my cards. Now I'm saying things and unsure. I think it's only relevant for some secondaries.
Battle shock phase is a bunch to happen here.
Supply drop. Yeah, only no man's land. So it's only worth anything for secondary. So taking your opponent's home is like not that important.
So despite everything he threw, the exposure and all the units are insulated by their respective. Well, his best units have been insulated back into their respective.
Oh, he's moving the Dark Reapers? Did he must have no Overwatch them, but it's probably okay.
This is the unit of fight of Wolf Spiders just here, overwatching Fuegan and the Fire Dragons, guys.
And the Fire Dragons, not the Reapers. Interesting.
4-up saves here. 2 Fire Dragons left now. Wow.
Wow.
So what did we miss?
Wow. I mean, losing 8 dragons before they even get to shoot. I am a little bit surprised that he didn't choose to Overwatch the Dark Reapers. But now, I guess, like, with that Overwatch gone, it does ask a really interesting question of, do you send out your Lycus and friends over here, and then your Jane Zar and friends over here? That's interesting. They don't do that much, but I feel like the Tempest Launcher is enough. The Fire Dragons aren't that much. Sustain 2, good melee. That's fair, yeah.
Has to be able to stay outside 6 of Jane Zar, otherwise this does not work. But this is Liam VSL, he's one of the best players in the world. If he says he can do it, I believe him.
And now, what does the other Lycus do? Because it is very far. Fuegan and friends moving up.
Lycus is incredibly potent.
Fuegan and Fire Dragons have been reduced to just 2 Fire Dragons and Fuegan, whereas...
Oh, Rangers reactive moving 1. Okay, that's what this roll is, and that's what's going on over here. They're shifting around.
It's kind of irrelevant because 2 Fire Dragons and Fuegan is more than enough to kill a Falcon. When I say more than enough, I mean absolutely more than enough. Especially with both their aspects trying to...
So then you can go ahead and shoot these on your way back.
Flip dice to 6s at will.
I don't even think Liam got to sticky his home.
Piles is beating himself up a little bit for that Corsair play. I think what he was trying to engineer didn't come through, and now he's thinking he's made a big blunder.
Kind of overcommitted.
I agree with him. I don't know what he was trying to engineer there.
Yeah.
You know, a small
They're talking about the heroic intervention that happened over here when the Corsairs charged, and then the Howling Banshees heroicked into them. The Corsairs just died, and now Janezar is here,
behind in this matchup considerably, and he's
which is
trying
really far.
percentile plays with huge upside.
I don't know about this, though, because it can't
From a world champion at this level, this
charge, because Folger has heroic intervention, and then Folger's
this is the movement range.
Janezar will kill Liam's Janezar.
That's got to be a 24-inch move off a unit of Wolf Spiders.
Yep. The flicker jump, being able to basically teleport through the warp great distances. It is not without risk.
It's really funny how they're just
Wolf Spiders
diving each other.
like we called. He's going to extend their range to 26. He wants to be able to draw a line of sight on
Corsair becomes less CP for the enemy. Yeah,
behind that ruin.
I will see. The big question is, like, what does Janezar do from this position?
Charge. Getting all the terrain out of the way, so the most
Because there are still warp spiders over here, which are going to be a problem.
Look at the hammer blow being engineered by Liam VSL on the response.
If Liam can do enough damage here, he does probably win on account of having more swooping hawks.
Be like tempo play a little bit here, a little bit there. Instead, two of the best players in the world. I'm gonna throw my whole army.
Go.
Yeah, what are you gonna do in your turn? Let me have a think. I'm gonna throw my whole army too.
This
I'm here
is
for it.
where I think that, you know, keeping the opponent contained.
Really, really interesting stuff. So you're not going to kill this
And then, you know,
Falcon without the Fire Dragons.
deployment zone.
And, you know, and that Alpha Strike.
And what does he have? He has no prisoners locus. I think you just don't locus. So Janezar is here. Lycus is here.
Yeah,
Fuegan is
decided he
here.
does not want to go with Lycus over to that call, and Folger's just been like, you haven't rolled any dice, brother.
Yeah.
We know where they started exactly. We know where they can go. It's fine. Just chuck them over here.
Oh,
Beautiful
the other
sportsmanship.
direction. Yeah.
Beautiful sportsmanship, guys.
Interesting.
So behind that ruined wall, I'll see if I can get one of our PTCs to see inside there.
Hmm.
4 units. So up in the top right, that where he was headed, it's just one unit of Swooping Hawks and a unit of Rangers.
So Lycus doesn't go here. Lycus comes over
That's a
here.
confluence of things that could occur. That
But
confluence
remember what we were saying, like,
death of this Falcon,
27 inches
Morgan
from
Riders,
here
Reapers, in addition, he
gets
has
like
this unit of Rangers, this unit of
gets like that,
somewhere in there
right?
are
It's
4
basically anywhere at once, and now it's going to be in a position where it doesn't need to like 24, so it can go ahead and pop the no Overwatch so that this Lycus can't kill that Lycus before they come in. Really interesting position for the game.
Great sportsmanship. Going to be rolling the grenade pack on one of his Swooping Hawk units to try and do mortal wounds to this Wave Serpent. In addition to, he's got the Striker Scorpion models as well. 3 mortal wounds done from the Swooping Hawks. Can throw a grenade here in addition if he wishes.
Mortal wounds, things like Wave Serpent, really useful.
Yeah, it's a fantastic ability.
The one Dark Reaper Tempest Launcher hanging out. Oh, okay, so I think
Another flicker jump.
it looks like
Gonna go
this guy
Wolf Spiders over here.
setting up to potentially look, and then these Warp Spiders come in here to deal with those Warp Spiders.
Fuegan and those Fire
It's
Dragons.
interesting. It's really interesting.
That's pretty impactful. might get very lucky and kill his Wave Serpent. I don't believe he's going to. Then he's going to have Fuegan and 10 Fire Dragons in his face with like a huge amount of units to kill. But what he's done is he's formed a little concave here, so at least Fuegan won't be able to go into his back line and do a huge amount of significant damage. Sweeping down to our top down, guys. Apologies. Yeah, he's made this cute
Ooh,
here,
looks like
so that Fuegan won't have a huge amount of ability to go deep into his lines.
what are we rolling for here?
Fuegan does everything.
Yeah, this is, so this is Swooping Hawk shooting into the Wave Serpent, guys.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Is that a Blood Angel Mass sneaking their way in there?
Apologies, no, this is the Wolf Spiders into the other Wolf Spiders. 11 saves.
That's a lot.
Dead on the nose. 6 wounds.
Cool.
Have to get that extra wound, get to the X arc. The X arc have 2 wounds. You will see some of that. Some wound management matter.
These guys aren't gonna have anything on turn 2. Do you know who the winner is of this?
Yeah, us.
Slanesh.
Oh, I was asking to watch this.
Yeah, Slanesh wins on this table no matter what. And
It's been a
Korn,
good
I
day
guess.
for Slanesh.
I guess Korn wins too. There's blood and skulls.
Okay.
Technically, they're wearing their soul stones that prevent their souls from going to sleep.
Surely some of them are going to crack, right? Surely at least a couple in this melee. Something's going to go to Slanesh. Are you suggesting when Morgan Ra and 10 Dark Reapers shoot you with missile launchers,
Yep.
the soul stones are just fine?
I'm saying they are so precise they know where not to aim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Just shoot around the soul stones. You can actually hit exclamation point list if you're curious about what these players are playing. If you want to follow on with the event and see, what their path is.
So it looks like the Falcon here just died, did not explode.
No Dark Reapers dead on the disembark. We knew that was very likely.
And then I think Fuegan was shooting at Swooping Hawks over here, so we'll see that in a moment.
Onto the battlefield here. Like I said, they didn't take any wounds off the disembark.
And then Fuegan can go ahead and charge Malgan Ra and friends. The Storm Guardians should choppy the Rangers.
6 in charge.
My big question, my big thought again is just like, what happens with Lycus? Because my worry is, again, this can't really come over here unless Folger is out of CP. If Folger's out of CP, but I don't believe he is.
We love that shot, guys, but that is where the dice cam is, so I do get in the way a few times around.
He's debating, I think, using the shrines.
So he's already hit the first check mark of killing the Falcon, and he's got down one unit of Wolf Spiders.
Yeah, does he shrine? Looks like yes. Law to sustain 2, trying to kill birds. Ooh.
And rolling ones here for Aspect Host. 5 up saves in response. All down.
Dead birds. Okay. So Swooping Hawks die. Falcon dies. Warp Spiders die.
Yeah, Folder just shook his head. Did not like that result.
Look, this is fine. All of this is what he expected to have happen. This is what he didn't like. This is what he's... And I got to come back to that mistake. I want to know what he was trying to execute there.
Now it's... You got to clean this up. Maybe if you just double Tempest Launcher Jane Czar and remove a lot of the fight first, maybe that's the idea behind this.
8 shots. Bad roll there. 3 saves. Could survive here. Got 1 left. This is the Storm Guardians shooting back. Pistols to come. 4 hits. 2 saves.
Ooh.
That'll be them dead. There goes the Wolf Spiders. So 2 Wolf Spiders and a Falcon and a unit of Swooping Hawks down so far.
1 left? Question mark?
Sorry, apologies, he's got 1 left. Must be the Exarch.
Okay.
Just asked there if he wants to reactive move.
Reactive moving the Rangers,
This is
attempting to
interesting.
extend the charge.
Yeah, no, he wants to spread the range. He wants to push the Rangers in front of Morgan Ra. He wants to use it to screen them.
Yeah, I like that idea.
For it. I think there's a great play if he can do it.
Make it harder.
5? That's pretty big. Move the terrain piece.
Let's see what he tries to do here. No, he's just moving back.
Trying to make it harder for the Storm Guardians to get to them.
So Lucas now.
I think he's trying to save them.
Yeah.
Saying that now that Lycus will need an 8 to charge.
120%, I would have just gone in front. Yeah, sure, Lycus is going to be able to jump over. But saving yourself from Fuegan.
Well, there's a possibility that whatever charges in doesn't get
Interesting.
Correct.
Only the squad, so Morgan Ra will be able to attack back, which will potentially trade.
So the Warp Spiders cleaned out the Warp Spiders. Falcon's gone.
I suppose, this is a resource war.
Warp Spiders are gone. The big question, what happens with this Wave Serpent? I think it's going to get trapped.
Yeah, he just realized he can either give himself a 5 on Fuegan's charge, and not be shot by those 2 units, or be shot by those 2 units and still probably charged. And seeing as, turnabout is fair play, there's been a couple of takebacks both ways, and both being really, really wonderful to each other. And Folger has decided, nah, that's where I put him. I'm going to stick with it. And hey, if you shoot and kill me, you're going to make a charge. You might make a charge longer anyway. So I'm just going to not ask for the takebacks. Totally fair.
Interesting.
Off two casualties.
Yeah.
Going to the Wave Serpent.
Shooting from the striking Scorpions. Just trying to strip a wound or two if you can.
It's so durable. I mean, every wound counts.
It does.
Liam, roll it into the tray.
Here we are.
They got their own rituals.
In the tray. There you go.
3 saves total on the Wave Serpent.
Next one.
1 more down.
Wave Serpent is down to
I hope Eldar lose. Look, the good news here, Sneed, one of them are going to lose. For sure. In other news, it looks like Jack Harpster is giga cooked. Like that just looks basically over. And then John Lennon versus Jean Lu is still a lot to go. John Lu playing Sisters doesn't have a lot of like ranged, like heavy range threat. So I can't tell who's going first, but still relatively early on in the game. All right, so now we got a couple charges to do. Oh, nice reroll.
3 saves. Kills at 1 Banshee.
Okay.
Oh, no, I assumed that was on a Banshee. That might be on a Wolf Spider. I'll wait to see what's removed.
Either are solid choices.
Oh, it doesn't matter, yeah.
I mean, he's going in there anyway. If you're trying to reduce
I think the big thing is that Lycus and Jane's R have so many, or Lycus and the Exarch have so many attacks
this is definitely going into the Banshees.
100%.
that I'm not sure that I'm really curious what happens with Jane's R here.
Dark Reaper from the other squad. Forced to hit, rolling 1s, 3s to wound.
Ooh, 3, 4.
The Banshees. 2 more down.
Okay.
So yeah, very much whittling away.
2 more girls. That's 3 girls dead. So there's 1 girl, Exarch, and Jane's R still left. But that's still enough to kill like 5 or 5 girls in Jane's R.
That's on another match.
Charge times.
Charge a clock. Let's charge a clock. So yeah, it looks like they're just gonna wrap the Wave Serpent, or attempt to wrap the Wave Serpent.
Got a 9.
Okay.
I don't think he can avoid the heroic.
I think the end of that fight will be Liam Jane's R alive. Interesting.
I think he's just charged both.
Okay. He did not charge both.
Greedy if I did.
The carnage.
All right.
I kind of think.
Let's see if we can get the.
There's a.
I'm.
So that's Liam's dice again. If he didn't charge both, did Folger just not heroic? Interesting. Yeah. Also, quick update.
Review of 10th edition.
This is really just the organizers throwing a huge wrench in everybody's plans.
Always.
Yeah.
It's true that
Controlling.
here they have 9 rounds to put. Well, maybe they wanted to be creative. And they
Yeah, it looks like Richard Siegler has already beaten Jack Harpster on that one. So that one was fast. Let's see if we have a final score input. And go back to this one. Score is not recorded yet.
How amazing is that, guys? Just while we're still in the charge phase.
Hey, look, a changeling.
We'll catch some of that awesome glory.
If that guy rolls a 6, you can't attack.
Absolutely awesome. Moving slow, hauntingly.
The judge is just like, what's going on? It's really funny.
Oh wow. The narrative actually
is incredible.
walked
In
over to
character,
the narrative. Yeah.
the nails.
40 versus 17 5 minutes ago. I believe you. Because I saw that Siegs was just like counting up points and like be like, yeah, I'll score that, I'll score that.
Just gonna have a quick scan down here. Look at the charges as they're unfolding. Yeah, his Fuegan and the Fire Dragons have made it into Morgan Ra.
Nice. That'll clean up most of that unit. Maybe the whole thing. Because Fuegan's axe is super funny. Is it? Because I remember it being like 6-5-4-3. Fuegan. Melee weapons. 6 attacks. Strength 5. AP 4. Damage 3. 6-5-4-3. Lycus going there. Okay. So yeah, Malgan Ra and friends are very dead.
Yeah. Storm Guardians are trying the 8 as well. Gets a 7.
Look.
And they're gonna go right in.
Ooh, they're gonna get in as well. Wow.
And Folger's just said you could have found some of
Yeah, 6-5-4-3.
There's no chill. Zero chill. Zero chill.
So the Rangers are going to hang out, but it looks like the Warp Spiders are going to get in contact with them at the end. They never expect Fuegan wiping a squad of Marines by himself. Yeah. It's just, you know, he just needs to roll a couple ones, but he can definitely just do it. Yeah, so that Wave Serpent is stuck.
Not taking any chances, putting everything into Lycus and the Wolf Spiders.
Oh, so Folger did not... Oh, he had no CP, I think.
8 saves. 5 fails. Already pretty much enough.
Wow. How is John's game going? It's hard to tell. I am not really listening to it, but current score right now is... Oh, they're currently showing, it looks like some kind of Sigmar thing on the French stream. So I will get back to that. But last I was checking, it was still pretty early in the game, so I'll let you know. It is available if you want to watch it live on French Wargame, twitch.tv, French Wargame.
What a set of circumstances for Folger Pyres, losing one of his best pieces. And now Jane Czar can't charge. His Jane Czar will lose.
So for everything we just described.
What a perfectly engineered turn.
Lennon Lycus dead.
And look at this.
Wait, no, not Lennon. You mean Folger?
On the Wave Serpent. So he wasn't able to kill the Wave Serpent. Instead, he has gone to control it.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's executed that very well. Five to wound here. This will be the Scorpion Claw.
I mean, surely the Wave Serpent doesn't die. If the Wave Serpent died here and then, like, the guys came out, I think that would be, like, the worst timeline. Too much coffee, no problem, man.
They're both checking out an ability here to see if he can manipulate a couple of these dice. But they're not making any assumptions here. They're going
no assumptions, guys.
Into the codex.
You guys know far better than we do. No prisoners.
I'm always right. That's why I have a YouTube channel. If I was ever wrong, then it would be bad.
For a command point.
All right. Siegs input a score.
2 in total saves from the chain.
Submit. Ooh, we already got a couple of games. Matt Shukman getting 100-40 against Jose C. Herans. That seems to be it. Richard Grint 93-31 against James Lovett. I saw one more. Zachary Morales 97-80 against Christian Schachman. You cannot choose to disembark 6 inches. You can only be forced to disembark 6 inches. And then you cannot disembark after falling back unless you have a stratagem that lets you say, or that lets you do it.
This might be showing the expertise difference here, whereas Folger was kind of doing something against his best skill set, being aggressive on turn 1, where Liam VSL, he's showing an extra level of finesse here with his control plays.
Sure. It's still the right call when you have to, shake up. Like, if everything remained balanced, you just lose units.
Liam was just going to do this to you if he went first?
Yeah.
Had to do it.
He would just simply lose units every single turn those Tempest launchers were on the table. He had to get up there and disrupt that in some way.
Correct.
I do wonder, so there was like the whole talk about like deploying on the line, hope you go first with Jack Harpstern. I do wonder if Folger just needed to do the same thing. Because kind of like what we saw with his game versus Wesley St. Hines at LVO, he kind of went for a big all-in, and he's still got like, it says Void Reavers over here, so he's got some Corsairs. He's got Swooping Hawks hanging out. He's got Rangers hanging out, right? Like, it wasn't actually a full send because this is still just hanging out, which is really interesting. If we can just bounce on the Reapers. All right, so these are Fuegan's attacks. He just rolled 3 1s, but that's okay. It is Aspecto, so you get to re-roll them. It's going to be 4 damage, 3 saves on Maugan. And dead. Okay, so we did not bounce. Did not bounce there. And then you still have Lycus and friends hanging out here. Jane Czar hanging out here. I think this was a game that was just determined on the first turn. Swooping Hawks can do some mortal wounds on Liam's Hawks. That is true. That is true. We'll see if they can create enough space. Because the thing is, like, Liam can pull in such a way that leaves his own unit out of coherency and then pull at the end of the turn. Right, so like if you only do 2 mortals... Oops. Go back. Alright, whatever. So we have... Here's the Wave Serpent, right? With whiskers. Never forget the whiskers. You got like... Here, I'll do it in another color. You have... it's like Swooping Hawk, Swooping Hawk, Swooping Hawk, Swooping Hawk. Oh, so now that 2 of them have died, now you can probably create space for yourself.
Folger just said, against what I'm seeing on the table, if I don't stuff this up, I think I'm actually in an okay spot.
Yeah.
I love to hear that. Love to hear it.
I mean, in his calculus, in his plan, he already knew that those things were going to be at risk.
Yeah, the fact that he got the punch 2 Swooping Hawks to death is a pretty big deal.
I love to hear that from Folger. So no prisoners maxed. Established Locust turned into a command point at the end of his turn.
Yep. Okay. Here we go.
Secondary generation about to come in. Overwhelming force is being discarded at the end of the turn.
At the end of Liam's turn.
Yeah, correct. Because somehow Liam has not ended on any objectives. 0 primary scored. Both players on 2 CP.
Draw.
Marked for death.
Drew called the horde. Nothing eligible. Dropped it.
Marked in what?
Mark for death. Fuegan's unit.
Sure. Elves versus Elves is even more violent than a World Eater's Mirror. Yeah. I mean, both armies are just so good at killing each other, and they're so fast at getting to each other. So, looking at the tactical map real quick, they're updating it. Kind of. They forgot a couple of things. So, this is gone. Yeah, that's gone. Okay, so they're mostly correct. It's just these warp spiders that are also gone. Then you have Banshees versus Banshees, Spy versus Spy. Thinking no Overwatch Reavers, kill Lycus squad, kill things around the Serpent, and kill Jane Czar squad. Yeah, I'm expecting this to be dead. We'll see what the Void Reavers can actually accomplish over here. I don't have a good sense of like how much damage they do, just because like they usually are just running on places to put OC. But if this comes out and frees this, one of the big issues left for Liam is he doesn't have like super easy tools to kill the Wave Serpent left. It's mostly gonna be like mortal wounds, and then Fuegan is kind of stranded over here. Reavers have a lot of AP one shots, totally fair.
A mark for death is being selected by Volger Piles right now. We'll let you know what that is as soon as he selects it.
So yeah, if you can kill a bunch like that is, I do think the difference maker is the fact that there are more Hawks in reserve for Liam than there are for Folger. And Liam going second means they can get the 15 at the end as long as he holds his opponent to basically 0.
That's the most significant damage. These are the most significant damage deals left on the table, apart from 10 Swooping Hawks in reserve, which, like I said, Liam VSL is a superstar of Swooping Hawks.
You're asking a lot from those Corsairs.
I hope Folger remembers the 10 Swooping Hawks here, which more than likely than not are going to come down from Rapid Ingress. He said, if I roll a 4, I think I just win. That's interesting.
Cool.
Coming out from the back line.
Put yourself in that position. That is what he's doing.
What's going to take care of Jane Czar in the backfield? Wants to be able to see this. So this is actually a solo Dark Reaper down here, guys. This one that had the spare Tempest launcher.
Yep.
That we saw scoop up 2 Howling Banshees.
Look at that.
So he will be falling back.
Yeah, it is Games Workshop playing the copyrighted music, which is pretty funny.
Is he able to disembark? Has he given himself enough room to disembark? He's put himself in range to shoot back into the Banshees.
And he's gonna Mortals, so he's gonna create space.
Looks like that was what he was measuring. Yep. Mortal wounds. The grenade
Alright.
can go into combat, and it is targeting
Grenade.
4 wounds of Swooping Hawks. If he high rolls this, Fuegan is free.
2.
Deep breath. Only did one.
And then 1 on the Exarch.
That's what he meant about 4 pluses. Yeah. If I
Yeah.
just roll enough 4 pluses, I'm good.
Yep.
3. Only got 2.
To break himself out.
Yeah.
Gave himself a chance.
But this is kind of similar to what I was talking about, right? Because you can. This is no longer in coherency, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't check until the end of the turn. So now, now the Wave Serpent can't disembark guys because you can't choose to disembark 6. It's only if the transport is destroyed and you cannot disembark 3 that you have an opportunity to do so. So taking a no Overwatch here, I'm sure. So he doesn't get warp spidered. He'll be able to put a decent number of shots over here. I'm curious what happens with this warp or Wave Serpent. Like, where does it go? What does it do? Because it can't get the guys out.
Yeah, he's still lamenting. He's like, I just needed 3. I just needed the better side of the average on those 5 dice. 5 dice, 3 4-ups, and he breaks out Fuegan, breaks out his Wave Serpent that can, you know,
Yeah.
fallback shoot and charge. Yep. And he's right back in the game.
Wasn't able to do it, at least not this round.
Dude, 40k is so cool.
Plays in 1 round.
All right. No final score is still reported. Voz de Horus is still streaming. Quick update from French War Game. We do have John Lennon, 12 points, having scored 5 primary. Looks like he might be going first, up against Jean-Luc, only getting 5 points on Area Denial. But I think Jean-Luc is going second, so they do have a bit of freedom there.
Here's the line. I break out the Wave Serpent, and this whole half of the board becomes mine. It would have been true. Would have been true. Everything on this side of the table would have gone away if Wagan got out.
Yes, if Wagan got out, that'd been huge. Fall back into center, maybe. Fall back, shoot and charge. You can still shoot this if you want. I don't think it has that many guns, right? But I guess like every elf dead is a big deal. I'll say at this stage in the game, I'm confident in saying Eldar has got the dub. That's a bold take, Floof. Bold take. Always knew I could count on you.
Discussing the merits of using a +3 move.
That's another angle on this, talking about everything that could have gone right over here.
I think Eldari will win. I don't know. Floof just said that Eldar is going to win, but is Eldari going to win? It's always a tough question. 3 AP1 damage 2 and 1 AP3. Yeah, like the Dark Lance. Yeah. But if you could get a charge off with it into something, that would be good.
By sheer dint of them just kill-deathing each other off the board.
Kill deathing, yeah. Tank shock is relevant. Tank shock's always relevant.
Yeah, how does he deal with this? Of course, he has the
Charge Eldrad.
Swooping Hawk can see back. He has 5 more Swooping Hawks in reserve he can bring down.
How many Swooping Hawks does Folger have? Let me double check. Because he's got the 5 on the board. He's got 2 more units of 5, I believe.
He's like, nah, we're just taking a rest. And the judge is like, what turn is it? He's like, it's turn 2.
All right, 68-45, Siegler versus Harpster.
How funny. What? This is a spectacle, by the way, guys.
It really is.
This might be the most explosive 2 turns of Warhammer that we've ever showcased.
Seen in quite some time.
Eldari too far behind is Eldar's game. That's what I like to hear.
And what he's done there is he's measured 9 inches to 9 inches, and he knows he can't fit a full package of his 10 Hawks between this, because that would be devastating. That's the first thing that Folger has identified he needed to do to re-establish some control.
That's the way he's starting to build that plan.
Because that creates a triangle between these 3 units. That there should be
I do wonder like how important blocking this out is. I guess you could drop like Rapid Ingress some Hawks here, and then it means that you can't kill both Hawks and Jane Czar. Can't kill Serpent. I think the big thing is he's still got right. The Serpent's at 7, which means that you're right between 15 more Hawks. That is like a coin flip to kill it.
So, I've just been informed as these lads are taking a break, it's a perfect time for us to take our break. We're going to run some words.
Oh, they're going to do a break. Oh, no.
Back when these guys restart the action.
We'll see you in just a minute.
All right. With that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and mute this. Let's take a look at what's going on between John Lennon and Jean-Luc. Okay. Trying to figure out exactly what I'm looking at here, because I haven't been watching super closely. So we got Winged Demon Prince. This looks like a Rhino that's like charged over here.
4 left.
To the mage.
Ouais, il a pris des
Start to
dommages.
6. Down to 4.
Strength 4.
T5.
To 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 save.
Plus. He's dead.
Il est mort.
Okay. Dude dies. That looked like a cacophon or exultant, probably. So it does look like there's fairly firm control on this side of the board from John Lennon, and it looks like there's relatively not quite as strong control from Jean Lou on this side of the board.
En gros, là, on rappelle que la règle de Slanesh, c'est de pouvoir désengager, tirer, charger. Pas charger la même unité et surtout pas pouvoir.
Alright, we'll come back to that when it is
Or,
not ads.
pour contrôler le mouvement du prince.
Ouais, quitte à prendre quelques balles.
The big ones first. That's 3 plus. That's 1. He's good. You good?
Allez hop. Alors, est-ce que est-ce que l'immolator
So we'll see.
Bonne question.
It looks like more tormentors and or infractors over here in combat with the rhino.
3 noise marines.
Oh, noise marines. Okay, so that's a good charge.
3s rolling 1s. 6s. 1 AP0. There's the squad. I will not reroll hits, so you will probably live.
Ah, c'est mieux.
There is the spear.
The big one.
Big one.
The champion.
Is this a castigator?
2, reroll des 1.
Or is it a rhino? I think it's a rhino.
5s rolling 1s.
5, reroll des 1.
Oh.
6 AP3 damage 2.
Ooh.
Et puis 3, damage 2. Donc sur les 6 plus.
Down to 1. 2 more.
Oh my gosh.
L'immolator est mort.
Let's go. That's a really big deal, freeing up the noise marines.
Il
They
explose.
all explode.
Les rhinos, les immolators. Les immolators, ça explose fort de mémoire. Non, c'est pas des 6.
Ah, je dirais des 3.
I don't know.
It looked like yes to me. If you want, we can ask someone.
That's 3 dead.
Of course.
Ooh.
Ouais, là je pense que ce move.
Your big guys.
Castigator has a side braziers.
Little ones.
Makes sense to me.
And there is a third unit, right?
There is tormentors.
Tormentors 2.
Alright, bolt gun on the tormentors. Put 1 wound on that guy.
Ah, là, j'espère qu'il va pas en profiter pour push à gauche. Sur le
I've
pack des
already gained
Morven.
a command point this turn, so I
An
can
immolator? That also makes sense to me.
consolidate towards the objective.
Voilà, il gagne 3 pas.
Slightly closer, blah blah blah, slightly closer.
Aïe aïe aïe.
You know the deal.
Ça sent
slightly
le push, Laurent.
Bah oui. J'ai peur que ce soit le deuxième move de consolidation avec le rhino de charger
Marine's
avec le
gotta
rhino.
do what a noise marine's gotta do.
Et il y a Killer qui est venu voir la game de son pote.
You won? Oh man, make an effort.
Thank you.
You can strike back with.
Yeah. 14 attacks.
Allez, pas de craquage là, les
Ooh.
gars. Pas
I think those are Sacrosants there in the middle. So you're probably going to kill a good chunk of them here.
This will only kill 1 or 2 models. It's not a big deal.
Il aimerait bien tuer 1 ou 2 modèles.
Hero ones.
3s, I'm strength 6. So 3s for you.
3s.
No rerolls yet.
No reroll yet.
8 AP0, damage 1.
I'm rolling 7.
Of course. I just want 1. 1 girl.
Feel no pain.
Ah,
Yes.
she feels nothing.
Ah,
Alright,
no,
good job.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ok, 0 mort, très très
I
bon.
will
Bon.
consolidate.
Ça va lui permettre de contrôler entre guillemets le désengagement charge du prince démon, puisqu'il va pas pouvoir advance.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dude, Sacrosants are
1, 2,
so durable.
5, 6. So I get display.
Ça c'est bien, ça c'est un 5 points qui va lui faire plaisir.
At least.
If only that explosion.
They got 3. So.
I know, I'm safe.
But
That
this
one.
one, yeah, I mean,
It's okay.
like 1 vehicle is enough, but 2 is
So-
too much.
Pardon me. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What I was continuing. 1.
At Domino's, you can pick
No, not the ads.
for only $6.99 each and feed your whole crew. Or you could spend
It's alright. We still have the Warhammer Folger versus Liam still is on ads, so we can sit through this one. We can support. Oh my gosh, it's 2 minutes of ads. I'm gonna use that time to go to the bathroom, gamers. I'll be right back.
Math, history, social studies. It's all been leading up to this moment. Life is short, but lunch is shorter. That's the Lunchables effect.
Told him yet?
Tell me what?
We only accept certain forms of payment, like iron ingots, cowrie shells.
Is this serious?
The world is moving quickly these days, and sure we can all agree.
Come on, let's be real. Your currency's not just old, it's not working for you anymore.
What do you want? You want a robot? You want a robot as a father?
Dad, I'm not saying we have to change who we are. I'm just saying it could be a lot easier if we bang through like Cash App instead of...
How do I pay for this?
Alright, gamers, that is enough supporting of the French for now. It is time to go back to Folger. Folger versus Liam.
The game, had he rolled that 1 or a 2, he did have a CP to re-roll it, but still would have been absolutely a game over if he failed it again.
So during our stretch, what we're doing is Folger Pals also said, I just want a few minutes just to think about this.
And
so
everybody home, you should do that too.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I mean, I think that is that's a hallmark of time.
Alright, this looks like Swooping Hawk shooting at something.
This is thought to be a dying species. These are dying armies melting right between before our eyes.
A lot of twos.
They decided they'd rather not live in the world of the Orc.
Looks like we got Storm Guardians backing up.
Right here.
Serpent into the center, yep.
One Swooping Hawk left, it seems. Not a great shooting activation there. He did, I
Oh, and then Swooping Hawks coming in. I'm surprised there was room for this. Oh no, these are Liam's Hawks. Liam's Hawks. Okay.
As we can just see here.
If you're just joining solid stuff.
Oh yeah, that's where it starts to get really, really interesting. If you can kill this Wave Serpent without having to shoot the Swooping Hawks and just kill all of the Fire Dragons.
Rolling a 3 at a time here. This is on Jane Sar's squad. Sergeant flipping 2 more AP2s onto the Banshees. Just Jane Sar left now.
Yeah. Jane Sar should be able to go clear out most of this, though, still.
Get the job done there. Another wound. Going to command point this. Makes it.
What Liam just said is he doesn't really need command points in his detachment, is what he feels like, so he can feel a little bit more confident using them for things like a reroll.
Interesting. I felt like Aspect was supposed to be pretty CP intensive. I know Warhost is definitely in CP intensive because you need most of the time you want 2 to go back into your transports.
Yeah, he's just said the only thing else that can see Jane Sar is the Rangers, so instead he's putting the Rangers into the single Swooping Hawk. I think that is correct. 2 wounds there.
Got him.
Down.
Cool.
And only 1 into Jane Sar. That does hit and wound. Takes 2 damage.
Does 2.
The Eldari sniper rifle, 2 damage piece. Dude, precision.
It's legit.
I mean,
it's legit.
It's not bad.
Will she decide to move after being shot there?
I thought it looked like the swooping hot. Oh, it was a after fallback move.
Jane Zara is shooting into Fuegan due to the Fire Dragons.
Ooh, 2 hits.
1 wound. Fine. And Jane Zara now. 5 saves. Fuegan has taken 1 wound now.
Okay. Fuegan does stand back up, which is spooky.
So yeah, Fuegan taking 1 wound.
Getting the benefit of cover there.
Oh, the Void Reavers over here. A lot of them still can't really see. Right, because they're still behind here, so it's probably only 3 of them ever shot.
Just one. Felger can't catch a break.
These variable things are not have not been going Folger's way.
All of them swung down.
Consistently on the bottom of the average there. He's realized it too.
So it sounds like Fuegan over here on 1.
The X-Arc in the unit of Wolf Spiders that has Lycus attached. So of course he is able to, he has spent the CP to shoot after falling back with the Wave Serpent.
Okay.
Arrows on the minimap are for the movement denoting which unit has moved where.
And then you'll see
So trying to kill the last swooping hawk here.
and then little pops of fire on the unit to show wounds and
Got him.
There we go.
Liam, number 1. Yeah, he's definitely on my short list for winning this whole thing.
She is in.
All right, gotta be careful with how he does this.
So just to note, he scored the 2 points on March for Death already.
Because I don't think he kills.
This is a bit of a rough one as well.
It is.
Oh, okay, with the Void Reavers.
The action doesn't score the turn, has to wait to the next turn.
He's got a good chance of killing Lycus and all the friends.
You paint some big targets on your
There's just not very many attacks. And Lycus does have that 2-up, so we'll have to see how much damage Jane Zara actually does to this unit.
We have another visitor.
Where did they go?
They're coming our way. They're coming our way.
Oh, another Grand Narrative visitor.
Elusive.
And you'll see why in a second, chat.
This Jane Zara activating into Lycus and Co. Should be an easy kill here for the Phoenix Lord of the Banshee Shrine. Fuegan
Oh, right. Move after getting shot.
after being shot.
Yeah. Big move there.
Paid attacks, rerolling 1s all the time. Wounded on 3s.
5 ups here.
Only saved
Killed
1.
all the Wolf Spiders.
Okay.
And 1 on Jane Zara.
Lycus.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Jane Zara about to activate.
I make that mistake all the time as well.
Consolidating into Lycus.
Yeah, so here come the Void Reavers.
The Corsairs attacking first, so that Jane Zara and the Banshees can attack Lycus directly, I believe. Doing another charge maneuver. While these charges are going on, we have something amazing to show you guys. As soon as it's not blocked.
Not blocked.
I got some more visitors from the Grand Narrative coming over here.
Show you guys quickly.
Ah, it's a Harlequin.
A Harlequin Troopmaster. Spectacular
That's fun.
outfit.
It's wonderful. I'm telling you, if you were curious about the Grand Narrative, check it out.
I believe that guy was Brandon Cading, Brandon Kading, one of the Pacific Northwest guys.
I'll jump back quickly.
Jump back just for a moment.
I'm paying attention to the players. I'll be able to give you guys the call of the action. There we go. No, moving too fast. I so sorry if I gave it
Who am I cheering for? I would be okay with either player winning, but I think I really want to see from this position in the tournament, the thing that I really want to see is I want to see Liam VSL beat John Lennon in the finals, because I think it would just be there's so much poetry in John getting second 3 years in a row.
They're doing a superb job for us.
All right. Lycus dead? Question?
I think Lycus has survived.
Uh-oh.
We just saw one of the absolutely worst rolls of all time by Jane Zar.
Uh-oh.
Liam attacking back with Lycus.
Absolutely lamented by Folger. He's like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. And that is absolutely correct. There's no reason Lycus should have survived this. It didn't take any wounds, dude. Two bandages Jane Zar.
It's a lot of sixes.
To Lycus, in addition.
Oh, at least Folger responded with all saves. So that was 5 wounds, 5 saves.
Correct. That's something.
Yeah.
All right, but there is going to be some primary going over to Liam. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but like these Storm Guardians probably kill the Exarch here.
And now things are looking a lot more dire.
So we mentioned
Okay.
you know, putting a plan together.
Yeah.
Part of the plan had to have been removing Lycus.
100%.
But that would mean we have to root for the French. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. We already stopped supporting the French War Game stream.
Come with some nice special weapons. Have ability to have a little durability with the shield. Get to hold on objectives even when you're not there.
All right.
Tilt out cam while these guys are in front rolling their dice.
5 saves. Okay. So it looks like Girl dies. Lycus takes, or Jane Zar takes 1.
So the benches are down, and Jane Zar has taken some wounds. That's
Brutal.
insulting. I'm so sorry, Folger. The dice have gone against you. This
Brutal.
Makes it difficult to activate.
Brutal, brutal, brutal.
Best laid plans, mate. The dice.
Yeah, I would also be okay with Richard Siegler winning in finals. That would be the other big one that I would enjoy.
Folger just kind of talking to himself a bit, saying he needs to rally, needs to refocus.
All right. Anyone else finishing up yet?
2 wounds.
Ben Jurek beating Remy Palmier from France, 54-44. Petit Aurelien beating Garrett Stacy, 91-31. Big win there. Jordan Knock taking down Ben Jones, 60-43. Is Josh Robert judging again this year? I don't believe he is allowed to play in any Games Workshop official events. I believe that's what I was told. Or told is a strong word. That's what I heard at some point. As an employee of Games Workshop, he is not allowed to play in any events that they run. But I do know that Roberts played at something not that long ago.
And guaranteed mortals, Jane Zar, great at taking out all that type of stuff.
Could not get Lycus. He's pretty much said, if you don't win this from this position, Liam, it's on you.
He said the same thing to Wesley at LVO.
Turn 1 that enabled Jane Zar to slingshot into Lycus. Catastrophic. Apart from that, I can't see anything that I think Folger's done incorrectly. Look, that was one big mistake.
No, I agree with you. No, that is, yeah, that was...
It was not insignificant level mistake. I'm not going to sit here and draw him over the coals there, because I don't think he's played badly in any other way.
No. Everything else has been incredibly...
I think if Folger thinks this matchup is as bad as it really is, he just needs to open deploy and try and go first. Right, like, if you really think you're that unfavored, you probably just put your Warp Spider, like your Lycus unit just here, and then just go. Because if you don't think you have any chance going second, you need to give yourself as good of a chance as possible going first.
Unheard of. Like, absolutely unheard of. We're seeing the scores
and then, of
updated.
course, you're playing against another top-notch player on the other side of the table. So everything...
Did Liam even draw cards?
Is magnified.
Is going to be magnified.
Yeah. So we're seeing the scores updated. 2 points for mark for death for Folger. And then 5 primary has been generated by Liam VSL, who's taking the lead by 4 points.
Let's see.
Generated mark for death, and behind enemy lines himself.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there a cap to the mortal wounds that you can do?
I don't know that he can choose anything that is not already in some type of threat range.
He can choose. I guess he can choose the Wave Serpent. It's got 4
Abilities capped at 6, so it should be at 1, I believe, but neither of them caught it, unless these guys did like A damage to it last turn in melee. But how would they have done it in melee?
Let's hope you don't pick Wave Serpent.
And then lost 1, 2, 3 guys getting out.
This game did come down to first and second turn like we thought it would, but then Folger put himself in the best possible position to capitalize on a couple of things that make the plays that he needed to play, and not much of anything has worked out, unfortunately.
Yeah. Really tough. There are... I think there are 5... Excuse me, I think there are 5 Hawks still hanging out for Folger, but there's also 5 Hawks hanging out for Liam. In reserve, so you could just go for those big deep strikes.
Just debating here whether he actually wants to kill another one of his models and lower his footprint,
as opposed to putting them on the XR.
As opposed to putting on the XR.
They're actually having that discussion together.
Yeah, that's an interesting conundrum. In fact, the Liam suggested is like, I think you actually want to kill another guy here.
Yeah. Because
your footprint is a bit big right now, and you might be able to compress enough if you kill another guy that the Swooping Hawks can't see over the ruin for a fighting solution.
I don't think it's that big of a deal either way, but fair.
With the XR, the rest of the squad is a 1 wound model. XR gets 2 wounds.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then Warp Spider is coming over.
Folger lamenting, stating, "This is a game I'm gonna be haunted by for the next 365 days." Well, that's emboldening.
Are Warp Spiders Flamers inherently assaults?
Of course,
he's going to be back at the biggest stage, and he's going to
no.
These
Okay.
are the types of games you want to play. You know, even if it doesn't necessarily work out the way you want, you know, you are playing at an extreme competitive level. You know, just as much a cerebral game it is a dice game.
Checking out some stats here.
Is this the final, or could there be others winning? This is the round of 8, actually. There's still a lot of games going on. Were the rumors of Raven Guard's power exaggerated since none made it to top 16? So I think Raven Guard is good, but I don't think it's like... I don't think it's ridiculous. I think it has...
These are 4-hour rounds, giving the players plenty.
I think it has
to absolutely complete their game.
Wildly divergent power based on what terrain it's being played on. Like, I don't think Raven Guard is very exciting on WTC. I think it's okay on GW, and I think it's really good on UKTC. So the fact that we're playing... I mean, I also think the fact that we were playing a lot of... Because day 1 was layout 8, which I think is one of Raven Guard's weakest.
And of course, on our stream, we know an Eldari will make the top 4.
So I don't know. I think it's good. I still think it's like A tier.
So just deciding how many battle focus.
But I also think it doesn't take that many reps for other players to figure out how to play against Raven Guard. So
moving up to those Swooping Hawks. Would not be surprised if that's where he decided to.
It all depends on like what you mean by exaggerated. Like, is it the best army in the game? No. It's a very good army.
With the Storm Guardians, and he will be attempting to charge back in. He's going to shoot and charge. Melter Guns and Flamers on Jane Zar. And then likely, if she goes down, he will be charging the Corsairs.
Jane Zar, right, priority target number 1.
It's pretty conceivable that Folger will be near tabled at the end of this turn.
He did ace those saves on Jane Zar.
He did.
Yep.
Maybe that luck's going to carry forward.
Fuegan walking back up to put another Melter. Is it what's his gun called? It's not. It's more than a fire pike.
It is more
Maybe
than a fire pike.
Maybe it's the fire pike.
I wish I knew that off the top of my head, but I'm going to check.
It's like the Searing Blaze or something.
Dragon Fusion Pike.
You're so close.
Fusion Dragon Pike.
Seer Song.
Ah, I was not that far away.
Souls right out of it.
Seer Song. It's more elegant than that.
Oh. It's more elegant than me, obviously. Singing the song of its seer.
Which you'll never guess the name of his axe.
The toaster?
Fire axe.
Oh. See, I thought it was going to be elegant.
It is elegant.
Got bamboozled, mate.
It translates a little bit differently in Eldari.
No, you juked me.
Fire axe, great.
Won't forgive you.
Somehow we'll make peace tonight.
It probably does.
All right, so Jane Czar, yeah, very, very close to table. Jane Czar will kill most of this. I'm expecting basically all of this to be dead. I don't think they're actually going to get that many shots into this here. So this might be okay. But then on the other side, the Hawks are going to die to the Spiders. So very, very little going to be left.
Fuegan and the Fire Dragons, knowing that when he shoots, Fuegan and the Fire Dragons are likely to try and move away. So he'd like to keep them where they are.
Yeah, that is a really big thing to note, is that you can still use Battle Focus tokens while Battle Shock. So even though they fell out of the Wave Serpent now, they are still able to use the reactive moves, because they're not surge moves.
I don't see Folgers being able to play this game in any other manner than he did.
He had to do something to upset what the game state was. And he did it. He absolutely did it.
He did it. Yeah. And what a mess these two have made.
Well, think about it. I mean, they've even self-admitted they're basically both almost tabled. It's just who has the more scoring and functional pieces left. It's just
Yeah, and Liam has a lot more. So even though this game, I think, was like razor's edge, you still had to...
All the 1%ers, all the small percentile decisions, none of them have landed.
But you keep building a solution to...
Just praying for my Death Watch brother to crush it. So it's Giorgio Castelli, I believe, still playing up against Kyle McCord. So the game's still going. I think the fact that the game is still going is probably a good sign for Kyle. We also have Nick Nanavati beating Mark Hertel 66-24, but that is in the... Neither of those players are in the running to still win the event.
He is shooting an Overwatch from the Swooping Hawks.
Oh.
He's going to flip a 6 here. So 1 wound AP2 does kill.
Okay.
The X-Arc, that's big, so the claw is gone. And the remaining shots, needing 6s. 6s are lethal though, 3 further. That's totally fine. So it's 2 further, my bad.
There's only 3 Warp Spiders there. I wonder if like a bunch of them Flicker Jump died at some point.
Jumping on the... Yeah, trying to get within 36 inch range of the Swooping Hawks with the Tempest Launcher. 46 shots coming in from the...
I think he's rolling them both at the same time.
Yeah. So this is these Wolf Spiders
right
here.
Okay.
Going into the Swooping
Yeah.
Hawks. 9 saves. Yikes.
Gonna get most of them.
5 ups. Dead.
Yeah. Yeah, gone.
Dead to the man. That was rough. Rough indeed. He's likely to have Fuegan and the Fire Dragons left. I would not be surprised if that is all, unfortunately. Jane Czar connects with these Swooping Hawks. They are almost certainly gone. May have the Rangers in the top right, though.
Yeah.
And look, if Fuegan survives, and with the Fire Dragons relatively intact, that's a lot. That's a lot to work with. This is the Swooping Hawks X-Arc.
Get a man.
Swooping Hawks shooting now into Fuegan and the Fire.
I'm not sure if this is... It looks like this unit here that Deep Strike Den is shooting. I can't tell if any of these were able to shoot or not.
He's just rolling these very slowly. 7 saves so far accrued. No AP.
Oof.
Still kills 3. Not a death knell, but looking pretty dire.
Yeah. Still being thoughtful about where he's pulling the cash. So he's not. There's no chill here. No give up.
No chill.
No concession just yet. He's moving 7 inches away here with his reactive move and the battle focus token.
Nice.
He's staying outside 12 of Jane Zar deliberately to not offer any potential charge. This is quite deliberate, and I like this play. He's avoiding a charge from the 10 swooping hawks. It's not something he wants to mess with.
Cool.
Yep,
Good play.
Shuriken pistols. 1 wound from the striking scorpions.
Can buy
Loses
a saving
1.
throw.
Jane Zar into the hooks. All hits. 6 wounds.
Ooh. Is Jane's R strength 6?
Kills.
Wow.
4 kills 4.
Yeah, forcing the involve.
Wow.
4. Yeah.
I think it's 3.
He's going to take 3, put a wound on the X-Arc, and just pray that this Jane Zar is as bad as his own. Jane Zar goes down.
Just like, could you have one turn where you roll like I did? Get back into
No.
Here. So far, lost the majority of the Fire Dragons here. The Wave Serpent did already go down. Going to be losing these here. Just lost Jane Zar. Looking pretty absolutely dire here. Holding strength and serve right now. We have the Corsairs up here. We have 5 Rangers here.
God, Liam is so tall,
I'm
man.
not going to count them as being here, but we're definitely going to have Fuegan and a couple of Fire Dragons still left. At a minimum, Fuegan, as long as he rolls the 2+. We're not going to put the hoodoo on him.
With the way things are going, there's no guarantees.
There's multiple 1s on that dice for Fuegan trying to get back up. I'm just saying that.
No guarantees.
Much more of a 50-50 the way this game has been traveling.
Fuegan in any attachment is a power unit.
He's going to go for the roll with the Swooping Hawks. Roll it in the box, please, Liam.
Is it okay that both have the same epic hero? I don't know. We're gonna have to ask the lore experts about that one. Get the grand narrative players. I returned. How's it going? Unfortunately, it looks like Folger is getting cleaned up. At this time, you have Void Scarred Corsairs. You have 2 Fire Dragons and Fuegan. You have 2 Swooping Hawks. You have 5 Rangers. And then I believe 5 Swooping Hawks in reserve, and that is Folger's entire army.
2 sustained in there.
And a 100% conversion rate.
100%. Must be nice. So 1 dead.
Star Trek holodeck.
X-Arc's down. And then 3 ups on Fuegan. Fuegan's fine.
Fuegan made them all. You know.
But now Fuegan's out of combat, so he doesn't even get to strike back and get a revenge kill on those striking scorpions.
Funny.
Jane Zar's fighting into the Hawks. There's almost no chance. He did get 2 1s into 1s though. 4 saves on the Hawks. He could do this. 3
Okay.
ups.
Oh, there's one alive.
Oh, first time.
Let's go. Let's go, Hawks. And then here's Fuegan. Choppy choppy.
The Fuegan into the Corsairs in the top left. That's over here, guys. 1 at a time, 4 invulnerable saves.
All right, they're all dead.
Second. 2 down. Not bad, not bad.
Oh, was it only 3? Okay.
Power Sword's fighting back here. 1 wound left on this Fuegan.
Yep.
3's to wound. 4 invulnerable saves. This Fuegan is down. Does he come back? He does not.
Oh, no, Fuegan. That's nuts. I don't think it matters.
It's okay.
But
we're not picking favorites here.
No.
We just want a good game.
No, but that's the excitement. Of course, it's like right now that is.
If Fuegan came back, game was super cooked. As it is, it's only mostly cooked. You know, it's been in the oven for a while. We do have another top cut update. Steve Trimble, 91-47 against Alexander Yessen's Thousand Sons.
And so Fuegan failing that 2+ to resurrect and come back.
Still waiting. John Lennon, still a small advantage going up against Jean-Lu.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 total models on the table for Folger Piles. Let's go. What can he do with it? The reigning defending champion of Warhammer.
Oh, Eldrad. Eldrad is still hanging out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think he's got 5 Hawks in reserve. I think.
Of those things of seemingly, without much gain.
Correct.
And then bouncing off of the attacks as James R comes in. That's, these two things here. This engagement here and this engagement here.
And then when he tried to do the same to his opponent, he absolutely.
Just whiffing, yeah. Tough stuff coming in for Folger, but.
Yeah, that is. Well, he's not wrong. Those were 2 big blows.
Huge blows. Massive.
But he's still playing a great game. Seeing this, just lining up play after play after play to keep in it, and then a little bit of a fortune there, no pun intended, with the Eldari, with his opponent's Fuegan not resurrecting.
Yeah.
2+.
I mean, Fuegan not coming back is sad, but it's going to be okay.
He's tried it all. He's, like I said, he's got 10
Eldrad does have a funny gun.
Against almost triple for Liam VSL, going into only, if I'm correct, the top of turn 3. Brutal. Scores are 29-16 right now. There won't be any primary score for Folger. His secondaries are being generated momentarily. And Folger's just sorting out what he can execute and create in his turn.
Any other results that we can look at from the other games?
We're going to continue to cover the top 16 despite the champions bracket.
Funny anti-character gun, yeah. I mean, he maybe kills Lycus with it.
The Drakari play we saw on our previous stream has defeated Alexander Jensen of Denmark with the Thousand Suns. Nick Nanavati has defeated Mark Cattell. That was United States, Eldari versus the Triple Land Raiders.
Yeah,
oh boy.
A tough one.
And that is everything we have seen from our top bracket so far. Of course, already mentioning Richard Siegler defeating Jack Harpster.
Or kill Jane Czar with it. Right, like you could try and go this way, kill Lycus, or realistically you're probably just trying to kill Jane Czar. Fortunately, neither of them are super exciting, because if you go this way, you're like out of the game, because you're just too far. It's still just, you still just move. I'm gonna guess 7 because he's an elf.
Folger set the pace. Liam has matched it.
Yeah, I think a lot of players probably lose to Folger's like shove at the beginning there.
Play, falling back, shooting and charging with this one swooping hawk.
Nice.
Trying to get a firing solution, make something happen here. Ideally, Fuegan, tries to pick up both of these squads. One of these squads with shooting, one with fighting. Shoot this one dead with the dispersed shot, moves over to this position, charges, fights, kills this unit, piles back on the objective, tries to hold it down and generate some primary score.
Big roll. 1 damage.
Nice. 1 wound left on Jane Czar. Let's go, Rangers. He could grenade here. Just needs to roll 1. Here comes Fuegan.
Overwatch? Probably no.
Fuegan positioning himself between 3 squads.
Folger is giving Liam the opportunity to overwatch. He said, I'm going to start my move. Would you like to overwatch?
Because, of course, you can overwatch at the start or the end of a move.
Yep. Okay.
5 saves from the first Wolf Spider shot. Takes none.
Nothing, yeah.
Yeah, then the other 2. Yeah, 5 was the first dice rolled.
We roll 1s. Pretty good. So like 11?
11 saves here at AP 1 ignores cover. 3 ups. 4
Shouldn't die. Oh. Down to 1. Okay.
1 wound.
1 wound remaining. Which means that he could get choppy to death if he doesn't kill his target.
Whichever target he pleases.
But so precarious now with 1 wound.
Yeah, he's going to shoot 1, charge the other, just see what happens.
Yep. You gotta give it a try.
And here we go with Eldrad moving out to see both the 4 wound Lycus and the 1 wound Jane Czar. Rangers moving out as well. Sorry, he's got 11 models. Shame on
you
me.
missed one. You missed
Missed
one.
that.
Yeah.
Missed Eldrad. That's 10%, Adam. We gotta keep that in mind.
Unless it was just as Eldrad wanted. The prognostication.
He wants you to forget about him. The fate says, you know, we'll be back next time.
Yep.
Yeah. I expect Liam's probably going... Oh, no, he doesn't have any Hawks in reserve right now.
Sorry, 3 of the number can see the Warp Spiders that did Overwatch a Fuegan. Shooting phase coming up right now. Yeah, Swooping Hawk is shooting Jane Zar.
No, so Folger's Fuegan has not died yet.
Nope. Here's the Corsair's Voice Guard falling back. And he's attempting
Just trying to block the
move away
Lycus from leaving.
stratagem from Lycus.
I dig it. I dig it.
Block it, but mean it is still in range to charge, even if he rolls a 6. Alright, Rangers into Jane Zar.
Here we go, Rangers.
+1 wound applied from Eldrad to Lycus. Rangers into Jane Zar.
Nice.
5 shots, 5 hits.
Ooh,
Just
one?
Saved.
And saved it.
Next up, Eldrad also has the Corsairs. If he has a CP here, throwing a grenade at Lycus might be the play.
Both players.
If he fell back, he won't be able to throw a grenade.
With the remnants of their army still at the table, still helping each other talk about the efficiency of what to shoot, where to shoot.
Eldrad wounds.
Nothing.
Saves. Is that 5 out of 5 or 6 out of 6 saves so far? Just Fuegan left. He's stating, I need to trust the 3 power swords will get this done. 2 pistol shooting now. 2 AP1s into Lycus. Took a wound. Oh no, didn't take a wound because of cover. Fuegan left to shoot. Total of no damage done this phase so far. He's
Folger saying wants to have some fun with Fuegan.
Stating his best case scenario is he grenades for 3, knocks out the Wolf Spiders, shoots and kills the two Striker Scorpions, and charges and just brutalizes. He's doing it. Oh,
yeah.
Let's go.
All right, grenade.
He can. He
Nice.
Put him down.
Step 1.
Step 1 check.
Oh,
Ooh.
2 hits. Only 1 save. Apologies. 1 dead.
Ooh.
Next one. Next checkpoint missed.
Half a check.
It is. It is.
1 Scorpion hanging out.
If he charges there now, because he'll end in that little nook and be behind the terrain pieces.
He wants the objective. You want to go over there and kill him behind the objective.
That's good enough attacks to take it back, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's charging the Hawk. To your point, yeah. He's going for the big name play.
Yeah, you got to try. You got to try to do something. I'm not gonna lie. If I wasn't on stream for this, I would probably have conceded already. But
absolutely makes it.
That is okay.
Why not? Try pointing.
Probably happy he got that out of the way.
Yeah. He's stating just in case you die, I could get myself out of dodge, so you could 6-inch consolidate back
Charging
into
the
another
Hawks.
combat.
This is Fuegan
Here we
charging
go.
the Hawks. That's a 9. 9's going to get it.
Let's go.
yeah, but you're still just on 1. It's all right. It is okay. You just don't have enough attacks. Like, at the very least, there's going to be 4 Hawks remaining.
Nah, she's got to fight first. It's suicide.
Don't do it. You know, it depends on how you're feeling.
5 wounds.
4 Hawks dead?
1 left on Lycus.
Oh.
Dang. Lycus probably attacks back and kills that squad. Here comes Fuegan.
Most certainly.
4 hits, 2 to wound, 4 invulnerable saves.
2 Hawks dead. Wow.
2 Hawks.
Who's who again? I've only been listening. Unfortunately, I think you got it right. The Eldar are winning because the Eldari has 3 Void Guard, Eldrad, 1 Hawk, 5 Rangers, and Fuegan. And then the rest of this is the Eldari or the Eldar. Eldar.
Oh, come on. Oh, no! There's the handshake. Oh,
Both Fuegans failing to get up.
Chat, was that on your bingo card?
No, never have I ever.
Dang.
2 Fuegans in the battle.
So then Folger scores no more points. He's going to end with 16. Supply drop is a crazy mission. Liam's going to get 5, 10, 8, 8, 15. So 20, 25, 33, 41. So a lot. Oh.
The green means they're through. The red obviously.
There's the shake. That is it.
This will be updated. The score here is kind of irrelevant. All we know, this going through, unfortunately, we have had Folger Piles knocked out. We still have 2 games underway. There is a bit of a language barrier with Liam VSL, so if we're going to interview either of these parties, most likely be Folger Piles. He might not be ready to talk.
No, we're gonna. We'll if we can.
All right.
We can. We may chat, but we'll see what's up. Otherwise, we'll wrap up our.
So the Spanish stream is done. I'm gonna go ahead and come off of there. We'll see what the final score is in a little bit, but we got the French War Game, which is John Lennon versus Jean-Loup, and ooh, this is a different game. I'm assuming this is Sigmar, but I don't know anything about Sigmar. Yay, Eldar lost! Yeah, I do not know anything about Sigmar at all, so can't really comment on that. So I don't actually know what the bracket looks like. But we do know it is going to be Liam VSL. This feels like it's supposed to be the bracket, you know? With like this plays this and then this plays this. That's what it feels like it's supposed to be based on like how they would do it, but I wonder if it's still random. How good is Liam? Maybe the best in the world. Very plausibly the best in the world. Alright. French are still talking about something that is not 40k. They're showing some trophies of some kind. Alright.
Loss in this competition in 2 years. So he went 8, and then he's won. Technically, he's won 6 because he did the shadow round. So he went 14-1 now. Yeah. At the World Champions at the highest level.
Absolutely.
No shade you can possibly throw at that record.
This is a great game. What we saw, I was not necessarily televised because both players were trying to engineer things the entire way. We saw aggressive play right from the jump. Ended up being an absolute bloodbath.
Well, Folger knowing going second, he called it.
Why is he that good? That is a great question. He probably, I know he plays a ton. A lot of the best players just play a ton of 40k. Honestly, to a point where I would just get burned out if I was playing that much. I remember talking to like Kit Smith-Hanna at the Las Vegas event, and he was just like, yeah, a lot of people get burnt out if they just play too much 40k. He really doesn't. So there's just some people who can just play that much, who enjoy the game that much, that they're just craving the next game all the time. I know like Wesley St. Hines is the same way. And so they're just able to keep playing over and over again.
And that's Liam's like that was the only thing you didn't do.
96-19 final score submitted.
And then not having a CP to heroic intervene in your turn.
And then even after that, being able to piece together plan after plan after plan.
Still waiting on a couple of players, of course. John Lennon, John Liu, and then Kyle McCord versus Giorgio Castelli.
We'll see if we can come back. If not, we'll come back and wrap up our coverage. Do we have another result?
No, I'm just going to quickly check to see if we do, just in case I don't leave anybody hanging. So yeah, 96-19 is the end score that they've resulted in.
Different level of tism. Totally fair. So here's like a pro tip for commentary if you guys are ever doing it in the future. If you really care about your image like Games Workshop, the cord is supposed to go behind your back. So instead of, I'll kind of show it. One sec. I don't care as much because I'm doing this from my bedroom and I am partially in PJs. Let's see, where's my full screen? But you see my cord here. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to throw it over your back like that. And typically, like what you're really supposed to do, and this is something I would love to talk to Games Workshop about, is just have like a little clip and it just goes right here so that, you know, at best, like this is about all you can see all the time. So you just go like that. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what the big broadcasts are always doing. All right, let's take a look. Let's go to the French War Game. Extra strength Tylenol. French War Game coming hot. Okay. So what we're seeing here, I know John is going first in this game, but he's already got the primary, whereas Jean, ooh, that's rough. So tempting target for 0, display of might for 0. Whereas Lennon, it's got 4, 8, 10, 15, and then there's the 25. So the only points we should expect. So it looks like this is the sister. So you're gonna get 2 secure there. I can't tell what this is here. Any tip how to deal as guard versus Vanguard Tyranids? It's kind of harsh when they get in your DZ on first turn. Vanguard Tyranids in general really struggle to actually kill vehicles. So if they don't have like Tyrannofixes and things, you can oftentimes put like your Hellhounds or your Chimeras, just let them charge them. And then oftentimes what you can do is you can fall back over them, and that's how you get into the midboard relatively quickly. And then just kind of accept that, you know, 2 activations are generally going to kill most of our vehicles, but you just can't let them get into our scoring pieces, right? If you give them the transports, if you give them like the Hellhounds or the less important tanks like a Lemonos Exterminator if you have one, or like a Lemonos Vanquisher, which is not super useful in the matchup. Just give them the really hard to kill things first, and then the other big thing about Vanguard is that they just die really easily. So if you just have the volume, right, even like your Cadian command squad brick, even if you just have like 10 Cadians command squad and then Creed or a Castellan, that's still going to pick up a lot of Gene Stealers and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, you just fall back over them. You take a Desperate Escape. And then if you really need to, you can reroll the Desperate Escapes for a CP. So it is not the easiest matchup. A lot of guard lists right now do have some trouble with jails. Like infiltrate jails in particular. Luckily, they are not very popular right now because a lot of armies have absolutely no problem with infiltrate jails. Dr. Lupo? I think you're the right guy. He's not a 40k player, is he? What's his real name? Benjamin Lupo. Surely there's not a Benjamin Lupo. No, there's a Benjamin Hauser. 12 Bulgrin, 2 Kazakhin, and 2 Dorns with tons of trash. Yeah. It's also okay to just let them impact the Bulgrin, right? So if you have the Chimeras or you have the Bulgrin, just like let them charge into that. Then just be ready to heroic intervention, especially with your Bulgrin in order to catch things. Most Vanguard lists that I'm used to seeing have basically no shooting, so you can kind of open deploy your Bulgrin. What do you think happened with League of Legends and the fall of popularity in the US? That's an interesting question. So I think one of the big things is that I think there's a multi-pronged answer. So the first thing is I think League of Legends is kind of suffering from the same issue as all sufficiently complicated games. Right, and part of why people don't start playing World of Warcraft anymore is because there's just... Oops. Sorry, one sec. So it's just really hard. It's gotten really complex, and there's just so much going on that new players aren't getting in. And the other part of it is new players, like the onboarding that League of Legends has is not super good for new players. And then the flip side of that is I don't think League of Legends ever became like entrenched in like the academic space when I think it really had an opportunity to do so. I do think that Riot Games handing off development of high school and collegiate League of Legends largely to other groups, like no shade to them, but HSL, NACE, and what was the one that's been like an issue? The name's not coming to mind, but there's one that's been like an issue for like payouts and stuff for a long time. And the fact that they were not really pushing in order to get like scholarship programs at big schools, and so like all of the big, like all of the colleges that are big in collegiate League of Legends are very small schools, by and large. Like Winthrop University is one of the big names. Maryville University is one of the big names in collegiate. So they're not big schools, and like all of the D1 schools never really got into supporting it. And I think that is something that Riot Games, if they had like gotten it entrenched at the collegiate and high school level, high school in particular, then I think there is an opportunity for it to really become like a cultural norm in a lot of ways that it never really did. So because it's hard for new players to come in, and it mostly just is attrition, it's losing players. I quit League when I finally want to be happy when I play games. Yeah. And then the other really big thing is that League of Legends never... You remember the bad games. Like, humans naturally remember the bad way more than we remember the good. And so League is not particularly toxic, right? It really isn't more toxic than other games, but it allowed the zeitgeist to go to, you know, the people who play League tell other people don't start, right? Partially as a joke, but also like if I hear that as someone who doesn't really know a lot about League of Legends, I'm not gonna start. They allowed the zeitgeist to get to that position. Wandering Oat in Chicago, I main Death Guard. Don't think I've ever lost to Jealous. Exactly, right? It is okay for Guard to not have a good matchup into a lot of Infiltrate jails, because most of the meta has good matchups into Infiltrate jails. Does NA being bad at MOBAs count as a reason? I think that's part of it, but I think it's a really minor reason, because I think aren't there like multiple Dota TI? Like, hasn't it been won by Americans? Or like NA? Several times. So Team Falcons won, Team Liquid, but Team Liquid in Dota I think is mostly European. Team Spirit, European, Team Spirit, OG. I don't know OG. Europe. Wings, Chinese. I swear there was an American team that won Dota at some point. But I'm not super sure. On the flip side, why is it still so popular in most Asian countries and EU and Brazil? I think it's because they like they treat their players differently over there, right? Like legitimately Faker is, you know, he's not the biggest name, but something that is different about League of Legends in Korea that is not true in the United States is you can use League of Legends terms with people who don't play League of Legends, and they will understand it. It has become so ingrained, and there's like a really big difference between American internet culture and I can speak mostly on Korean. I can't really speak to other groups, but like one of the big things that happened in Korea in the 90s is Korea spent a massive amount of money, billions of dollars, building up the like broadband hardware. And to their credit, it is way easier to do it in Korea in the same way it would be way easier to do if it was like New York or Florida, right? Because the United States is huge. The United States is massive. Whereas in Korea, even getting it to the relatively small towns doesn't cost as much because it is all really close. And also because Seoul has like a ludicrously high percentage of the Korean population compared to American cities. And they also really pushed for like they would pay people in the 90s to go take classes to become computer literate in ways that were never true in the States. And so there is just like a tech literacy in Korea that does not exist elsewhere. And one of the big things is there's not a lot of like gaming computers that exist in the home for Korea. But like if you want to go to a PCbang or a like LAN center, it's like $1. It's like $1 an hour. So if you just want to go play League of Legends for 10 hours, it's like $10. As somebody who's like worked in a LAN center here in the States, that would be like $50 at least at most LAN centers. So it's like the internet infrastructure is super cheap over there in ways that it's not here, and yeah, so it ends up working out really well there, and it becomes a really social thing where because you're playing side by side with your friends, you can see very directly and you can talk very directly in ways that you can't hear in the States. So it does help to take off quite a bit there. China, I can't really speak to it. I can't really speak to Brazil. I think Brazil fans of things are just bigger fans, is my impression, but I can't really speak to that with any authority. And the prevailing memes about League of Legends or Dota is "Don't start, you've already lost." Exactly. It's one of those big things on why I don't play like a lot of MMOs. Is they don't interest me that much. I've tried to get into MMOs like RuneScape, and I think I tried Final Fantasy at one point, and I could just never really get into them. But I also know, like, I talked to some of my friends who still play World of Warcraft, and they're like, at this point, it's just so much that it's really hard to justify from this spot getting in. And also because they know I'm a fairly competitive person, so, like, I could not play World of Warcraft casually. What I'd give for a resurgence of modern arcades. Yeah. I actually do think like Dave & Buster's is doing a fairly good job, but there's a part of just like having those hole-in-the-wall arcades. That would be great. Finally kicked my Dota 2 habit, and it's great. Yeah, I haven't played League of Legends in forever. I did take a break in like 2016, I think. Maybe 2017, where I just like didn't play for like almost a calendar year. And I never fully recovered my skill, partly because I didn't care enough to actually do it. But I do miss the people from League of Legends, because now that I don't play League of Legends with them, I don't talk to them as much. Which is unfortunate, but kind of like the way of the world. Barcades are sick. I do love gamer bars. I really like. I don't know if you guys have this stuff around you, but I know that one of the things that's kind of growing is like wargaming membership places, where it's more or less like you rent out like an arcade or something, and or sorry, you rent out like a warehouse, and then anybody can get like a monthly membership. So I don't know how much it is, like $50, $100 a month, and then you get 24-hour access, good discounts on like product that you're trying to buy from there, and like discounted tickets to events that are held at that location, which is really cool. There's a couple of them down in SoCal. I know there's one here up in the Pacific Northwest called Waystone. So Waystone in the Pacific Northwest, Squad Marks in SoCal, Four Horsemen in SoCal, and there's a handful of those that are really cool. And I think something similar would be cool elsewhere. I've thought about putting in the work to open one myself in the future. Hinty, thank you for the, I believe that's €2. How is Wesley doing? Will he get Recon nerfed? So unfortunately, Wesley did lose in round 4 going up against John Lennon. It was a close game, but it meant that he did not make it into the top cut. And right now, Wesley St. Hines, we're still waiting on, let's see, 4 or 5. We are still waiting on his 6th game, but he is currently 100, 197, 66, 100. So he's currently 4-1. I do not know what he's playing in round 6. He's playing up against Joshua Brody and his Raven Guard Shadowmark. So Shadowmark is not going to have a great time into, what do you call it, into Recon. So I expect that that'll probably be a 5-1 coming in for Wesley next. Is he going to get Recon nerfed? That's a great question. I really hope not. Recon is one of those things that you have to be a good player already to be playing it, but we will see what he ends up doing. Also, thank you so much for the €2, man. I've been doing... It is always good to know that people appreciate the work I'm doing here. Not necessarily with this, but with the rest of the channel and all that fun stuff. I think 40K and board games are flourishing in the US from the decline of video gaming. Clearly not going anywhere, but increased desire for in-person interaction. Yes, absolutely. One of the things that... unfortunately, a lot of people don't have a ton of money for it right now because of the economy in general. But the desire for third spaces, right? So for anybody who's not familiar, the idea of the third space, you have your first space, which is your home, wherever you live. Your second space is work. And then your third space is generally, like, historically, this was the bar you and all of the guys would get at. After work, you would go hang out there for a couple hours, and you just see other people. The desire for third spaces is, I think, driving a lot for a lot of people. Just having that space where they can go and hang with the friend group. Go see the lads, go see the girls. Just go out and hang out with people. So I think that's been big. Isn't he the only player who has had success with Recon? He is the only player that has won an event with Recon, I believe. We've had a couple of people go like X and 1. Like Ed Watts went X and 1. Bryce, can't remember his last name, but a guy named Bryce recently went X and 1 with Recon. So we're seeing some people have success with it, but it is not easy to play. We've had several people who are like 1600 plus try and play Recon. Most of them are going like 2-3, 3-2, right in there, which I think is really good evidence that players who are more likely to go 4-1, like 3-2, 4-1, are going 2-3, 3-2, which I think is a really big sign that it is very powerful but very hard to play. Just came back from a small local event. How'd you do? If Innes and I can get host nerfed, Wesley can get Recon nerfed. Very fair. I played Tyler Bertel and his host of Ascension at a Portland Teams event a month or two ago. It's very good. Host of Ascension was very good. But it was an incredibly hard-fought draw. Tier 01, hell yeah. Always love winning more games than we lose. Pour qui le prochain tattoo? Just give Recon crit 5s and full rerolls for... I don't know about that. I don't think we can afford to buff Recon. Hopefully 40k will replace the church as the third space. You know, I'd be down. I would love having an opportunity. I would love having a third space that is close enough to me that I can regularly go. My Scion Brick with a Psyker one-shot a Norn. That's awesome. I mean, just re-rolling with the dev wounds can go nuts because you can just do so much damage that way. You only need, like, if you get the both Meltos to go through, it goes crazy. Okay. John is up 13 points. Is he going to score any primary here? Looks like no. And unfortunately, his army is kind of in the wrong spot. Right? He's got... It looks like there's some guys here, and then it looks like the Triumph is duking it out over here with a Demon Prince, but the rest of the army is just far. So it's going to be hard for him to get a 15 next turn. Maybe if this can like block, like if we can get a block going here. Like, if this can get a charge off over here, hold it in place, and then we can put a bunch of stuff here. Like, there are ways for him to hold on to this. 10 dev wounds through, crazy. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it.
Yes, je vais laisser tout doucement la voix des joueurs actifs pour quand même pouvoir les écouter. Il y a juste un truc que j'ai pas compris, Laurent, c'est que j'ai vu les casters de Game Workshop terminer très vite leur game. Alors, je sais pas si c'est parce que...
Where's the Duolingo, Joshi? Look, French is very low on the list of languages that I'm trying to... that I want to put the time into learning. I would love to learn Korean. I don't know if I want to put the time into learning Korean. Is I think the best way to put it. It's one of those things where it's like, I would love to be able to do XYZ. Do I want to put in the time is always the question as an adult. I think when I have my own space, I would actually love... I think I would want to put in the time to learn learn the violin, but not play it as a violin. Instead, play it as a fiddle. I would love to be able to be a fiddler. Alright. Is this still going at all? Thanks for watching. Thank you for doing the stream. Alright. Moving some stuff to set up a heroic if he needs to. It is unfortunate that having, like, this Rhino here is kind of meaningless because it's just not going to be doing damage. I think this looks like a bunch of Sacrosants in combat with the Winged Demon Prince. You just play on TTS and stream it, tell about your thought process, or let's build live. I would watch that in good content. No, I mean, I'm very used to vamping. One of the big things that I've done for a long time is, like I said, I was a commentator for League of Legends for most of the past decade, so I can do a lot of just talking off the cuff. One of the big things that we always have to be good at. So there's always funny because you always set up, you have your run of show, right? And you have like minute by minute, oftentimes down to like 30-second blocks, like what are we doing throughout the course of the show, right? And then when you do that, you are setting things up, and then there's going to be a technical issue, right? Some like video they had set up isn't working. One of the players for League of Legends isn't able to log into the tournament realm, so we can't get the game started right away. And you have to, it's called vamping, which is, from what I understand, a term from jazz, where you buy time, right? Like someone's got to clean out their spit valve. You need to just keep on playing, keep the beat going, make sure everybody's ready to go. And we had to get really good at that. You have to be very good at that for basically everything that you're doing. Every kind of broadcast that you're doing, you have to be ready to vamp and just buy time for whatever comes next. So one of my big problems that I do have, and I recognize this is kind of an issue, is when I am playing games like TTS or otherwise playing games, it is very hard for me to pay attention to both the game or the thing that I'm doing and chat. And so that's something that I would need practice on, because normally when I'm in presenter and when I'm broadcast mode, I am very focused on interacting with chat and all that kind of stuff. But when I'm in game mode, it's hard for me to like kind of switch between. But I did do some TTS streams for a while. That's something I should probably get back in the habit of doing. If for no other reason than it gives me something to do with my time. My grandfather could roll straight sixes. Maybe you could learn that. I have thought about it. There is a story that my friend told me about Pokemon. So in the Pokemon trading card game, there is a mechanic, or there's a lot of mechanics where you have to flip a coin in order to get some result. So it'll be like, hey, if you get heads, you do 80 damage. If you get tails, you do 40 damage, kind of thing. And it is possible to train yourself to flip a coin to be heads with alarming regularity, with alarming consistency. However, I have thought about trying to teach myself that. The problem is, you do not want to be known as someone who can do that when you're playing a dice game. Because then there's always, like, in the back of their head is like, oh, is he cheating at this kind of stuff? But, like, I used to do a lot of, like, pen spinning when I was in high school. A lot of it I don't have the dexterity for anymore, just because it's not something I've needed to do. I have not just been stuck at a desk, like, not really paying attention or, like, doing homework or whatever. Slightly related note, these pens, Pigma Micron pens, these are really good for painting. I did the eyes of my warp spiders with this green pen, so it's good stuff. Trays sort of solve it because you can't really control the roll if they bounce around. Absolutely, but I know lots of people. Here, I got a bunch of dice. Like, if you go ahead... Ooh, that's a heavy die. If you go ahead and, like, take the dice and you just go, like... Right? Like, it is very possible to get things. That's also why a lot of the time... this is just kind of like a physics thing. Like, every die has... Or most well-made dice have the 1 on one side and the 6 on the other side. So typically, one of the reasons why it is so often that you see people like, oh, I rolled all 1s, and then you roll it again, it's like, oh, it's all 6s, is because if they don't actually like roll, you are very likely to just get the opposite side of what was going on. So that's why it's a really big deal when you see people it's why doing this is like such a big deal before you actually roll the dice, is because, as a human, we have a lot of randomness and very small motions, and if I were to just do this for a little while, you would get very different numbers. But if you just pick them up and then just go, you're not going to get very random dice results. Mandatory dice cups to stop Joshi. I mean, that would be fun. Or the dice towers. Those just take forever. But they are cool. Basically, flip the dice to a 6. Yeah, they're cool ways to do it. Especially if you have, like, practice on whatever the surface that you're playing on is. Alright, any other games finished? We still have those 4, which means a lot of guys can just kind of take it easy. Jonas Beardsley taking down Borja FM from Spain, 80-47. Sam Pope, I think we got that one already. Dag Samuelson from Sweden beating Travis Morton from the US. Zach Point beating Medj Kudefon. Archer Gutler, 2 dots. I don't remember. Beating Hans Lieber, 79-36. Daniel De Gemini from Italy beating Wesley Chan from Singapore, 67-45. Justin Moore taking down Kjetil Andre Liknes from Norway, 95-50. Conan Jennings beating Bjorn Eriksson. Austin Johnson losing to Hayden Walduck. Yeah. Requiring AI dice rolling apps? Oh my gosh. I understand why people don't do that. Don't do dice rolling apps at all. It's just so hard to confirm whether or not something is fair. You can always just pick up and roll your opponent's dice if you think they're sus. Yeah, so one of the big things that I'll do, and you saw like Liam and Folger doing it a lot, is when my opponent is like rolling like a lot of saves, I'll just pick up their dice and just roll it back as the saves. Mostly because I don't want to count them out, and it just saves time. So unless they tell me that they don't want me doing that, I'm just gonna roll their dice for a lot of saves. What do you think are the top 3 worst matchups for combined arms guard, and what are the easiest? Is there an undefeated guard player left in the finals? No. We have several players who are X and 1. Last I checked, it was Wesley St. Hines, Gustavo de Sousa, and John Winter Russell. I can check again in a moment. The top 3 worst matchups. Let me take a look at factions. I'm going to pull out my phone, take a look. Okay, so the worst matchups right now, Adeptus Mechanicus, because they're just good. I think AdMech play a lot of the same game plan that Guard wants to do, but they just do it better. What else is bad? Gene Stealer Colts is really interesting for Guard. I haven't played it since they got nerfed, but Gene Stealer Colts was a tougher one just because they had so much more stuff than we did. So it was not hard to play a close game against Gene Stealer Colts, but it was really difficult to push yourself over the edge for a win. And then I think the other hardest matchup for Guard right now is probably Necrons. Depending on the board, Necrons and Orcs can be a little bit tough, but Necrons preys on a lot of what Guard wants to do with like redundancy, because you need to, even more against Necrons than anything else, you can't afford to leave things on low number of wounds, and being a mostly one phase army in terms of our damage output, if we just whiff into those like 4-up invulns and they just keep coming back, that can be a pretty big issue. So I would say AdMech is currently our hardest matchup, and then I think Gene Stealer Colts is relatively tough in order to find wins, and then Necrons is probably our 3rd hardest. For ones that are easy, so there's a lot of matchups. Oh, okay. I'm gonna retract Gene Stealer Colts and put in Tau. I think Kauyon and Montclaw Tau are probably some of the hardest ones. Yeah, now that GSC, like like I said, it's not hard to play a reasonably close game against GSC, but it was hard to win. And then Tau, I think, is a similar thing, where Tau does a lot of the things we want to do with Montclaw or Kauyon, but they do it better. I think most of the time, like Oxcad or Retcad Tau, I think are worse. I think they're easier for Guard to play. In general, though, our easier matchups are anything marine-shaped, like Chaos Space Marines. I don't think I've lost to Chaos Space Marines in forever. Blood Angels is, I think, one of our easier matchups. Yeah. Honestly, just any kind of marine things. Like Emperor's Children is not that difficult for guard, just because the biggest thing about these armies is they die. They have a lot of 3-up saves, which means that we kill them really efficiently, and we have a lot of 2-up saves, so they don't kill us very efficiently. Aim at finish, thank you so much for the £5. Fund some dice cups on the channel. I'll see what I can do for you. Thanks for the channel community. Great stuff. Thank you for being a part of it, man. It's always appreciated. Thank you so much for contributing to what we're doing here. I'd be more suspicious if my opponent doesn't want me to roll their dice. I agree. That's why, like, if anybody ever asked to roll my dice for like saves or things, I'm like, yeah, man, I don't care. They're just dice. Warhost for sure. I think Warhost is. I think it is very reasonable for guard. It is tough just because they have so many things, but I only have trouble against Eldar if the Eldar is a very good player. Which I don't know if that says more about Eldar or about the people who are playing it, but it's not that hard on most boards to pre-measure where the Wave Serpents can go, and therefore you can pre-measure what it is that the Fire Dragons can do. So if you get Fire Dragoned, it's kind of your own fault. And then the last part of the Fire Dragons is most people are too afraid. Like, if people have to remember that Fire Dragon package costs like 500 points, right? It's Fuegan, costs like 100. Like a little bit more than 100. The Wave Serpent costs like 125 or something, and then the Fire Dragons are 220. So it's like altogether, it's like 450 or so. It's okay for that to kill the Dorn as long as they can only kill one. If you let them come in and kill like 300 points of stuff and then let them do it again, you lose. That's how you lose. But if they come in and kill a Dorn and then you're like, okay, cool, but now your Wave Serpent is in the open, I'm going to kill the Wave Serpent and the guys inside, the matchup is not as hard. Unless the guard player played super aggro, is pretty green for GSC, and even then, GSC can just pick up tanks. Yes, absolutely. Just flooding them with lethal sustained 5s is very powerful. That's why you run at least some Rough Riders, Ogre and Bulgarian, clean up and have cheap stuff set up for a trade. Yeah, I really like having like 5-man horses around. They're just fast OC. They can move 15. They can charge things afterwards. 2 people escape by being elves and their opponent walking into the rakes. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think elves are very good, and the fact that we are seeing them do as well at the World Championships of Warhammer is testament to the fact that they are still a very good army. However, I think if, like you said, if people stop stepping on the rakes that the Eldar just like spread around the lawn, it will get better. The problem is there are a lot of rakes. There are so many rakes. All right, we do have another final thing. I don't remember who keeps saying it, but someone wants the Death Watch player to do well. Giorgio Castelli and his Italian Death Watch taking down Kyle McCord, American Dark Angels player, 60-38. 38-60. So we do have the only game that we're still waiting on for the round of 8 is this one. We have Liam VSL, Richard Siegler, and Giorgio Castelli all making the top 4. And that means that the winner of this, I don't know that they're playing Liam VSL because the bracket I was given before was incorrect. However, we are getting very close. So big storylines here. I think Liam VSL is definitely one of the players that we can talk about as potentially being the best player in the world. John Lennon also on that list. I think Richard Siegler is a player who used to be in that conversation but has not been active enough in a lot of singles context recently to necessarily obviously be on that list. And Giorgio Castelli, I wonder if this is a player who played at WTC. Teams. Italy. Ta-dum. Giorgio Castelli was not on this year's Italian WTC team. Let's see. Let's see if Best Coast pairings can tell me anything about. Yeah, Zedekis, we do have Giorgio Castelli did win the Italian with Deathwatch. Beat Kyle McCord 60-38. ITC rankings.
Tu estimerais quoi son pourcentage de victoire là? 40%, 45%?
Pardon? Ouais, on est sur du 45 quand même. 45 parce que...
Alright, BZB. Let's see.
Ça peut le faire, mais bon.
Giorgio Castelli only played 4 BCP events this year. They won Conquest Showdown, which was a 22 players, 6 rounds in Lazio. They also won Crusader team tournament with Necrons. And then they also got 3rd at the Golden Crew. What is this event? This was a golden ticket event as well. In Modena. Nice. So they got first at a couple Italian GTs, or first at one Italian GT, 3rd at another one, and then first with Necron. So interesting to see that they hopped over to Deathwatch for this event. A friend of mine was just testing my Deathwatch list against Blood Angels. He tabled them by turn 4. Yeah, that makes sense, especially depending on the kind of terrain they're playing on. Blood Angels are fast, but fast gun is faster than Blood Angels.
Donc là, il est en train de faire sa phase de mouvement pour aller setup en fait ses unités pour aller chercher peut-être des objectifs. Là, il me semble que Sigvald va aller chercher.
I keep getting so confused because I look here and I'm like, how are we scoring primary in turn 1 supply drop? That's just not how it works. This is not how it works in this game. I also can't tell. These look like models to me. These like trilobite skeleton things, but I think they haven't moved in several turns. So like I don't know what's going on.
En effet, il y a eu des faits de jeu qui font que l'adversaire américain de Martin se trouve être un joueur quand même assez lent. C'est pas la première fois qu'on le remarque sur ce tournoi. Il n'aurait joué depuis tout ce temps que 2 tours, lui et Martin. Martin aurait joué avec
Sigmar has terrain you place, I believe. Sure, I believe you. Lot of AP2 weapons. Decimus kill team power weapons are very, very good. Nice. I'm gonna be honest, Deathwatch is one of those armies for me that is like, I don't know as much about it just because I don't see it, right? Like you see it. When's the last time I played against Deathwatch? I think the last time I played against Deathwatch was when I was still living in California. I don't think anyone here up in the Pacific Northwest plays it.
Et il se trouve qu'ils ont fait que 2 rondes de bataille depuis tout ce temps. Ils viennent de commencer le 3e round et du coup, le juge que vous voyez à la gauche de l'écran.
One of the things that must be nice about this event is because it's 4-hour rounds, you just have so much time after your games. Hey, Warpfire. These guys, Warpfire does a lot of sponsoring of events as well. So if you want to get like gift cards for your prizing, that's a good way to do it. But it looks like, yeah, like you got a bunch of tables already finished in the back over there. Me and Pina play Deathwatch. I've never seen you do it. I've never seen you do it.
fin de game, fin de clock au bout du T3, T4 et qu'ils viennent nous shipper une
And Raven Guard is not Death Watch. It's hard to put together a Death Watch list. A lot of players end up converting models or buying multiple boxes to put one kill team together. It makes sense. Yeah. It's one of those things. I do know I got a buddy. He might still be in chat. Supplied Clay, who does also play Death Watch from time to time. But I know he mostly has been playing like Custodes. I'll show you, buddy. All right. You should take it to campground. Basically the same. Yeah. Did we ever find another team for campground? I don't think we did. Did pairings go up? Not yet. I have not looked at any of the other teams' lists. So I'm not going to lie to you, Sneed. The thing that I was told about this event a long time ago was that it feels rude for the hosting team to try to win their own event. And that told me all I needed to know about like how seriously the team was taking the event. So I'm gonna show up. I'll play a bunch of games like over the next week or so with Mechanized Assault, so I don't like screw around too much. But I'm gonna have fun, and I'm probably gonna drink during the games. And it's gonna be great. Ooh, they did get a kill over here. So John setting himself up to try to hold this. If he gets a 15, that's probably lights out. Storm hostile. I think we're like halfway through Jean-Lou's turn, so he's gonna get a cleanse here. Maybe there's something hiding down here for a cleanse there as well. Death Watch plays similar to Raven Guard. They're more shooty and their base weapons are better. That makes sense, yeah. Because you can't just like, I know you have all the strats for like sustained, lethal, precision, that kind of stuff. Ignores cover, which is pretty good. Yeah, so getting the 15 here, that seems too good. Perhaps we look at Mechanized the wrong way. What if the solution was always to do simply 30 rats in boxes? It might be that move, shoot, move, and then you play and you just like sight away parts of your opponent's army with the rats. I'm not gonna lie, if that's the way to play it, I probably don't want to play it. But if somebody can prove that it's good, I will give it a try. So even here, so if this is 15, goes to 42, and then if you give it another 10, up to 52. So this is Jean-Lou's max, and Locust for 2 gets 49. Bring it down for 4 puts you at 53. So if he gets Bring It Down and Establish Locus, and he can probably establish Locus like in the DZ, then that's game.
Regardez ces cartes, ils ont fait un échange, en fait, pas un échange, mais ils ont fait un moment ensemble pour regarder les cartes qui lui restaient, pour savoir s'il allait display ou pas, s'il allait discard, bring it down et aller en chercher une autre. Voilà. Pour information, John Lennon a maximisé le bet, hein. Il est à 7.
Okay. So yeah, if he gets the points, it's very nearly locked up. Ooh, risking an Overwatch. Oh, this is the Forge Fiend. Okay, that's fine. Or the Mauler Fiend. Oh, that guy. Did his wing just break? Oh, no!
10 opponents qui nous disent qu'il y a un remontada possible pour Jean-Loup. Oui, justement, en fait, ils ont voulu théoriser, mais ils se sont rendus compte que s'il avait une bonne main, il allait pouvoir justement le remonter.
Il lui faut une très très bonne main et surtout il faut qu'il lui reste des ressources pour aller chercher l'objectif central, ce qui va être impossible.
Alors, ça fait 8 ans qu'on caste ensemble. Est-ce que je pourrais avoir un petit peu d'onde positive? Parce que tu penses négatif comme garçon et ça joue sur Jean-Loup.
Regarde, il y a deux.
He's got to overwatch something here, right?
Et sa copine. Et il y a surtout, il faut qu'il aille chercher les 15 points. Et les 15 points, c'est l'objectif du milieu. Et je pense que le bonhomme, il va y poser 2-3 trucs quand même.
Écoute,
après,
Laurent,
tout est possible.
Tu sais ce qui se passera demain. Demain, tu seras toujours négatif, mais tu seras tatoué, Laurent.
Je vois pas de quoi tu parles. J'ai pas les images.
Ah, elles sont pourtant...
I don't know if Jean-Luc can even touch the middle objective. As long as there's nothing to charge on there, it seems very difficult for them to actually get onto the middle objective. Maybe you can give yourself a 6-inch advance, because knowing that this is 6... Fuck! Moved off, so I can't see.
Beji a fait 15 points, 13 points son dernier tour et a du coup rattrapé son retard. Il repasse aux 2 points de retard qu'il avait au départ, donc tout est encore jouable. On reste sur du 50-50 pour l'instant, donc ça c'est super.
D'accord, merci beaucoup Mila. On reviendra très très vite. On retourne donc là sur le...
We do have a couple other top cut. Leif Westerman from Germany. 70-34 over Dan Sammons on the AdMech. So that's Eldar over AdMech. And yeah, that's the last top cut update. What about Wesley St. Heinz is still playing. John Winter Russell is still playing. Gustavo won 71-70, a 1-point win over Stefan Meertens from the Netherlands and the Space Wolves.
Quel geste. Honnêtement, excusez-moi les amis, mais je sais que je préfère en général supporter le joueur français, mais là, il est face à John Lennon qui ne fait
Okay,
pas
just putting a lot of stuff there on the middle objective.
Regardez, il a quasiment rien perdu. Et maintenant, il est en train de faire littéralement une muraille pour empêcher Jean-Loup d'aller marquer les 15 points en tant que joueur numéro 2 sur le centre de table.
Après, il y a les synchrosates qui sont là-haut, mais elles sont bloquées avec le Rhino.
Ouais.
Donc là, ça va être, il faudrait qu'elle tue le Rhino. 3 invulnérables sur la Paragon.
That's 3 damage and Vol down to 5. So Bargons are down.
Hop, Volt est dead sur 5.
Mathematically, I no longer care what you score because I got my bring it down. 6. So I'm currently up 26. Sure.
Voilà.
So I'll, if you want, so let's confirm that I'm just up 26. We can stop rolling dice. You can score your cards, and I don't really care anymore. Yeah. If that's good. As you wish. Because I want to go get dinner. Yeah. So I'll get bring it down and Lucas for 6 total.
Comme il vient de le dire, maintenant mathématiquement, il va créer un delta de plus 2.
My primary is 25. 25 plus 28 is 53.
Yes, sir.
With apartments done.
No, not the ads coming in.
Everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it, will they, Craig?
No, sir.
Wow, that was an ad.
Hey there, everyone, sports fans, Galaxy lovers, and everyone else watching. Welcome to Galaxy
That was an ad of all time for sure. So it looks like John Lennon does have this one locked up. They're just talking through the last bits of it.
Math, history, social studies. It's all been leading up to this moment. Life is short, but lunch is shorter.
Let's go, Lunchables.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Definitely not the Freddy's I remember.
This is the original. Nobody's been here for decades.
Oh my god. Wait, there's a first Five Nights at Freddy's movie? I didn't know that there was a first one.
They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we put it inside burritos and tacos anyway. Crispy chicken from Taco Bell, a brand new classic.
you told him yet?
Tell me what?
We only accept certain forms of payment, like iron ingots, cowrie shells.
Is this serious?
The world is moving quickly these days, and sure, we can all agree.
Come on, let's be real. Your currency's not just old, it's not working for you anymore.
What do you want? You want a robot? You want a robot as a father?
Dad, I'm not saying we have to change who we are. I'm just saying it could be a lot easier if we bank through like Cash App instead of.
How do I pay for this?
Mieux du mieux à 52. Ça sera donc une victoire, quoi qu'il arrive, d'un point à John Lennon avec un...
G-Dub, Universe Beyond, what if Freddy was an AdMech construct? You know? I think that probably would fall into the abominable intelligence.
Notre joueur sort de bataille qui n'a pas démérité, encore une fois, qui a fait un parcours extraordinaire sur excusez-moi, ces championnats du monde en solo de Warhammer 40 000.
I actually do wonder what would happen. I feel like there was a draw a couple years ago. So like if if this was a tie 53-53, like what would happen there? Is it because I don't think they play another game? I think they do have like a built-in tiebreaker, but I don't know what it is.
Le meilleur taux de win rate, ou en tout cas qui est top 2 au niveau du win rate.
Yeah, I've never actually played a Five Nights at Freddy's game. It just doesn't, I don't know, doesn't appeal to me, I suppose. But let's see if there is a final score submitted here in a moment. I believe it's going to be like 53-52, something like that.
John Lennon, dès qu'on me donne le top comme quoi, on serait prêt au niveau de la régie. Et c'est parti.
On se retrouve avec John Lennon et Jean-Loup à l'issue de cette game qui se finit donc potentiellement avec un point de différence qu'ils n'ont pas théorisé, mais ils ont calculé que de toute manière Jean ne pouvait pas rattraper même avec un meilleur tirage. La seule carte qui aurait pu potentiellement lui accorder ça, c'était la carte qui peut rapporter 6 points, sabotage, et il ne l'avait plus dans son deck. John, very beautiful game. Masterclass of containing, scoring. You master Emperor's Children. Why did you choose Emperor's Children for this championship?
Of course. So I chose Emperor's Children because this is the faction that I've been playing the most this year. I've played it at every tournament except one since the codex came out. I played at WC, and I have found at these World Championships that what matters more than the strength of your army and the matchups, because the terrain will be so different, the missions will be so different. You will play against someone from a different part of the world who is not playing anything meta. What matters is how comfortable you are with your army. I looked at some very good Space Marine lists, but I did not have much time for practice. I've been very busy. I got married on Saturday.
Congratulations!
1 week ago.
Woohoo!
And so I did not practice much for this event, and so I took what I had practice with because I'm very comfortable playing my Emperor's Children. I love the army. It is the most fun for me to play, and I wanted to temper my expectations because I'm trying to win, but because I knew I was not practicing, I wanted to play something I would have fun, and I would feel that I played well. If I bring a more powerful army and I play poorly, I'll be mad at myself. I'd rather have fun, do my best, let the dice fall.
For the moment, let's say that the choose is in your way, on your side. Donc il a choisi volontairement les Emperor's Children. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est l'armée qui est la plus pratiquée de l'année.
Good answer. Good answer from John.
Il s'est marié samedi dernier. Donc voilà, il lui fallait aussi venir avec potentiellement une armée avec laquelle il allait prendre du plaisir, ne pas avoir de regret d'aller chercher quelque chose qu'il n'aurait pas pu maîtriser. Et surtout, la particularité de ce championship, c'est que vous allez rencontrer plein d'armées différentes, plein de styles de jeu différents, plein de méta différentes, et que vous ne savez pas exactement si vous n'allez pas tomber à un moment contre une Némésis. Le mieux, c'est quand même d'être avec l'armée avec laquelle vous êtes le plus confortable. Let me ask you a tricky one. Third time, 2 time in final. What are your expectations?
I am at peace. I will do my best. If I am not playing AdMech or Eldar, so you know, I'm playing my army. Obviously, if I lose the final game again, I will smile. I will do an interview. I will go to my hotel room and I will cry into a pillow. That will not. I do not want to be afraid of failing and therefore not try. So don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Super réponse, je lui ai posé la question. C'est la troisième édition où on participe. Il a perdu 2 fois en finale. Première année contre Manichima, l'année dernière contre Flogger Pice. Comme il l'a dit, je suis pas venu en Eldar, je suis pas venu en Admec. Je sais que je suis peut-être pas venu avec l'armée la plus bankable ou la plus high level win rate cette année. Je suis en paix. Si je perds en finale, je sourirai. Je ferai gentiment l'interview. Par contre, j'irai pleurer sous la douche dans ma chambre d'hôtel. Mais en tout cas, voilà. On va essayer d'éviter au maximum. And for the moment, you show us that you have all the weapons in your toolbox to go to final, and I hope for you win it. Jean-Loup, ta game, j'imagine un peu de frustration. Bravo déjà, c'était la deuxième année d'affilée que tu as.
All right. Well, gamers, I think that is probably a good time as any to call it for the day. We did get 2 great games of Warhammer today, and I don't know what the round of 4 looks like. I don't know if there is like a published bracket anywhere, but we do have our round of 4. It is going to be Liam VSL and his Eldar, John Lennon and his Emperor's Children, and then we have Richard Siegler on Admech and Giorgio Castelli on Death Watch. And that is going to be the round of 4. We will see 2 games tomorrow. The first place or the semifinals and the finals between these 4 players, and honestly, really looking forward to it. For now, though, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. It's been a lot of fun. It's always more fun having you guys come in and talk with me in order to watch all of the good Warhammer that we got going on. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll see you guys all tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening.